Rallyx is presented by Cooper Tires, Olsberg's M4, Hyreslandslaget, Ramudden, Tearshine, and Torrance in Kiel.
He's done. Away because Kevin Eriksson goes up the inside line anyway. Oh, yeah. And it's Eriksson who's going to take it out the line. They've both been previous champions in these cars, and they've shown their class. Ollie Eriksson takes the win in lights for round 2 of Rallyx 2022. It's up, and here he goes. Oh, it's a decent start for Eriksson on the inside line. Going to get up alongside Kristoffersson, going to push Kristoffersson wide. Ekstrom going to follow him. Oh, 2 wheels. Kristoffersson goes round the outside. Ekstrom going to go Joker straight away. Kristoffersson in the wall. Ekstrom's in the wall on the outside line. Kristoffersson piling the pressure as they come down the hill. Taps the barrier on the inside line. Through the right-hander. Awesome. He's got one last corner to try and have a go. And Tom will try and cover him. Broken suspension. Kristoffersson up the inside of the final corner. Oh, the reigning champion wins in the last corner. And Martin holds on with broken suspension. Unbelievable stuff. Wow.
Oh my God.
Get it launched down to turn 1. Good start by Kristoffersson on the inside line. Ekstrom going to move across, try and cover off Brinderson behind. Brinderson looks to the inside. Can't get there. He's the reigning Rallyx champion. To be fair to Ekstrom, he's been out of a Rallycross car for 2 years. He's put on a hell of a show here, and it's been great to have him back. But it is Johan Kristoffersson who's going to take his 2nd win of the weekend. Double victory here for Kristoffersson. Great drive by him. Is Ekstrom going to hold on to P2? Comes through the last corner. He's been unchallenged most of today. It's an absolutely brilliant drive by the top qualifier. Goes through to take the win. Olofsson wins round 3 of lights. Ola Henry signs up with the first podium, and Jesse Kallio on his return to the series gets P3, and he's easily in front. It's a brilliant win for Simon Olofsson over the finish line. Double win here in Finland. Fantastic by him. A spin for, I think it's Mattis Janssen or Kalliokoski. Looked like he blocked, but Kristoffersson did too. Not a great start. Brinderson going to try and shut the door. Baby tried to go around the outside, going to slide to P3. Kalliokoski up on 2 wheels. Gronholm almost spins in the background. Drops to P6. It's Brinderson, Kristoffersson, OC, Baby, Kalliokoski into the rear of Baby. Runs him up the barrier on the inside line. Who's gone round? Kalliokoski parked, and so's Baby in the background. Right, the smoke pours from the rear right. It was this corner. Here's the problem. Go straight again. Johan Kristoffersson struggling. Brinderson looking to try and get the inside line. Oh, Brinderson can't quite get there. Kristoffersson shuts the door. Final corner to go. Up the inside. Brinderson takes it from Gronholm. Kristoffersson P3. Unbelievable. Wow, what a final lap. Oh, great start by Ekstrom from row 2, but a good start by Kristoffersson. Polevsky moves across, shuts the door, slots into third on the inside. No, he doesn't. Baby's going to get into that gap. Sideways for Gronholm. In the background, 3 cars wide. They're going to need to funnel out of that. In the wall again, Brinderson ends up towards the outside. Dust flies up, but I reckon he's got it. Kristoffersson has, through the long right-hander. It's a 3rd time on the top step of the podium. 4th podium for Kristoffersson this year. Gronholm P2, and Ekstrom comes around to take a deserved P3. First couple of laps were fire, but Kristoffersson then just gapped Niklas a little bit, and the breathing space allowed him to stop cooking the tyres and keep the polo a bit straighter.
He's delayed him, he's lost time, and so Simon Olofsson is going to make it 3 in a row. Martin Ekstrom is going to be 2nd and 3rd. Jimmy Wolfenson. Simon Olofsson wins the Supercar Lights final, and Kasper Janssen is set for a maiden victory within Supercar Lights this year. He makes his way now through that last corner for 2nd place. Steintoft tries to jump ahead of Schlockvist. They're side by side. Kasper Janssen wins, and 2nd across the line is Steintoft. Down to 3rd is Schlockvist. 4th, Mattis Janssen. Simon Olofsson is 5th. It is blast off a dreadful start by Gerben. A good start by Gronholm. Good start also by Belitsky. He's up into 2nd place and has to go to the race leader. Brinderson is 3rd. Eid on the inside of him, and then down in 5th is Baby. Gerben staggers off the line, but it's Gronholm ahead of Rallyx, who's going to have a go on the inside line. Is he thinks about it as contact, he gets into the side of Gronholm, and off he goes. Gronholm in the wall, he spins, and he gets collected by Baby. And a black flag then for Yuri Rallyx. I assume he's been told about that from his spotters. Here comes Brinderson, he's going to get ahead of Enzo E, but only just up to the checkered flag. Thomas Brinderson takes the win from Enzo E behind on the road, the disqualified Yuri Rallyx.
I owe an apology to Niklas. I'll be on the way to him.
Sorry from my side.
Yeah, he can say whatever he wants. Obviously, shows some level of intelligence.
A good getaway by Rallyx. Is it good enough to clear Evian on the run down towards the first corner? Maybe makes his move around the outside there of Ede. Also, Brinderson tries to get in on the act as well. Maybe clatters off Ede. Ede gets run out wide, and that means Brinderson gets up past him in fourth place. This has been absolutely inch perfect. Peugeot 208 comes out of the last corner on Joker Lab. It's going to be a first win in Rallyx this season for Yuri Rallyx, who comes across the line to win in Riga.
Welcome to Strängnäs in Sweden for the 7th and final round of Rallyx 2022. Return to the nation where we started this brilliant series with some fantastic action. It's a new track for me. Hal's been here a couple of times before. Saw some brilliant stuff yesterday. To be fair, it's a new track for the drivers as well because there have been some modifications ahead of next weekend's Nitro Rallycross round, including this big jump on the exit of turn 1, which all of the drivers are loving. We saw some brilliant passes here in turn 2 as they transitioned from dirt to tar. How yesterday the weather was mixed, I think it's fair to say.
It was, and it really changed the circuit compared to how we're seeing it now. Very dry, clean and tidy. It wasn't like that for all of yesterday, and it provided some really, really interesting action.
It wasn't like that for pretty much any of yesterday, was it? But the junior cross-car drivers, bless them, got the absolute worst of the weather for most of the day. Then they ended up with a slightly better situation later on. Supercar drivers on wets and slicks and all sorts of different things. So yeah, it was a very interesting day indeed. We got 5 champions to crown, which is why we got stacks and stacks of paperwork, and then we got WhatsApp groups going on, we've got everything. This is championship standings after 6 rounds, but it's a dropped score because you have to count your round here in Strängnäs. That's where we are. And you've got to count round 7, and which crossing time. Then one of the geniuses from Commentators created a mega spreadsheet in the background. And so Arnie, don't mess up, mate. The chronometer train is coming, and we want those results. So we got Arnie on it in the race control. He's going to keep us honest. So these are the standings as we are at the moment prior to coming here. So qualifying, remember, finishes after Q4 in a few moments. So Kristoffersson and Gronholm on 1-1-3 each at the top of the table. Johan is not here. So it's Gronholm versus Brinderson and Evjen for the title. I think Belevsky and Vejby could possibly nick a place on the podium. Let's take a look at what happened yesterday in Supercar. So this was what we were talking about with regard to mixed weather. It was absolutely filthy out there, super slippery. We had Kevin Eriksson in the studio. How he was saying, I hate these conditions. I'm useless at it, which was hilarious for a man who's won at World Championship level, but it is so tricky.
Yeah, you can just see how difficult it is to get the car on the racing line. There is Thomas Brinderson sending it through the new Joker lap here in Strängnäs. Niklas Gronholm was the man of the day there, wasn't he? Absolutely flying in the orange and yellow Hyundai i20, yet again making another brilliant start. They've really, really nailed the launches of that car, and while everyone else was fighting behind them, we saw some brilliant battles in the pack. Niklas was just gone out front.
Yeah, he was great. That was German going through what was a water splash after the jump at one point where we'd had some really seriously heavy rain, somehow holding onto it and holding off Brinderson in his race. Seen some great action as well at the entry to the Joker. People have been caught out there when someone turns right just in front of you. They anchor up. You've got to be ready to miss them. We saw cross cars getting all tangled up there. Gronholm, though, absolutely unstoppable. Looking pretty chilled. The team have only got, how many staff was it? How is it? 4 or 5? I think total people, including Gronholm's 5, isn't it?
Yeah, or 3 plus 2 drivers, 1 for the truck and 1 for the racing car. The truck driver also doing a myriad of other things as well. So this is a small effort, but they're big commitment as well, and they are very keen to try and wrap this title up today.
Yeah, it'd be great to see Gronholm take it, but it'd be great to see whoever takes it. If somebody can beat him, fair play to them. It is advantage Gronholm very much. This was Belevsky. Great pass by him. Watch this on the exit here. Just tucks the Peugeot up on the inside, straightens it up early, finds some traction, and got up the inside. Really, really nice pass by him on Evjen.
Evjen's been driving really well as well in the JC80, hasn't he? Getting himself into the title fight. German as well, he was very quick too. It's really wide open today. Yes, for the title, but also for the race victory.
So some brilliant stuff. Brinderson here up the inside of the RX2E machine of Victor Franks, and Molly's caught up with some of the drivers.
Morning everyone, I've made my way down to the paddock. As you can see, the sun is shining. I think I need some sun cream soon. It's really hot out here. It's about 23, 24 degrees, and I thought I'd catch up with Thomas Brinderson, who's sat next to me here on one of his wheels, and they are actually out in the sun for a very good reason. Perhaps you can tell us all why they are in the sun.
Hopefully to get a bit warmer, and yeah, so we'll see if we use them now or later.
Because according to regulations, there's no tyre heating allowed except for this.
No, exactly. So yeah, today we can use the sun.
Today is a completely different day from yesterday. You've been out for warm-up. You know, how big of a difference was it to drive out there today?
For sure, it was big different. It's much more grip in the track. So I think in some corners yesterday we had 35 kilometers. So it's not so fast in this car. So it was much more fun to drive today.
And what changes do you make to the car?
We have make the car a little bit stiffer, so I think that will help us, especially on the tarmac, and hopefully we have grip on the gravel as well.
Okay, well, good luck today.
Thank you.
And as the fans are moving in here to the paddock, I guess it's time to go racing soon, isn't it?
I think it is, Molly. It certainly will be. So we've got 5 title fights to settle. This one is the one which is the most settled, if you like, but still some pressure on Simon Olofsson. He's on 131 compared to Martin Enden's 104. This is with drop scores taken into account, so you add on what they score here, and as you can figure from that, he doesn't need to score very much to be the 30 points in front, which makes him unbeatable. So Simon should tie this up at the end of Q4. Behind him, things are a little bit tighter for P2 with Enlund and Ola Henry Steinsholt. This is some of the action from yesterday. And to be fair to Olofsson, how we weren't sure if he'd go the ultra cautious route of trying to stay out of trouble completely or get stuck in. And he certainly got stuck in that first start of the day.
He did, turned in early, committed to the inside, and you saw the sort of thing that can happen to Jimmy Wolfson there on the outside. The smallest touches broke the steering, and that put him to the bottom of the order. Now he's scrabbling to get back into the semi-finals. That could so easily have happened to Olofsson. Really high pressure environment in those opening qualifiers to get the job done, just to be in the mix come the end of qualifying today. But Simon did a great job. His sister Sandra Holtgren has been very honest with Molly in the interviews, saying yes, they want to wrap the title up, his second Rallyx Lights title, but they also want to win today to prove that he is the fastest out here, and they're focusing a lot on trying to win this weekend. I think that really helps in that championship battle because it takes the pressure off that little bit in worrying about the point situation.
Yeah, sure. Now he's going to have his work cut out if he does want to win, because that is Oliver Eriksson sticking it up the inside. He made that move twice yesterday. He also admitted himself that I can't remember the words he used, but it was along the lines of, I stayed inside for far too long and caused loads of carnage. I don't know why I did it, but I did. It was roughly that. But yeah, Ollie Eriksson, wheel changes at the last minute in the pre-grid because the weather, it just kept coming. The forecast was like, meh, bit of rain at 7 in the morning. It was literally wet, dry, wet, dry, wet, dry all day long. There is Eriksson on the left-hand side of the grid. This was the run down to the first corner. Huge squeeze and people getting fired out backwards. This was the moment Ollie was talking about, wasn't it? It was, I don't know why I did it. Yeah. Come on, Ollie. We know why you did it. You wanted to win.
And no one knows their way around here better than he does. So he's in the mix, isn't he? And I think in dry conditions today, it's currently dry at the moment. I think it's going to be advantage Eriksson through the course of Sunday today.
Damaged rim there for Ollie Eriksson. Just goes to show you how easy it is to get it wrong and get something happen to the car. So yes, whilst open two-wheel drive and Supercar lights are close to being settled, they're the two which we think can be settled now in Q4. Anything can happen. This is Rallycross. Looking back at the season highlights at the top of the show, it's just so good to see some of the stuff we've seen. Last corner wins in Kuvla and in Hollius as well. Just absolutely brilliant. So this is the Open Two-Wheel Drive Championship standings, the one I just mentioned, which we think as well is pretty much in favour of Victor Johansson. It'll be tough for him to be the full amount of points in front of Raiola, but of course once he gets past the end of Q4, of course there's only 14 points up for grabs with semis and finals, so he could well get that done on Joni-Pekka Raila. Cross car, Oscar Anderson leads by 10 points from Patrick Hallberg. Thomas Igmerstad is in there as well. Elias Svensson. Svensson this weekend is double driving in both cross car and making his supercar debuts. Quite spectacular in the supercar yesterday. He was amazing in the cross car as always. And then finally, cross car junior Michael Uito, who when we spoke to him yesterday, he said Karl-Petter Nordstrand was one of his biggest rivals. But looking at the table, the closer ones are Julalami, Hallinan and Anderson. But it is a decent lead for Michael Uito. Now, they are, of course, at Q4, about to start. This is how they stand. Lauri Hallinan leads, having won one of the sessions, Q1 yesterday. Karl-Petter Nordstrand is in P2. He won Q2. And then you've got Rasmus Persson up there with a good bit of consistency. Jonathan Julalami, Lucas Andersson, Hampus Hagström, who won Q3. First session win, we think. Eric Nielsen down below there. That is a very different scene to yesterday. People sitting around in shorts and T-shirts. Me and Hal are rocking the shorts and T-shirts this morning as well. There's a glint of sun on the roof of a cross car, and while it was wet and dry yesterday, there was zero sunshine. It was grey as you like. Remember, this lot pretty mixed up from yesterday with regard to the weather. Hagström, Nielsen, Lundelander, Wieck and Persson. Middle of the grid, good start for Lundelander, but on the inside line, Hampus Hagström should be able to hold on to this. Going deep on the brakes, no, round the outside comes Lundelander. Takes the whole shot, tidily done. Very different conditions. I
was just going to say, very different complexion to that first corner compared to yesterday. Able to turn the car in and maintain that arc of the curve around the first corner. Whereas yesterday it was all armfuls of oversteer, understeer and all sorts of steer, wasn't it, as you headed towards the outside. So I think that'll really change the dynamic of this new look Strängnäs through the course of Q4.
Yep. Big jump down after the exit of turn 1. This jump's been here for a while, but as Hal, you said, this used to be much more gravel through here, the landing and it rotating into the right-hander. Yeah,
like all circuits, it's evolved through the course of time. It used to be gravel on the landing after the jump. This part has always been gravel, though, in the run to the first corner. And there you can see on the left where the gravel's getting dragged into the early part of turn 1, and that's going to evolve through the course of the session and the afternoon. Rallycross tracks are constantly, they're alive, aren't they? They're constantly evolving all the time, and for these junior cross car drivers, they're the first to experience this in a race environment in these conditions this weekend.
We might actually need the water truck today. Yesterday we didn't use it once, as you can imagine. It was parked up with, I don't know how many thousand litres of water in it, and just got parked up again at the end of the day. Absolutely unnecessary, surplus to requirement. We're not seeing too much dust right now, but it is full dry conditions. I kind of missed the wet, Hal. There's, particularly at the end of the straight, I love the way the gravel at the end of the straight gets dragged and the tarmac gets filthy dirty. The braking zones are really hard to judge. And you can see that the gravel has been damped down a little bit, or is still damp from yesterday. But the one thing I love about wet, slippery track is the chances of mistakes, and we saw them yesterday by the dozen. And then you also people trying something, you're like, he'd never make that stick, and then he does, turn 2. But you know what I mean, don't you? In the dry, it's still awesome, but come on, I wouldn't mind a bit of rain again. Don't think we're going to get it today.
Yeah, it's great for us watching on, isn't it, with the condition being changeable like that. But as a driver, you want the grip to be consistent, don't you? So you can really lean on the car and be confident that the grip's going to be there when you turn in, whether that's full wet or full dry. But as we discussed, it's that mixed conditions that's really horrible.
Lundelander into the Joker. That's a little sneaky look at it. Comes out to the merge. Going to take this one and give us a bit of an idea of what the times are going to be like. 2:24.6. Now, if I have a look at yesterday, yeah, 2:25.4 for Hallinan in the first session. So that is quicker than Hallinan went. Was Q1 dry for those guys? Yes, it was, wasn't it? Yeah. So, that is a very competitive time. I don't think it was dry for the rest of the day. Hagström did a 2:27.5. He went in the last run, didn't he? And it was at its driest again at that point. But nearly all the categories, you know, somebody went in the wet and somebody went in the dry, so the timesheets really were a bit jumbled up yesterday. Somehow our championship leaders have managed to be somewhere near the sharp end, although Uito in junior cross car is down in P8 from qualifying at the moment with his rivals ahead of him. I don't think he'd be too worried right now. Junior cross car, though, the biggest entry here, got 25 plus cars, I think it is. And we've shown you all sessions as well. So normally we only have time to bring you Q3 for junior cross car when we do a double header. It just it's not physically possible to get it all done. But this weekend, because this of course is just a single event over 2 days, we did bring you all the qualifying sessions for junior yesterday. So hello if you've been watching all weekend. Joachim Lunderlander sets the pace for the first race, 2:24.618. Just check that throttle's still working, yeah, lads. Okay. Svedlund, Soderholm, Nason, Oskarsson and Suono. Oh, late start for Suono, gets blown away off the line. Got that completely wrong. Middle of the grid, it's Nason who's going to get down to turn 1 first, shutting the door on Svedlund on the inside line. Suono just seemed late on the reactions and then almost in the wrong gear, it seemed.
Really trying the grip there down into turn 2. So dusty now compared to yesterday, isn't it? And it's quite difficult to know where the grip is going to be. That big bump in the middle of the corner, that's been there a long time here in Strängnäs. And these junior guys really having to find the limit of how sideways you can be, because it's that's you know, in a junior cross car, that lip is actually very big compared to a supercar, which would just ride over it. So a lot of learning in these early laps. Of course, they only got a couple of laps this morning in warm-up.
It was interesting, wasn't it, what Kevin Eriksson said yesterday, that in the wet, the bump is particularly tricky because you want to rotate early. And in the dry, he said, you know, you can go over the bump with your wheels straight. The point we're making here, really, if you go over it with too much steering lock on, you can knock a tyre off the rim. So watch for this bump in this corner here as Nason comes through. Here it is. So there. So as you transition from the gravel onto the tar, if you go through there with a load of lock and you can push your tyre off, and Kevin was saying in the dry you're all right because you know you'll have grip on the exit. In the wet you want to go through there a bit sideways, so it's quite hard for them to judge yesterday.
They've also done a lot of work to the track overnight, haven't they? The local club doing a great job to maintain the gravel sections here, and that bump is nowhere near as pronounced at the moment as it was yesterday afternoon.
They have to do a fair bit of track maintenance, aren't they? They've got a busy 3 weeks ahead of them, so this is their first of 3 events. Rallyx here this weekend, Nitro RX here next weekend. You get your tickets for that online if you want to come and join us. That's going to use an extension loop over at the far end of the track, so as they come over the tarmac jump, they'll go straight on over a gap jump into a long right-left gravel section, and in fact they'll go straight on into the Joker where these guys are turning right into it, and they'll turn left onto the straight. You might get a little glimpse of the dirt section in the background at some point. And then the week after that, Swedish Championship, I think, Hal?
Yep, we had the SM finale, didn't we, with Arvika, the final round of Rallyx last year. Not quite the same schedule this year because Rallyx finishing that a little bit earlier before the end of July. Quite strange to finish a championship quite so early in the year, isn't it? Although it's been very packed with the round so far. So yeah, the Swedish Championship guys coming here for their penultimate round in a few weeks.
There's a really good look at the Joker. You've got it as close as you can to that left-hand side, and you can't obviously run out into the tyres. We were convinced somebody would end up in the tyres yesterday, but they didn't. Nason with a 2:27.6 wins this one, but 3 seconds off the pace of Lunderlander, and actually that 2:27.6 will be only good enough for P4 at the moment. Still a good time though. Remember, it's fastest first in Rallyx. Off the line there, you saw Suono just left sitting. Right-hand side of your picture, left-hand side of the grid. Hal Ridge has popped outside. I don't know if he's going for a weather check like yesterday, but he's gone. Nason with Soderholm in P2. There's that little tarmac jump at the end of the lap. Now I know what Hal went to get. It wasn't a weather report. He's going to get a Rallycross legend for us, who's going to join us in the commentary box for a little while. So we will get him set up with a microphone, and then we'll introduce you to him in just a few moments' time. So there, the crowd enjoying the sun's gone in a bit, but it's nice and dry. Emil Nason takes the win, 2:27.6. So good run for Nason. Problems though for some people in the paddock. Molly is down at JC with Philip German. Apparently got some issues. Molly, what's going on?
Yeah, just walking past JC, I did notice something walked in. Unfortunately, not the best news. Philip, what's wrong?
We have discovered we have a quite big crack in the intake manifold. So we're trying to repair it now to Q4. So yeah, let's hope we can fix it.
Was this something you noticed in warm-up?
Yeah, it feels like it bugged down like 2 times. So yeah, I hope we can repair it.
Yeah, what do they do to try and fix that?
First we try to weld it. Then it's hard to weld it on the under. So yeah.
Frustrating after everything going so well for you so far.
Yeah, we had a good day yesterday, so I had high hopes for today. So, yeah.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Poor old Philip German is just not looking at all happy there, is he? Here's a man who looks a bit happier. It's Kenneth Hansen, Rallycross legend. Woo!
Thank you, Andrew.
Hello, mate. How are you?
Hello, mate. Very well, thank you.
Good to see you, mate. Good to see you. That's disappointing, isn't it? Like for German and obviously JC, you've been in that situation, I'm sure, a million times. You parked the car last night, everything's mint, you come to it this morning. What the hell's happened? So it's a bit of work for the team to do. Philip looks really disappointed. I think they'll bodge that, will they, for this session, and then try to properly fix it for the semis, maybe?
Possible. It depends how it looks, of course, and I see they're trying what they can and try to do some solution. Even if they try something now, they have a little more time to try it for semi-finals after. So let's hope they get it going.
We'll see. We will see. This one is Atterblad, Pettersson, Campy, Rosmalm and Campy on the outside. So 2 Campys in here. That's the 55 and the 22. Don't come together. I'm assuming it's let me see, Hugo Campy and Miro Campy. Yeah, it's definitely family, and that's just not what you need in turn 1. There's another thing that Kenneth Hansen's used to. Kenneth, how's it going? You guys are getting ready for the World Championship. We know obviously you're building your electric cars. You know, the start is in 3 weeks, I think, in Norway and Hell. How are you getting on?
We are getting on. Yeah. No, we are. I mean, we see the light in the tunnel a little more now. It was 1 month ago. It was difficult, but now we are starting to get together and we are starting up our cars or switch on our cars this week. So yeah, hopefully we will be able to do a small shakedown in the end of the week.
So it must be so strange for you, because obviously the technology is so completely different. I mean, how many years' experience have you got in Rallycross? How long have you been doing this for?
It's some years at least.
Oh, yeah. He's only 25, so not that long. So you got all that experience with internal combustion, and now suddenly someone's gone, here's a battery pack and some motors. Like, was it a bit daunting, like trying to build the cars? Was it like, were you on the phone a lot? How do you do it?
Yeah, I mean, it's a completely new thing, and I think actually that's what we need. I mean, after all these years in the sport, I need some kick also to be something new that I don't understand, and that gives also boost and energy to be into it again. So I look at very positive, even if I don't know exactly what it is. And we are quite a lot in the hands of the engineers also, how to set the. I mean, before we had the prop shop between front and rear. Now it's just a computer between front and
yeah.
And how to do that, how to set it up, and then the driver's comments together with that. We will learn.
That's one of the key things, isn't it? Because I know from Start and the Project E, of course, then there's been the RX2E, hasn't there? There's the FC1X, which does have a prop shop. Then there's the World RX car, the RX1E. And everybody, it's all about getting that feel, isn't it, between front and rear. As you say, it's not a mechanical thing on the world cars and the RX2E. RX2Es seem to be decent. The Project E car always looked really tricky. This is into the joke lap. Pettersson on the final lap, going to come out in front, I think. Is he going to challenge the top times? No, it's not. Oh, into the tyres on the outside, just about for Rosmalm. Pettersson does take it with a 2:27.2, but not at the top of the timesheets. So yeah, you've got to create that feel electronically.
Yeah. And I mean, I tried the test car, and the feeling was very good.
Is that the Skoda?
Yeah. I was surprised that it felt so well, and so little heavier that you could feel on lap 3, 4, but the rest felt very comfortable and good. But it's also that if you set up a car which is very comfortable, it's not sure it's good timing there. So that's a balance also.
Do you remember Timmy at Estering? It was, and I remember he'd said about the car, he was finding it hard to drive, and I think, Kenneth, you said to him, "You're not on holiday," and it was something along those lines, because it was basically, yes, it's harder to drive, but it's faster.
And that's good to remember sometimes, because it can be tricky and so, but it can be efficient. So it's important that. When I see the cross carts here, we were out on warm up this morning, and the truck is a little different this day. I don't know if you could notice that, but I mean, we have a little difference in the joker lap. It's a little more tight there on the left-hander before you exit. And also the corner 2, 3 over there, I think you call it 2. Yeah. There it's quite rough. So,
yes, the bump onto the tarmac, we've noticed that.
So if you set up the car for that, it's not perfect on the rest of the track. So it gives a little problems.
Yeah, sure. And when you say the Joker's different, have they moved the cones a little?
Yeah, it's much more tight there on the exit, and we saw now how tight it was for this cross car there. It was almost in the tires there. So
can't hide anything from Kenny Howley.
You can't. Yuri Pilevsky, your driver in the yellow squad team, he had a poor time in practice, some 5 seconds off the pace or something. Were you saving tyres, exploring something else? What was going on there for you guys?
No, we tried the Joker lap twice, so that was the reason of that. And that was good because it was quite new. So learn more on that, and it's important.
Hallinan on the inside line here doesn't get the best start this time. It's championship leader Michael Uito who gets down and gets the whole shot. You might get passed around the outside. Got the inside line for turn 2 though. Uito needs to keep this clean. Has lost out here. Swonu, yeah.
Swono beautifully set the car up there on the entry into 2. That's where Kenneth was talking about it being that little bit rougher. There's Hallinan getting in the back of Ylälami. Hallinan's going to look to the inside now behind Swono. Uito's got ahead. This could be the final, Andrew. There's some really competitive drivers in this
Great
race.
pass by Hallinan there, wasn't it? Really tidily done. That's the move that we've seen Kevin Eriksson make a couple of times. Got Ylälami there. Uito in command in terms of championship positions and now out front here. Nicely done. Again, imagine the pressure on these kids. Just crazy.
Yeah, and he did well there, didn't he, to avoid any contact in the first couple of corners and to get ahead, especially in that run down to 2, which is so much faster now. You can carry the speed. Look how much speed they carry through the exit of turn 1. A lot more air now over the jump. And this is the area Kenneth was talking about, the rough gravel section over that little bump, back onto the tarmac, down into turn 2.
And you can see, though, they can go through there straight now. Exactly what we said yesterday. Keep the suspension and the wheels straight, then you don't risk pushing that tyre off over that bump and just wait for the grip to come up in the tarmac. So Uito, strange to see, isn't it, these super quick drivers a little later in the standings, but that's because yesterday it was really wet at the start of the session when the quick guys were out. So the quick drivers got the worst of the track conditions, which is what, of course, Andreas Eriksson likes with fastest bursts. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Into the Joker, that's where Kenneth Hansen said it's tight. I see there, Kenneth, they're out wider.
Exactly, that last cone there makes a big difference.
So when did you spot that? Did you walk it this morning, or did you... Because if you've done the Joker twice, you already knew about it, so or were you watching the feed from other classes this morning?
When we walked the track this morning, we saw it was a difference there, but you never know before the driver is in the car and notice, and then the notice was quite big, so then we understood.
Okay, so then that's why 2 Jokers and no standard laps. You know your way around the standard lap, don't you? Go on, Hal, what you saying?
Uito's flying here, isn't he? Done the fastest lap of the session so far. Still needs to take the Joker on this final lap. We'll get the rotation done. That's beautifully set up into there, isn't it? Continues the rotation to make it 1 complete corner. Will he beat Hallinan to the line? Yes, he's comfortably going to do that, isn't he? And I think it's going to put him to the top of the timesheets. The 2:23.
Oh, he misses out by 1,000. No, sorry,
No,
it gets it. No, so the second, yeah, almost to the 1,000th. I thought he'd missed it. The clock didn't stop and then goes back. Super close.
It's quite hard for us to work out where the finish line is because it's not really defined on the.
There's 2 checkered flag boxes on either side. Like, you just see the left-hand one underneath the number 5 on the grid there, but that's it. Yeah, you can't paint gravel, can you? Sadly.
We can, but
it doesn't last very long. Yeah. There's always lines painted on the side of the NRX tracks. I'm like, I don't know how long that's going to last.
This is Uito, the blue cross car on the inside in the run down into 2. Beautiful move that. Up the inside, gets a big old push in the back from Ylälami, who in turn's getting hit by Hallinan. Uito didn't seem to have the best drive, but something must have happened to Swono on the outside, because he didn't have the momentum out of the corner.
I love this. Look, it's so obvious. Watch the steering angle here. There is barely any movement in the steering wheel, doing as much work as possible on the pedals. Kenneth, how impressed are you by these kids? And I guess you keep an eye on it. Obviously, we all know motorsport's expensive, so sadly, talent isn't going to be enough for them to make it all the way. But I guess you do keep an eye on who's coming up through the categories.
Yeah, of course we do, and it's amazing how good they are. I mean, you see that corner he made there, 1 point on the steering, and he keeps it there. It's fantastic.
It's good to see, isn't it? Unfortunately, for all you young drivers out there, Kenneth has got a couple of drivers with the same surname. So at the minute, there are no seats available at Hansen.
That's not true. You know, we have seats available.
We do have seats available. Okay, maybe not in the electric cars just yet, but maybe soon.
Maybe soon, yeah. We want to have more electric cars, so why not?
Okay, there we go. So a big fleet at Hansen. I'm looking forward to seeing the car. When's the reveal going to be?
I think it will be, I mean, the real reveal will be just before the race in Norway on the Thursday. So that's the first time we will see the cars. We will do an official test, of course, together and see where it goes. And that will be a very important learning days.
Yeah, awesome. You're going to have a test livery for the test, or is it just you're going to run them in white? How
The time is quite limited, you know, so perhaps not too much test
Kenneth,
livery.
I want a test livery. I want to see a white car with something really cool on it. Everybody message Kenneth on Instagram and tell him you want to see a test livery. Let's give them a bit more work to do. I think they've got enough work, to be honest. Final race for Crosscar Junior here in Q4. Nordstrand, Anderson, Kinnunen, Solly and Niemi. Niemi with a great start on the outside line, middle of the grid. Kinnunen going well in the red car, but on the inside it is Anderson from slot number 2 on the grid who's going to get in there first. Niemi trying to come around the outside. Anderson's got the inside line now. The Niemi a little bit too loose. Going to get past here for P3, dropping down. There's those bumps. It really is breaking up on that braking zone now. And as they get later and dig into that more, Hal, there's every chance that's going to get a bit worse. Yeah, will do. That will evolve through the session. Sensible there from Niemi to roll out of the throttle that little bit over the jump and just tuck back into third rather than trying to hang it around the outside. Of course, we'd never see anyone make an overtake around the outside there into turn 2. Go back and watch yesterday's stream, everyone, if you want to know what that's all about. But yeah, sensible there. That's what comes with maturity, knowing when to give up a position and settle for a clean corner rather than fight them all the way. You hear these guys on the limiter so much more. That's a bit much curve, isn't it? Oh, might lose out. Gets the car unsettled and pushed a little bit wide. That's Anderson. Nordstrand having a look now. Look at the bumps in this braking zone. That can run you just a bit deep. Nordstrand's head down, maximum attack now, trying to find a way past. Anderson did well to hold on to that, but I think a little bit too much curb there, Hal. Yeah, and you could see with the loss of momentum on the exit as well, just cost quite a lot of time. Nordstrand a little bit held up. He was brilliant on the second day in Riga for the penultimate weekend of this Rallyx Championship, and yeah, Anderson is a bit out of position as well, like you say, racing in this very last race of the session. This is effectively the slowest race from Q3 yesterday afternoon. Oh, it is a much tighter there from the drone shot on the exit of the Joker, and Nordstrand dropped back down the order, but of course most of these guys yet to Joker. Yeah, Kinnunen and Niemi. Unfortunately, Nordstrand going there. The thing is, how with only 3 laps in qualifying, look at the commitment from Anderson through the long right-hander there. Set that up really early. With only the 3 laps in quali, now look, Nordstrand stuck amongst this, going to go up the inside of Kinnunen. Actually done well to get through both those cars. But when there's only 3 laps, you don't have a lot of choice in terms of tactics. Had to go early there and ended up in traffic. Oh, Niemi comes in hot round the outside, coming in hot. Yeah, Kenneth, as a spotter, we'll just go to the end of this race and then talk to you a little bit about that as Anderson sends it into the Joker for the final time. Nordstrand's lost out too much, I think. I think Anderson might be able to get the time here, Hal. Look at the bottom of the screen. It's going to be close between the 2:23.6, which is the time to beat at the minute, 2:23.0. Anderson goes fastest, wins the session in the final race. Nicely done. Nordstrand lost out there, battling in the traffic, but had no option really but to Joker a lap early and try and mix it up, because otherwise he was stuck behind Anderson, not really able to find a way through with their pace being so similar. Kenneth, these 3-lap races, you're a very experienced spotter, but these 3-lap races really change the dynamics of a rallycross race, don't they? Because it doesn't give you the options to mix up the strategy. No, that's true. I mean, it feels like it's 1 lap too less, and we can't play a lot, so it's the options are very little. So I think rallycross could be better if we had 1 more lap. Yeah, this concept, of course, made to facilitate the double headers, but on a single race weekend, 4 laps would definitely give you more option. Yeah, definitely. There was that line over the curbs. It was optimistic, let's say, not optimal. Probably hurt quite a lot as well as it crashed out on the big curbs here. Can also see that the line is starting to get a little wider now, because in the beginning after the warm-up or on the warm-up also it was quite dusty, so we had a very narrow line, and as more cars go and sometimes mistakes, it makes it a little wider, it makes the options a little more. Yeah, you could do with a few people running wide, can't you? Just cleaning the line just a little bit wider. Yeah, good. Want to see mistakes earlier on. Here is the result of that final cross-car race. Lucas Anderson and Carl Pettit, Nordstrand 2:23.0, 2:23.1. If Nordstrand hadn't had to Joker on lap 2, which he did have to because it's only a 3-lap race, you've got to do an alternate strategy if you want a chance of getting in front. Mega quick, but unfortunately loses out by 1/10 of a second. However, that will be good enough for P1 and P2 overall in Q4. And here are the intermediate standings for Crosscar Junior at the end of qualifying.
Lucas Anderson takes it at the top. Michael Uito, though, down in P6 in the standings. That will be enough to see Uito crowned champion of Cross Kart Junior before the semi-finals. Well done to Michael Uito. Brilliant result. We'll make sure we give that a big up because, unfortunately, you can't tell whether they're going to be champion in qualifying until the other cars have finished their races. So we'll make sure to give Michael some love when he comes out for his semi-finals. Molly, a few moments ago, caught up with Niklas Gronholm.
Niklas, a pretty perfect day for you yesterday, but the weather is doing something different today. It's hot out there. You've been out for warm-up. How different was it?
A bit different, yeah. Now the track is I think, gonna develop pretty good throughout the day. Now it was proper grip for the first time, and I think it's just gonna get better. We could already see in warm-up that the times were quite a lot better. Yeah, it's nice. It's a lot nicer with this weather. You know, it's not so unpredictable.
You were very happy with your starts yesterday. Did you feel that as well on the warm-up, that it's good on the dry as well?
Yeah, I think it was good. It's always a bit difficult to say when you don't, you know, have the guys next to you. But yeah, it felt okay, and I think there's always something to improve, and we'll try to do the best we can.
And what do you think about the tyre wear? Because obviously you saved some tyres with the wet yesterday. Is it quite high, the wear out there?
Yeah, difficult to say, as we did Q1 and Q3 on wet. So yeah, I think it's okay. It's not, shouldn't be a big issue. I think we have some good tyres.
Good luck.
Thank you.
These are the standings in Cross Car. After Q3, Oscar Anderson at the top of the table, Elias Svensson P2, Jimmy Osterberg P3, Hallberg P4, Merstad P5. Championship standings for them at the moment. It's Oscar Anderson leading from Hallberg, Thomas Eek, Merstad, Elias Svensson and Ronald Spald into the top 5 with drop scores taken into account. It is fairly complicated. I will be campaigning very hard to have no dropped scores next year because it just means it's really hard to figure out who's going to win right at the end of the year. I get it when somebody wants to miss a round, but our rounds have mostly been double headers anyway, so it's pretty tricky to miss a round, isn't it, Hal? Unless, you know, you're going to pop off to a wedding or something on a Sunday. Here we go then, on to Cross Car. Anderson, Svensson, Hallberg, Osterberg and Haldammen on the outside. Middle of the grid, almost a wheelie again for Hallberg. Super squeeze between them. Osterberg going to try and go around the outside line. Jimmy Osterberg manages to get the whole shot, carry speed through. He's in the roost on the outside now. Got to get on the brakes early. Hallberg trying to come around the outside. Is Haldammen in P3, looking for that inside line. Haldammen was so spectacular yesterday. P2 at the minute, I think, is Oscar Anderson. It is, so Osterberg leads.
Yep, championship leader in second, nearly got the big squeeze into the first corner, but lucky to have his teammate Patrick Hallberg on the outside. Just gave each other that little bit of room. The Hansen brothers are so good at that, aren't they? Giving themselves that bit of racing room. Great move from the Hallberg Motorsport guys to do that through turn 1. Anderson Jokers.
Great move there as well from Haldammen in the background, but just look at the momentum that was lost with just having to lift out the throttle for a split second. Haldammen chucks it in on the lock stops around the outside. Absolutely spectacular addition to this category. Really impressed.
He was really sending yesterday, wasn't he? Getting the car really rotated all the time. Not so much on the entry to 2 there because you can't afford to lose that momentum. These cross cars look spectacular, don't they? But it's all such a fine margin between being 2 sideways and losing that momentum on the entry, as you see there on the way into 4. And Haldammen's got a problem.
Yeah, Haldammen must have gone to go slow there. Svensson nearly collected the back of him, got away with it. So Haldammen's on just in the dip there. The car suddenly went slowly. I thought Svensson had just an amazing exit, but it was too much. And I think he's pulled off to the side of the track. In the background, can we see it? We can't at this point. Osterberg leads, Anderson has jokered, Svensson too. Haldammen dropped off the back of the pack. What a shame, just after we were saying how spectacular he's been.
5.7 the gap, sorry Andrew, yeah, 5.7 the gap between Anderson and Osterberg. This is the first indication we're going to get in this category of what the Joker Delta's going to be with this slightly different configuration and in the bone dry conditions.
Listen to the RPM as well. When we were on the drone shot a minute ago, we saw flames coming at the back of Spencer's car. Here comes Osterberg. Saw him this morning just sitting, chilling in his tent on his phone, staying nice and calm before coming out to do battle. Osterberg going to take this one to 12.4 rapid. So So yesterday's winning times were 2:14 in Q3. What was it? 2:13.2 in Q1. That's a 2:12.4. So I think Q2 was wet. Trying to see who won it. That was won by Hugo. Yeah, the 2:23. So that's the fastest time of the weekend so far for Jimmy Osterberg. Sorry, Kenneth, you didn't get a look in there, mate.
No, it was nice to see, and they're quick and nice maneuvers there.
You've had a go in cross car, haven't you?
Yeah.
Didn't you do the Legends race?
Yeah, I did.
How did you get on?
Let's talk about something else.
You and Graham Rodemark both not, let's say, suboptimal, weren't you?
You know, we were in Höljes, and I felt I had a quite good practice. But then I think it was Österberg who came and passed me in the left-hander before the velodrome on the outside. Then I understood this is not a good pace.
I'm not as good as I thought I was, says the 14 times champion. But that's amazing, mate.
It's very different, you know, to do a supercar. They are very fast and aggressive, but these are so light. So when you think of braking, you just need to wait a while. I mean, you brake when you're in the corner.
We said this yesterday. I think that's the hardest part about it. When I've driven the RX 150s in the UK, it almost scares me a bit because it's so late on the race.
And they are so forgiving in the suspension. You can see they can take mostly off the curbs and things. So they just handle it.
They're wild.
It's fantastic, but you need to get into that, you know, momentum and flow.
Jimmy Osterberg wins with a 2:12.4. It's the fastest time of the weekend so far, and Molly is down there with him now.
Jimmy, you're looking pretty pleased with that.
Yeah, after this season, it feels really good to finally find a good speed on the track. So yeah.
What is it you like about this track?
It's a bit tricky. I like it more now with the jumps and all that, but it's still tricky.
And good to be out there on the dry?
Yeah, it feels better. Yesterday was really hard when it was raining, dry. So, but it's the same for everybody. So.
Thank you.
Good to hear all the drivers saying they like the addition of the jumps. More jumps coming next weekend. More cross cars coming now. Riku Hukar on the inside. Teammate Pasi Penttinen next to him. Then it's Wilsberg, Merstad and Ugar. Oh, I love it. Oh, massive wheelie from Hukar on the inside line. Hooked that rear end up, finds the grip. Contact between him and Penttinen. Round the outside, I think it's Merstad who got picked up on two wheels. Hukar runs a bit deep, drops a couple of places, back goes to the inside line, hits his teammate Penttinen. Up over the curbs on the inside line. Hukar gets the whole shot, but will the stewards have a word about that? P2 is Wilsberg. That was carnage.
Absolute chaos. Hukar is nothing but entertaining to watch. Always big wheelie off the line, and then absolute chaos after turn two. Not really sure what happened. There is Martin Ugar parked at the side of the road. He was the collateral damage in all of that, but now it's sorted itself out that little bit. Hukar sends it into the final corner on the opening lap.
I loved the angle over the jump, Hal. It was optimistic from the rear, wasn't it? I mean, we might have a drone shot that we can take a look back at afterwards. We'll see, but spectacular off the line. Flashing yellows here because the car parks on the outside line. Hukar looking like he's absolutely respected that flashing yellow light.
With the biggest jump of the weekend so far.
And then backing it in on the lock stop. So yeah, no, I lifted. I did lift.
Do you remember Mika Hakkinen used to just have a little bit of a wave at the yellow flag, still be absolutely flat out through the corner, but just have a little bit of a wave. I know it's there.
Yeah, I have lifted. Kenneth, it's tricky, isn't it, when you see a yellow flag and you know that qualifying is on timing. You know, he will have seen where the car was, but it is hard.
Yeah, but they pick it up. So I mean, they are doing it well, and if they see a yellow flag, even if it looks like they are flat out, they know the problem and they're respecting it. So.
And of course, that's one of the big values of the spotter, because the spotter can generally give you that information, you know, tell you where the car is, and if it's in the road, you can say, you know, you need to be careful.
Absolutely, that's an important thing from the spotter to give this for safety things. Of course, we have a job to do with the Joker lap and give feedback about that, but also for safety, it's very important.
Keep your drivers up to speed with what's going out on the track. Out on the track even. Wilsberg, the leader from Penttinen. They haven't jokered. Hukar has and is 4.5 back. Into the Joker lap now goes Wilsberg and Penttinen. Whereabouts is Hukar? Anywhere near enough or not? I'm not sure.
Should be. 4.5 is about the window, I think.
Where is he, Hal? There in the background? No.
No.
Hukar dropped back, so there was. I thought that when we saw the shot of the tarmac jump in the background, Hukar didn't seem close enough to me.
No, and it's Merstad who crossed the line of the first two of Jokered, so Merstad's going round again as well.
So Martin Juger taking a look at the car. Well, my favourite things about cross car is you've no idea how old the driver is. Yeah, they can be 50 or they can be 16. Look at the wheelie on the inside. Yes to wheelies, like, I don't know, hashtag yes to wheelies, basically. That's what I want. I want that on social media. That big wheelie start line. What are we going to do, Peter? You going to sort it? Shouting at Peter at the back of the room. He's just shaking his head at me. Shut up, Coley. There's the move. Oh,
Merstad was in the air and landed in the rear of Juger. There's Penton getting all crossed up here, all of the barriers. But look
here
at this.
Here it is. Look at the angle on Hukar. So Jugar's gone slowly. Hukar's avoided Jugar. So that's why the angle's on. He's already on a go-slow, and he's jumped to the inside, picked up his teammate Penton, who's then gone through that huge mud dip on the inside line.
But then Merstad's been in the air, and there's nothing. Like, he'll have seen that he's closing on the stationary car in front, but there's nothing you can do about it at that stage, and collected the rear.
His back hurts.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Yeah,
I wonder if we could see that again at some
I definitely
point.
want to see that again. I'm
that
sure
was
we
a
can.
big impact.
I'm sure we can. Wilsberg with the Norwegian flag on the windows and on the crash helmet. One of my favourite things about these cars is you get to see just how much work the drivers are doing. I wonder if we've got time, maybe just to look at that replay again of the jump from the front angle from the turn 2 camera. I'd love to if we've got it, but okay, yeah. So fair enough. They've gone. That's absolutely. He's fine, as you can see, but absolutely the right thing to do. And we will have time because they have to recover that car. So in a minute, I'm hoping we can see it again.
Interestingly, that contact obviously didn't do Merstad's car any.
Have a look at this. Sorry, Hal. So this is from the front. So look, you got on the outside. Sorry, on a go slow, and Hukar jumps inside. Watch Penton now on his rear wheel's got nowhere to go. He ends up in the one wet splash that's still out there. So to be fair to Hukar, definitely not.
Watch Merstad though on the left. He's in the air now. Jugar's lost drive.
Oh and no, he's on the brakes.
He's on the that's your natural instinct though. You know, you're closing on something, you go on the brakes, but when there's nothing on the ground, the brakes are doing nothing at all.
I'm afraid that's a fair old hit. It really is. So obviously.
And it's a shock as well because it won't have, like, you maybe anticipate that it's going to happen, but you can't see the moment of impact.
I got run at the back of in a pit lane when I was instructing in buggies once at no speed at all, took 2-3 mile out, and it really hurt. Like, I was really surprised how much. I was stationary at the time, which is worse, but that was a fair old whack, wasn't it, Kenneth?
I hope that pain he had in the back there is just because of the hit.
Yeah.
So he got something and not because of a landing or hard like that, because that can be a different thing.
Well, Kevin, of course, this year, he spent a lot of time in rehab, hasn't he, basically, for his back injury from Extreme E.
The dangerous thing is when they're bottoming these cars, because then all the force go into the chassis, and the seat is mounted stiff, so that makes it directly into the back of the driver. So that's a dangerous thing. Yeah. So it's important to get that it never really bottoming.
How do you find, as we're talking of Extreme E, and obviously Kevin got a bit unlucky with his injury there, how do you find it watching the boys when you're not there? Because as a general rule, of course, you've always run the boys, and now suddenly they're off being paid by other teams, they've spread their wings, they've left the family nest, and they're racing for someone else. It must be weird, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's so good because we are listening to you, so
Kenny.
It's absolutely fantastic.
Checks in the post.
No, it's difficult, of course, but you need to let it go. And, when they started to compete, and I was on Rallycross, Timmy was on Formula, Kevin was on karting, it was very difficult. But after a while, you get used to it. And so, of course, I'm into it, and I follow it very well, but I can't really do anything. So.
Sometimes I FaceTime Kenneth or Susan when practice is on, because when we're in the London studio, and we have a feed of the practice for Extreme E, which doesn't go out in a TV show. Well, little bits of it do. So I'll be like, I'll FaceTime someone. So I FaceTime Kenneth or Tommy or something. It's quite fun. They're like, do you want to watch? Oh, yeah, we do, yeah. So they're sitting there watching. And I get messages going, well, send me the timing link again. So it's
good to have you there. So we can get some information.
It's a pleasure. You've been very good to me over the years. There's German's car. They are working on a fix on that. And Molly caught up with Enland a few moments ago. So let's have a catch up with Molly and Enland from just a few moments ago before we get this track cleared up and go racing again.
Martin, you're eating ice cream on a fairly early Sunday morning before you go racing. What's the reason for that?
I have a little bit of a fever, so not feeling very good, but I will try to do my best today, but it's hard to do anything and to push when your body doesn't feel that good.
But ice cream helps.
yeah, at least it tastes good and so on. But I will try to do my best today, and yeah.
Oh, this is tough for you because you were not well in Riga either.
No, so it's been 2 tough weekends in a row, and I've been trying to calm down and so on, but it has been just not my way. It hasn't worked my way the last couple of races. So.
And the adrenaline, does that help you at all when you're out there on track?
Of course, you get your elbows out, but the last push, you don't really get it, so it's quite hard actually.
So how are you feeling about the day? What's the game plan?
I mean, we will try to do the best for the championship, and after that we will see. But yeah, we'll go flat out as much as my body can hold up. So yeah, we'll try.
Well, we hope you feel better.
Thank you.
Yes, early doors ice cream. Why not?
I'd like an ice cream.
Would you?
Yeah.
Well, if I would.
Can't you tell?
I'm trying to think what I'd like.
Why are you looking at my stomach?
Because you were patting it. If you missed yesterday's stream, you must go and have a look. I think me and Hal may have gone more off-piste than ever before. So do go out and find it. You'll have to watch hours of it, I'm afraid, to find the worst of our off-piste, but that's fine. Troitra, Bowdins, Eganson, Anderson. 3 cars on the inside line, Bowdins in between them, trying to find a way. Troitra's backed out on the inside line, just not quite enough rotation in the car to carry the speed through. Bowdins look like having the whole shot, but 2 cars up the inside now. Oh, Bowdin's going to hold on, going deep on the brakes in the speed car Wonder Machine. Got to get on the throttle early and try and pull that back round. Alex Gustafsson into P2, but a great job by Bowdins there, Hal. That was 3 cars wide through turn 1 and up to the jump.
Yeah, brilliant. And I thought that Troitra had made the right decision there, actually, by bailing in the first corner and tucking to the inside, but it just didn't quite work out for him. All this battling, of course, is taking the championship fight to the semi-finals later on today, because Oscar Anderson really needed a lot of cars between him and teammate Patrick Hallberg if he was to seal the title before the end of qualifying, and it's just not really working out for him, is it? Especially with the fighting in the last race, a 47-0 for Bowdins last time around. That's a pretty good opening lap, but the track, as Kenneth Hansen was saying, is starting to clean that little bit. Not so much in turn 2 there, but you can see the clean line all the way through this middle sector, which is so difficult. Look how sideways Troitra gets. It's really off camber there. He really misses the apex, doesn't he? And it's a big compression down here, and then you don't really see it on television, but a big climb then up to the jump.
Look at the distance lost, Hal, by missing the apex by like 2 metres. Not maybe 1.5 metres, but the trouble is then you're offline for the next corner as well. And we've said this class is so close. There are so many good drivers who are on top of their cars that little mistakes like that will drop you 2 or 3 places.
Yeah, and I love that for this this category, that it's those fine margins, and those margins are all the bigger when the conditions are so dry, because no one else is making those same mistakes. When it's all over the place like it was yesterday, you can almost get away with making those bigger mistakes because you know that everyone else is going to do that at some point over their 3-lap run.
Dust causing a few vision problems definitely in the background. They'll try very hard not to wet the track, obviously, in the middle of a session, because that's not what anybody wants. Look at the rubber going in, and now as well you can see people hooking a wheel actually off the inside here, how they're hooking a wheel almost over the inside line of that last corner. Bowdins coming out to take the checkered flag. 2:15.3, so not as fast as we've seen so far. Osterberg on a 2:12.4, but 2:15.3 would see him slotting in P3 at the moment. So good drive by Bowdins.
Didn't quite hook up the Joker lap like other people have done, because his best lap was only a couple of tenths off the best of the session, but lost a bit more on that final tour. This is the first corner. Late on the brakes, Bowdins. He's confident on the brakes always, isn't he, in his speed car machine. And there's Troitra just getting squeezed to the inside by Gustafsson.
I like Ronalds. He's always smiling, isn't he, when you see him in the paddock? He's just all pleased to be here. Yeah, did you see his hand in Little Hill? He was absolutely massive, and he's like, I'm still going to race tomorrow. I was like, dude, you're going to need a bigger glove. Like, it was massive. He'd been leading a race, hadn't he, and then had a tech issue on the way up the hill. Look at that, just rotates the car in. I just love it. Brilliant.
You're going to mention his colourful gloves in a minute, aren't you?
Oh, I might do, yeah, I might well do.
It is nice being able to see the input.
Should have to wear them, actually.
Yeah.
Let's just make it a rule. You have to have the yellow line, you must wear colourful gloves so that me and Hal can...
Very rally.
Yeah, he's got it. Mate, you've got to have the yellow line on your wheel. You're nobody if you haven't got a yellow line on the wheel. What are you doing?
One of my favourite things
You've got to watch out for making mush in the bushes. What's he up to? Ronald Valdez with a 2:15.3 takes this one from Gustafsson, Eganson Jr., Treutherud and Anderson.
I forget who it was in Riga, but one of the junior cross cars had a big incident and broke the steering rack, or at least bent the steering rack badly. So to solve the problem, they just put a new bit of tape on the top of the steering wheel at 45 degrees out. And he was like, oh yeah, steering's broken on the interview with Molly. But it looked like it was fine because they put a new bit of yellow tape at the top.
So yeah, just cracked
fixed.
on.
Yeah,
good.
Put a black tape around the original bit.
Well, that works. It works. Gotherson, Ryler, Enholm and Agerheim. Long old hole before the green. Mega reaction time on the outside for Agerheim. Pulls a gear though, loses a place to Frida Enholm. Going to get the whole shot. Maybe Ryler looking to come through. Frida Enholm really impressed me at NRX at Lydden Hill. And he's doing an impressive job here as well, Hal. Oh, getting closed down on the brakes, gets clattered from behind. Agerheim too aggressive on the run into turn 2. Now backs out of it. Ryler then into the back of Agerheim. Ryler then gets a hit from Gotherson. Carnage.
Ryler was trying not to get in the back of Agerheim then and got a bit of a shove from Gotherson, just a bit clumsy. From no, I don't think there was anything
no, I think Agerheim just got a bit late. And the other thing, Hal, is where that braking zone is cutting up. If you're a tiny bit late, it's a bit like being a tiny bit late in the wet. Once the wheels start bouncing across that zone, you go too deep.
Yeah, and it's hard, isn't it? Because they haven't raced in these conditions so far. Just a couple of laps in warm-up earlier on, as we said, and you can really see there, you know, the loose isn't getting dragged onto the tarmac in the same. Well, look at that mid-corner speed. It's so high now compared to what it was yesterday.
Agerheim closed the gap there massively on Enholm. Here comes in hot again on the brakes into turn 2, trying to go all the way round the outside. Epic attempt. Agerheim's on like a massive sendy mission here.
Yeah, Enholm is done well there to cover the inside. Obviously, it has a spotter, so would have known that Agerheim was coming. Enholm gets a lot of rotation done before the corner entry phase there. Agerheim's got a great run. Will he go for the switchback?
Agerheim's getting frustrated here, and I think possibly should have gone joke. Now, okay, so Frida Enholm jokers early. That's a clever decision because it also affects Agerheim's speed onto the straight. Got to avoid Enholm. We discussed this yesterday, Hal, when we walked the track, Friday night, that you could, if you're leading, mug the person behind you by just going into that joker just a little bit slowly, putting them offline. Oh, the bouncing now in turn 2 is unbelievable.
Just had a message from Rainis Nittis, who's contradicting some of our setup advice to the cross-car drivers and that of Kenneth Hansen. I won't read exactly what he says because I haven't got a bleep machine in my text message system. But yeah, Rainis is a master at setting up a cross-car and did incredibly well in Riga.
I love hearing from the drivers when they're watching. Johan yesterday, Kristofferson messaged, he's like, I'm in Barcelona with Colin and his son. I was like, oh, nice, you're on holiday. He goes, yeah, and some business as well. He said, but I was like, oh, cool, are you going to be watching Q2? He goes, yeah, so I have nothing to do for the next 3 hours. So he's basically sitting in a bar. I don't think he was drinking, but sitting in a bar watching Rallyx on his phone. And I just think that's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Hello, Johan, if you're watching, and Rainis, obviously. Rainis sent us a message on the last one saying, say hello to everybody, and I don't think we got that out there in time. That was in Finland, wasn't it? I missed the message during the broadcast. Good to hear from you, Rainis. Rainis is a bit of a cross-car hot shoe now, isn't he?
He was, yeah. He was in Riga.
Yeah.
Made life hard for himself with a number of schoolboy errors, as I think he called them, novice errors. Kept crashing and pulling wheels off and stuff, but Agerheim had a big old lunge. I think that was less optimistic lunge, more arm flapping save, trying to not run Enholm up the back. Just break that a little bit earlier.
There is Enholm over the jump. Ended up 3rd. Where's Ryler going to slot in? Probably fairly well up the standings. Not sure that's going to be enough to be crowning any champions in this session. I think Agerheim, with only 4 cars in this race, should maybe have joked on lap 1. There's less chance of traffic, just you know you're in there, and obviously felt had quicker pace than Frida Enholm, but didn't, so there we go. Everyone looking pretty chilled, really, aren't they? It's not quite enough. There's a little pram at the back. Look, some youngsters being called in for their first ever Rallycross meeting. There's a few doggos here as well. Okay, Molly caught up earlier with Simon Olafsson. Let's go and hear what he had to say.
Simon, you have a comfortable championship lead. Yesterday was a pretty decent day. How do you feel about things so far?
Yeah, we are really happy with like the Q1 to Q3. We managed to get a stick and 3 seconds penalty in Q2, but we are still P2 in intermediate after Oliver. So I'm really excited for, yeah, but we are comfortable. We have a good speed, beautiful weather.
Yeah, the weather is great. I heard something interesting yesterday. How many races have you done with this?
Actually, my 100th race with this car, so yeah, decent.
Over how many years?
9.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I think you might have to win your 100th race with this car, huh?
Yeah, I will try.
Remind us what you need now to win the Supercar Lights category.
It's already done.
It's already done?
I think so.
Ah. Well, congratulations then.
Thank you, thank you. 9 years it took me, so yeah.
How does that feel?
I mean, it's been an amazing year. We are really happy with the pace we had. Yeah, ups and downs all the years, but yeah, everything has been just really good this year. So happy with the team, the people around me, sponsors, everything.
Well, enjoy the day.
Thank you.
So officially, he'll have done it when he gets the qualifying points at the end of Q4. So end of Q4 for cross car. Osterberg, Anderson, Hallberg, Svensson, Merstad are your top 5. And Anderson, Hallberg, Merstad and Svensson are the top 4 in the championship as well. So that's interesting. Hallberg, Osterberg, Anderson, you're just checking. Yes, so the top 4 at the end of qualifying in cross car are the top 4 in the championship. So that one is close, very close indeed. Okay, open two-wheel drive. After Q3, Victor Johansson leads from Joni-Pekka Raila and Simon Tiger. Some of these fantastic machines are out on the grid now. Victor Johansson, Joni-Pekka Raila, Simon Tiger, Enland and Olander. Great start by Raila, but might get out, dragged down to turn 1. Going to try and hold on. Johansson on the inside. Simon Tiger tucks up behind Johansson to push Raila out. Enland looking to the inside line, straightens up the BMW. Trying to go through with Tiger. Tiger gives Johansson just a tiny little tap. Johansson holds on, though, in that enormous Mercedes, which we're just so impressed by. All of these cars are incredible bits of kit. But there he goes, got the whole shot, got the lead, got the championship lead. Can he win the title today?
Bit of contact in the air between Raila and Enland. I thought that was going to go a bit worse than it did. Good bit of give in the bodywork to allow the BMW to run into the side of the Datsun fin. Such a variety in this category. I think Enland will joke out if Raila doesn't, but Raila was clearly going in, hugged the apex all the way around the final corner. That cost Enland as well, didn't it? Dropped off the back of this leading pair now. Johansson, who has been the consistently championship leader. Well, he hasn't led the championship throughout, but he's consistently at the front. Tiger, though, has just had a nightmare season, hasn't he, compared to what he had last year, and would love to finish this year on a high by winning this weekend.
Yeah, he won everything last year, bar a little DQ. Oh dear, that's Olander parked at the side of the road. But yeah, Johansson, we were having a chat this morning. We got a message from Aunt Stustol. Sorry, Aunt, I've probably got it. Aunt Stustol. There we go. I'm sure I've murdered your name. Send me a voice message and I'll say it properly. But yeah, saying that the Merc of Johansson is a mix of the Evolution 2 and the Class 1 rules from 1993 in the DTM. And sent us a couple of pictures of DTM cars. We were saying yesterday how much, obviously, it just reminded us of that DTM era. I just think it's epic to see it being used here. And you're going to see in the next race Marcus Norman's Merc, which is a new car, a CLK that he's built, which when me and Hal were walking through the paddock this morning, collecting various things we need for the day, we could hear it howling away. You could hear the supercharger from like, I don't know, half a mile away. It was epic.
And what I dislike about modern racing cars is how easy they are to drive in a slow environment. I love a racing car that you can't really drive in the paddock because the diffs are too tight, the lock's not enough.
The tickover's horrible.
Yeah, I know.
The clutch is harsh.
And yeah, Marcus Norman's car doesn't look particularly friendly
Tiger. Did he get him at the line?
Drive in the paddock.
He did. Simon Tiger got him at the line by 1/10 of a second.
That last lap was mega from Tiger. A 41.833. Just quicker than the best of Johansson. And clearly Johansson just didn't quite have as good a Joker lap as Tiger had done.
Another look at the start from the back. Ryler's getaway was absolutely fantastic.
He always has a good initial launch, doesn't he? But then the more powerful cars come stonking past. Took a lot of contact on this first couple of corners, didn't he, Ryler? A bit of a shove there from Johansson. Johansson wouldn't have known about that because it was the east wing of his Mercedes that was contacting the Datsun fin. Nothing to do with where he is in the car.
About 40 metres away. Trying to see what happened to Olander in the background, whether there was contact or whether the car just expired. Does land well, the Merc, doesn't it? It does land well, the Merc. There's a sentence you're not going to hear very often.
Do you think your house would land well off a jump?
No. It's massive, isn't
Similar
it?
sort of size.
It is, yeah.
I love it. Absolutely
so do
love
I.
it.
We absolutely do. The variety in this is brilliant. Need to try and get Thomas Vennerlein and come and do some more, don't we, in the Smurfmobile? That was the same car, roughly, as Ryler.
You need a big old car trailer to take Johansson's car between events,
wouldn't you? Yeah. A massive one. Would it fit in a race shuttle? I don't think it would. You'd have to take the rear wing off, I think. Tiger, 218.524, ahead of Victor Johansson, who is the champion-elect and actually can do it in qualifying. So it could be... according to where everybody else finishes in this next race, could be crowned the champion. So 3 cars on the lineup for this one because unfortunately, there he is. I didn't think he was coming, but he is. Ronnie Kingles just a little late to the party. Wasn't it Ronnie Kingles we said yesterday had the cool name?
Yes.
Yes, it was. That was what kicked off the off-piste conversation, wasn't it? So there you go. Should make it easier for you to find it in yesterday's stream. We went bowling last night. It was Molly's idea, underneath a multi-storey car park.
How did you get on, Andrew?
I was terrible, Hal. Hal won the first one, Molly won the second one. We're never going bowling again. Marcus Norman, no, Marcus, no. We've just been going on about how amazing your car is. Now he gets away finally, but it's Ronnie Kingles who gets the whole shot. Crazy Mike is in third. It's Joachim Larsen who is in P2. Right, that doesn't land quite as well as the Merc at this point, does it? But let's see what Marcus Norman can do in the 10 million horsepower Mercedes CLK at the back of this pack. There it is. Listen for it. You can't miss it. It's the only car you can hear at all times. It's a rotary engine, Hal, with a supercharger.
Yeah, a 3-rotor rotary engine, that as well, rather than the 2-rotor version in Tiger's BMW. It was the Tiger team that built this car for Marcus Norman. You may remember him from last year in his Mazda RX-8, but he wanted something a little bit different, and this car is quite a lot more refined. He gets a little bit wide on the entry into the Joker lap, being chased by Crazy Mike in his crazy-looking Toyota Yaris Evo 2.
Hal, listen to it. It's not even halfway down the straight. We're looking at turn 2. Listen, it's all you can hear is Marcus Norman's car. Yep, that's Marcus Norman's car, not Larson's car that you're looking at, and it's about half a mile away. It's just amazing.
I remember when Kevin Eriksson wrapped his Mazda RX-8, which actually had that engine in it, but without the supercharger at the time, and he wrapped it in the OMC workshops. And Kevin insisted that they push it outside before they started it up because it was so loud.
Because his tinnitus was already bad enough for many years in a Rallycross paddock. Here it is, here it is.
I don't think it's very well.
Oh no. Oh no. No. Marcus Norman's pulled up. Oh, he heads back to the paddock. That's a shocker. Right, come on then. Let's go, Ronnie Kingles. This is the moment. Going to try and chase down the time of Simon Tiger at the top of the timesheets. 218.5. Another mad machine.
Yeah, I love the variety, and hopefully we're going to see more of that next season as this class continues to gain support. I'd really like some of the Norwegian and Swedish Supernational guys to come because there's a lot of these cars around in Europe, and this is a great home for them.
There are some fantastic machines up in Norway, aren't there? I always remember being at hell when we had the support category up there in the World Championship, and there was just some amazing rear wings, which I suspect, unfortunately not as quick as Simon Tiger, but good effort, love it. I don't think many of the rear wings on these cars have been tested in a wind tunnel. Is that fair?
You just never know, do you?
Actually, you don't, to be fair. I mean, someone like Victor Johansson with the crazy homemade hybrid system, it wouldn't surprise me at all to find someone like him snapped up by a major motorsport team. This guy's clearly a genius. we must give him a job immediately. You know, you get a phone from a phone call from what is it, Mercedes High Performance? They'll be like, hi, yes, we have an F1 car that we need just a little more grunt on. Any chance you can have a look for us? Brilliant stuff. Open two-wheel drive, great fun. Is that enough or not? They'll be working on the points frantically now to see whether or not open two-wheel drive can be settled at this point. Once we know, we'll let you know. Skoda Fabia, a Toyota Yaris, a Seat Toledo, and a Mercedes-Benz CLK. It sounds like the start of a joke, doesn't it? But it's not. It's the start of an open two-wheel drive race. Brilliant.
They all walked into a bar.
Yeah, and said, who's got the maddest engine in their car? There we are, marvellous. Ronnie Kingles, Crazy Mike, Joachim Larsen, Marcus Norman with a DNF, unfortunately with the CLK. Let's hope we can get it back out later on. Okay, so we're just in. Johansson is the champion. So Victor Johansson with that amazing Mercedes is the champion. Brilliant job by him in the 190E. He gets top qualifier here, but he will go into the semi-finals knowing that he has won the open two-wheel drive category, and that's brilliant. We're going to see some... straight to the final, of course. Straight to the final knowing that he is the champion. So that's going to be great. Can he get the win and win the championship on the same day? That would be awesome if he can. Right, I've just been told with the director that Molly is with a big cat. Anything could happen here, so brace yourselves.
I think he actually might just be the tallest person in the paddock here. But Simon, that was a great race you just had in Q4.
Yeah, feels good. Finally got the car working like we wanted to, and then we showed we got some pace in the car.
Yeah, what sort of work have you been doing?
That's a secret.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Can you give us just a small hint, perhaps?
Oh, it's some suspension and some, yeah.
And how does the track feel today in the dry?
It's kind of slippery on the tarmac, but better.
And what happened to Marcus out there just now?
I don't know. I think it was the drivetrain or something.
Has that been an issue?
No, not yet. Maybe now.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
There we go then. Should have guessed really, shouldn't we, Hal? Should have guessed. Supercar light standings, Oliver Eriksson at the top of the table with 2 wins from the 3 sessions. Simon Olofsson won Q1, and Olofsson has a huge lead in the championship. When he finishes Q4, and to be honest with you, even if he doesn't finish Q4, that's the point at which he'll be given the championship points, which will make him the champion, which is why he was looking so relaxed this morning. Expert, Steinsel, Endholm, Jonsson, Janssen, Berget, Janssen, Högqvist, Oskarsson, and Ida Tornholt inside the top 12. Got to be inside the top 12 because there's only the 2 semi-finals for them. There are 3 in Crosscar Junior. There's Molly, look, having a wander through the paddock. Should we talk to Molly? Let's talk to Molly. Hello, Molly. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm just running after Victor, actually, because I was going to do an interview
with him. Let's tell him. Go run after him. Tell him, go and get him.
No, he knows, because we're on the way to the car, actually.
Oh.
I thought we'd do the interview by the car.
Oh, that's very
He is going to stop by the tent and by his super cool Mercedes.
You've obviously done some TV before,
Victor,
Molly.
Congratulations. That is the 2-wheel drive title.
Yeah, thank you very much. I haven't entered the full celebration mode yet. We have the final to go, but I feel pretty happy.
When did you last win a title, or is this the first title? Or
this is the first title. I managed to get a silver in the Swedish Championship and a third in the Rallyx Supercar Light Series once. So this is the first #1.
And the level is high in Rallyx. I mean, this must mean quite a lot.
Of course, there were really fast drivers to the left, to the right, and everywhere on the track.
So the rest of the day now will just be about enjoying?
Yeah, we'll see. We have the final to go, and I really want to win that. I think I have great pace all weekend, and you see now when it's drying up, the Tiger is coming, so we hope for success.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Absolutely fantastic. Obviously really pleased.
He is definitely full engineer geek mode.
I love it.
We haven't entered celebration mode yet.
No. No, I love it. It's just...
He is a genius as well. He is a genuine genius.
Yeah, brilliant. What they've done with that car is just brilliant. Right, expect some amazing racing here. Some of the best Supercar Lights drivers in the world taking part. Ericsson and Olofsson on the inside line. Ericsson's got an absolutely brilliant start. Martin in the middle of the grid getting a little bit... Oh, it comes deep on the brakes. Going to try and go around the outside. Hits Ollie Ericsson hard. Ollie Ericsson has to avoid the side of the jump. Has he broken his steering? That was a big old hit from Enlund in the middle of the corner. Olofsson slots in and stays out of trouble. Remember, Olofsson is going to pick up the title if he can just get this finished. Is Ericsson still able to go? He is. So had to avoid the jump. He had no choice.
He did, but I think the car is broken in the background. It's crabbing all over the place. Has it broken something on the rear left suspension? It was a hard hit from Enlund, but he just turned in from the outside. It wasn't like he tried to shut Ericsson off. One of those unfortunate bits of contact like we saw yesterday with Daniel Turenne as Simon Olofsson takes the Joker. Yeah, Daniel Turenne had that little bit of contact with the Eklund Beetle yesterday, just broke the steering, and sometimes it's just the wrong point for the suspension.
Yeah, just the wrong angle can do it. Ericsson will be keen to try and register some sort of result if he can keep going round. He is top qualifier, but he might now lose that out to Simon Olofsson. Olofsson has jokered early and is the leader of the cars who have jokered. There he is in the background, 5.2 off.
Ericsson some 13 seconds off the lead, so still managing to drag the car around in enough time, and he'll be really helped by only having 3 laps because he hasn't got enough time to be caught necessarily at that pace, whereas if he had a 4-lap or even a 5-lap session as we now have in the World Championship, you could easily go a lap down and then you're a DNF.
Joker merge, Enlund comes out behind Olofsson, so Olofsson has got the job done on Enlund. It's just Jonsson in front, and at 3.7 I don't think Jonsson has enough. So it might well be, I'm just trying to find the...
It's about 4.5, wasn't it, for the fastest of the cross cars. Of course, the cross cars and the lights are actually a little bit different on Joker time normally, especially when it's quite tight like this. It's all about carrying that speed and the momentum through the early part, that really tight bit of the track.
Jonsson coming around the final corner, going to take the Joker lap now. But here comes Simon Olofsson onto the start-finish straight. 3 wins this year, 2 in Kuvula, 1 in Riga. He's been in the final every time. He's going to be the top qualifier here. But most importantly of all, Olofsson is your Supercar Lights champion for Rallyx 2022. He'll go through to pole in semi-final number 1 to try and take a win at the last round as well, to top off what has been a brilliant year.
I was rather hoping we were going to stay on that shot just that little bit longer because Ollie Ericsson didn't look particularly pleased as he was driving up to the back of the pack, waiting to return to the paddock. This is the contact.
Going to wave?
Maybe. This is the contact. Oh, it was quite...
It's the trouble is Ollie's got a little lock on, hasn't he, and exposed the back of that front left wheel.
The problem is you can't expect there to be no car on the inside. You know, you can't expect there just to be no one, and Enlund's turned in hard there. And
Enlund must be able to see and surely open the lock just a little bit.
He's not feeling very well, Enlund, is he? So I'm not going to make excuses for him, but maybe that's compromised him a tiny bit. I wonder if we see the other side of Ericsson's car at some point. No, we don't. This is Enlund taking the Joker on the second lap. That allowed Martin Jonsson to go into the lead. But this was quite an important race for Simon Olofsson, wasn't it? Just to get through it. He'd already said to Molly that he'd done it, but he hadn't done it until you get the points in the bag. So that was his moment, although he is solely focused now on trying to win this final round this afternoon.
Hoping Ericsson doesn't drop too far down the order, because I think Olofsson would love to beat Ericsson in the final, wouldn't he? That would be just a great feather in the cap. But yeah, brilliant stuff. So a bit of a shocker in the background. You can see Ollie Ericsson, who was in the top qualifier spot, and that will now be taken by Simon Olofsson. Crowd enjoying the sunshine. Olofsson enjoying his moment in the sun as well, because as I say, that will see him in the top qualifier spot, and Olofsson is crowned your Supercar Lights champion for 2022. And Molly is with him now.
Simon, that is top qualifier spot, and I guess we can officially say congratulations now with the title. How do you feel?
It feels amazing, and like the qualifying now, we didn't manage to do the best start, but Oliver Enlund was a little bit too eager to be first. Something had happened with Oliver's car. That was a little bit sad because I really wanted to race him, but hopefully we can meet him in the final, I think.
I'm sure there were some words over the radio when you crossed the finish line here. What were they?
You did the job. You did a great job. It was easy.
Well done.
Thank you.
He just looks absolutely fully charged on adrenaline. Not surprising, really. Just won the championship. 100th event in that car as well. Great story, great timing. Steinsholt, Walfridsson, Tornholt, Exmouth and Berget. Pretty even on the run to turn 1. This is where the squeeze happens though, and fired out. Round the outside, Exmouth. Oh, sideways in the background. Late on the brakes, how brave.
Exmouth got that little bit of rotation from the car that he turned in on, and that just really helped get into the first corner and carry the momentum around the outside. Steinsholt hasn't had a particularly easy season, has he? But running second at the moment, his first full campaign in the Supercar lights, well on top of the car now, but just hasn't gone his way much of the time. Exmouth here was brilliant in Riga, as I said yesterday, and out front again on this very different circuit. We'll be hoping for a top result this afternoon. Jimmy Walfridsson takes the joker on the first lap. Ida Tornholt as well was very good yesterday, improving all the time.
There's that bumpy turn 2. Track looks, the line out turn 2, everything just looks different in the dry, doesn't it? Everyone's just pushing that a bit harder, running a bit wider. Yesterday they were taking less road on the exit of turn 2 just to keep the car a bit straighter and try and find the traction.
Yeah, so much easier when you've got that consistent grip lap by lap, and they just didn't have that in almost any session, did they? The grip was changing all of the time. There's Berget, a little bit of over-rotation there. Really, you want to try and, like we saw the cross cars, you want to try and make the final corner one long corner to go into the joker rather than squaring it off at the end. You see the supercar sometimes have to just nip the handbrake to get the rear around. Not too easy to nip the handbrake in the supercar lights car because they don't have the diff release like a supercar does. I made that mistake the last time I drove a lights car.
The first time I drove one, I made the same mistake as well. Yeah, like, oh, that slowed down a bit more than I was expecting. Oh yes, there's no handbrake.
Oh, stalls.
Yeah. Exmouth coming under a fair bit of pressure from Steinsholt here, but they're both going to have to joker together on the same laps. They've been quite sensible about keeping the pace up. They could still get up to the top of this session. Oh, 2 sideways on the exit. How did Exmouth avoid the tyres there? Steinsholt gets a better exit. Exmouth will take it. 2:16.1 though, 2:15.8 was Olofsson's time. I reckon if Exmouth hadn't been that sideways in the joker, Hal, I think that would have gone quicker than Olofsson. It wouldn't have taken TQ away, but wow, that was close.
Yeah, there wasn't much to choose between the side of his lights car and that tyre wall.
No. This is the first corner. Watch for Exmouth from 4th out from the left. Yeah, I see what you mean. Just a tiny little nudge.
That tiny touch with Tornholt actually got helped a little bit with the turn-in initially, but then did go much wider than I'd thought first time around. Walfridsson in the packs. Walfridsson, just sometimes things aren't going his way, and this weekend it feels like he's always in the wrong place at the wrong time.
I love how deep you can go on the brakes. Like Exmouth there for me was quite brave into turn 1. I'm going to carry a lot of speed through here, let the car run wide, it's all good. The only problem you have is if everybody goes, I'm going to go really deep on the brakes and let the car run wide. And I think, you know what I mean? That's a possibility.
It is, yeah, especially if you're on the inside. This is the moment through the joker on the final lap. Gets lots of oversteer, bury the throttle and hope it's going to pull back straight, and didn't even touch the tyres.
No, that is mega. That is as close as it can get. Wow. Look at those Rallyx flags, Hal. Do you reckon they're up the right way on them?
I was literally just thinking.
We're with Robert, our fearless leader, the first day. He's like, which way do you think the flag should go? Molly went, no, I think you should go the other way. And we were like, no, Molly, definitely not the other way. They put it up the wrong way, and well, that way. And it was like, no, it doesn't work. Had to take it down, put it up that way. So that's the right way, if you're wondering. Isn't that quite high on the hill at the back of the... Yeah, it is, because the blue cabin's up there. Exmouth, 2:16.1. Goes P2 in the session behind Olofsson. I think I want to sit up there, Hal.
I'm quite happy here, to be honest.
Yeah, we want a bit of outdoor space. We've been talking about this. We're having a window put in next year, by the way. If you want, we spoke to Kevin Eriksson about it yesterday. He's going to do it for us. Molly's in the grandstand. You got any beers down there, Molly?
I am up in the grandstand, and I guess angry is a bit of an understatement, Oliver.
Yeah, I wasn't so pleased with that.
What happened from your point of view?
I don't know, I go in, have a good start to take turn one, and then all of a sudden I have just cars everywhere on me, so I don't know. So we're here racing, but it's too bad we have to crash. You know, it's a fast heat, why can't we just go and everyone gets a good time? But yeah, dropped down a lot there, so now I have some work to do in the semi.
What happened with the car?
Yeah, I bent all wheels ahead on the left side, I think, so yeah, from there I just try to get it home, and that's what it is.
Ollie not happy at all. Don't lean back, Molly. Look at that. There was a foot there that we needed to see. That's Kevin Eriksson's famous right foot, which he's going to see if he's got enough flexibility in this week to try and drive the FC1 next weekend at Nitro Rallycross. He's using up 4 seats, Adric says, with that foot, but that's fine. It's Kevin Eriksson. Janssen, Peterson, Hogfist, Haug. Hogfist gets a good start. Janssen has had a couple of tricky ones this weekend. Going to be P2 here. Up the inside line, straightens that car out. Few people have done that, Haug. Just square it off and then try and get the traction to the next corner. Casper's going to get P2 here. Nice and aggressive. Hogfist in the lead. Haug gets run out wide around the outside. Sorry, Oskarsson gets run out wide around the outside.
I thought Oskarsson was going to hemorrhage places there, but actually managed to carry that momentum while Haug was battling on the inside with Peterson. Peterson comes up the inside now into turn 4 and is going to have the line down the dip and over the jump. Janssen all over the back of Isaac Schuckfist, who was a bit annoyed with himself yesterday, who stalled on the start line in Heat 3. It's surprising that none of these guys have jokered. Oh, and Schuckfist has got an issue again because Janssen gets up the inside, followed by Oskarsson. Is it a broken front suspension? Looks like he's got a problem with the front axle of the car. Janssen, no, wild like we saw him when he first came into this championship last year. Remember in Nice at the start of the season, he was all over the place, and it was that sort of body language from the car we just saw again there into turn 2.
Great stuff. Good racing from these guys, as always. It's still mixed up. Everybody's still a little more mixed up than we'd expect at this point in the proceedings, thanks to the way the weather went yesterday.
Don't actually know where Schuckfist is at the moment because the timing screen only updates when they cross the finish line again. Not in vision, so I wonder if he's had to park up somewhere around.
That gravel is getting dragged down to turn 1, Hal. Look how early they're turning into turn 2 as well. Oof.
That is
that off the rim?
That looks like puncture territory.
I think it's gone off the rim. It did look that way, didn't it? It coming in super hot and sideways. Has Janssen pushed the tyre off the rim or not? If it is, it's the rear left. We think maybe just from that shot, but no, maybe not. Looking through there.
Dude, the light cars are deceptive.
Have a look now, Hal. Oh, we need to see closer on that rear left. Yeah, I think it's off the rim. Hard to tell. I'm almost certain, Hal, it's just too wild at the back of the car. So you saw there live, in the middle of the road, not what you need. Janssen holds on for the win. 2:16.2 isn't enough to take the session, but we're, careful, the race is over. That's people not remembering that it's the end of the race.
Schuckfist can go again here because he just crossed the finish line ahead of the winner, but he didn't. But he could have completed the final lap. The final lap had he wanted to. The lap time wouldn't have been great though.
Right, let's see. Keep an eye on Casper Janssen. Blue car inside line.
Great start from Schuckfist from the middle. Best of the reactions, and was able to turn across Janssen, who started on pole, into turn 1.
That was Janssen squaring it up. Then there's a bit of contact here, but it is side by side to hold on to P2. You can see the locked wheels over the bumps. Later on in the race, Janssen just avoids the markers. It is rough in that corner. There's a lot of dust there too now.
That's Oskarsson carrying that pace all the way around the outside. What happens here with Schuckfist? Because it was into the next corner. Has he picked up a puncture as well? No, it all looks... That tyre looks like it's about to part company with
watch this. Watch this. So that Janssen comes in pretty sideways in the middle of the corner. Is this the lap or not? Yes, we think it is. Boom, there. It's so hard to tell, isn't it, Hal? No, it doesn't.
No, I
look
think
like
that was lap 2, and then it was in lap 3 where he pulled the tyre off, because he didn't. If the tyre was indeed pulled off, which I think it was, you were
From the
right.
angle he came
But it was,
in.
that was
Yeah.
that we just saw there was lap 2 where he was particularly sideways.
Yeah. Who crossed the line? No, Janssen did cross the line first. I think let's talk about the lap car. I don't think it got to the line in time. You think it did?
Well, I was just looking at the lap times and what his previous lap was, and the gap to the leader. Does that excite you?
Well, I disagree. I think Caspiansen crossed the line first. What do you think?
I think we'd have to see it again, to be honest.
Shall we? Do you want to?
Yeah, that'd be good, wouldn't it?
That's how Ridge is most sarcastic. Simon Olofsson takes the top qualifier spot ahead of Oliver Eriksson, but Eriksson will be right up there. He said, I've got work to do in the semi-finals. He was super annoyed at the contact that he felt was going to make it hard for him to get through, but actually he's still P2. So Olofsson versus Eriksson. Go on, Hal.
Great for Tornholt to be in the
Yes.
in the semi-finals. Unlucky for Walfridsson, but yeah, Ida Tornholt's been good this weekend, and I think she's the biggest shout there through to the final 12.
Yeah, brilliant. Schockfist just holds on despite that not great last qualifying session. So qualifying coming to an end here with Supercar. After Q3, Niklas Gronholm at the top of the table with 3 wins from 3 sessions. Can he make it 4? Yuri Belevsky, of course, is rival, let's say, from last time out in Riga, is in P2. Then it's Brinterson, who is in the championship fight. Brinterson could really do with getting past Belevsky in the standings to just try and keep himself within reach. Gronholm could win the championship here, but at the minute, Brinterson, if they finish in P1 and P3 in the standings, Brinterson is still within reach. It would require Gronholm to have a bit of a shocker in the semi-finals and not make it through, and Brinterson to win the whole event, so it's a big ask, but it is possible.
Not out of the question.
No, it is. Molly.
Yes. I'm down here by the tyre cleaning. As you can see right next to me there, Philip German, who did have a crack in the intake manifold on the engine. They've done a big job there, fixing that, welding, all sorts. But will it hold? That is the big question, I guess.
Going to find out now, I guess, at the pre-launch. Let's see if can we see the pre-launch? Go on, let's just stay with it. Let's stay with Molly's camera. Let's see the pre-launch here. If it bogs or not, that might give us an idea of whether or not it's going to hold the kind of pressure.
Molly hiding around the corner.
Here we go. Here we go. Yep, fixed enough.
Sounds good to me.
Yes, Molly, good work.
Well, he said he lost it a couple of times, didn't he, in his warm-up run, so that could be something that's flexing a bit. Solid mounted engines basically in these cars, so it could be moving around a little bit, and I think maybe we need to see it through a whole lap around this very undulating circuit just
before,
to see...
before we get too excited about it being fixed. Is that what you're saying, Hal?
Yeah. Look at this grid there. I love the livery differences.
Right. Here we go. Gronholm, Brinterson, Belevsky and German. Brinterson would dearly love to beat Gronholm, and he's got a better start here, but Gronholm might just out-drag him down the turn 1. Belevsky tries to shut the door on them, going to try and go around the outside of the fin. Or Brinterson looks to the inside, bit sideways from Gronholm. Brinterson may now get a line into turn 2. Has a look on that inside line, but no, Gronholm just late enough on the brakes and far enough in front. Belevsky round the outside, contact between him and German. German pushes Belevsky wide, and it's the championship P1 and P2. Gronholm and Brinterson. Oh, Brinterson sideways into the left-hander, loses a bit of time. German will be back on the back of him now, and that's going to give Niklas just a little bit of breathing space.
Great car positioning and composure from Niklas Gronholm in the first corner. Get it checked up and force the pack to slow down. But it looked like he had a bit of a problem on corner exit, out of 1 and also out of 2. But Brinterson was wild into 4, wasn't he? You can trust Thomas not to clean you out because he's a very, very careful driver. Got a bit out of shape there, and it's allowed Gronholm just to get away that little bit, a second and a half up the road.
1.5 seconds is not what Thomas needed. He needed, he wanted to beat Niklas. He did get a great start, but not enough. Not enough to beat him down to that turn. Here's the corner that he made that tiny mistake on last time. A little bit of handbrake, looks like in the middle of the corner there, Hal.
Yeah, we heard a bit of a whistle there from one of the trackside cameras. I wonder if that's so hard to tell, isn't it? I don't think Gronholm is carrying an issue. I wondered if the whistle was maybe something with German, but he's got great pace as well, so doesn't look like his problem is continuing at the moment. Bolevsky lost it badly though on the first lap.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? He's a long way back. Obviously joking as well, but he's joking to come back out behind German. I wonder if Brinderson could get ahead of Bolevsky here in the standings, Hal. So Bolevsky's on 126, Brinderson's on 124. So he's only got to outscore him by 2 points in this session. So he'd need one car in between them, assuming they're not right at the top of the table, which actually I think Brinderson could well be. Bolevsky's got a 5th, a 2nd and a 3rd. Brinderson's got a 5th, a 4th and a 2nd. So it will be what happens in this session. But Gronholm coming through the left-hander now on the final lap, going to power that Hyundai down. This should be 4 wins from 4 sessions for Niklas Gronholm in the top qualifier spot to make him very much title favourite. But his rival Brinderson is still there in the mix. Now will that be enough? I don't think it will be enough to make him the champion. No, it won't. It won't still. It still won't, because Brinderson's definitely going through too. But will Brinderson maybe be 1 point closer? It's going to depend how far back Bolevsky. He's 1 place behind already, isn't he, Hal? It's whether or not any of the other drivers slotting in between. I think with the likes of Evshin and Vaby still to come, I think there's a chance here that Brinderson's going to be a point closer than we thought.
Yeah, and really the big difference that will make is if Niklas Gronholm doesn't make it through to the final, then the maths gets a little bit more complicated. But at the moment, it's still advantage Gronholm. It's just about Brinderson getting that little bit closer. Oh, that was quite a big hit for Bolevsky. There were 2 wheels touching there, the open wheel of German and the open wheel of Bolevsky, both turning right, just picking up together, like you see in a single-seater race. That Hyundai just lands beautifully on that tarmac landing. Brinderson doing the sensible thing, following Gronholm around. Someone's had that marker at the end of the Joker lap, so if you run that over, you can't be penalised. Dust is bad now as well, isn't it?
I wonder if they might get that water truck out. I'd be in favour of watering all tracks always anyway. I'm going to develop some sort of sprinkler system that keeps them consistently a little bit wet at all times. More mistakes, more sideways, less dust. What's not to like? What do you reckon?
Sounds good.
Good. That's what I thought. Niklas Gronholm wins. Molly's with him.
Niklas, that's another race win. How did it feel out there?
Yeah, I was sleeping a bit in the start, and I think Thomas next to me had a really great reaction. So. Yeah, luckily I took him on the gears down to turn 1, but yeah, it was sleepy. With these tires, didn't really have any grip, so I was sliding quite a lot, but yeah, you just have to live with it and okay, run.
So if Niklas is sliding on those tyres, Hal, that tells me that he's using old tyres in this run, and we know what that means for the semi-finals.
Yeah, it'd be silly for them to be using new tyres now when they don't need to.
And of course, the slight advantage yesterday that will have been on wets in at least 1, if not 2 of the races. So they'll have 4 new and 4 used to take to this round, and I suspect they won't have used the 4 new ones at all yet. Evshin and Vaby on the inside. Good start by both of them. Equal cars down towards the first corner. Vaby gets a little nudge. Evshin going to get the whole shot. Vaby looks to the inside line, but good start by both of them, really clean. Oh, in the background, Victor Frank's trying to come around the outside of Ostreng. Evshin holds on. Oh, Vaby gets a little nudge in the door from Ostreng, and Franks finishes him off.
Yeah, Franks couldn't.
Oh, look! Sorry, Hal, he's gone down and found a hole.
Crikey.
Yeah, crikey. There's an incredibly British word for you. Hashtag crikey.
The car could have just disappeared then, couldn't it?
It's we did walk the track. I want to know what's over there. I'm intrigued. Go on, Vigo, take that drone and go and have a look for us. What's Ostreng driven? Oh, he's got out. He's got out of the hole. It hasn't swallowed him up, so it wasn't too much of a hole. But Evshin leading from Vaby by 0.8 of a second, nearly 0.9 of a second.
Very sensible through the first corner.
No, he is there, still there. Sorry, Hal, couldn't see it in the background. Wow.
Very sensible through the first corner for the JC guys. They played the game very well. Vaby just doesn't have the pace of his teammate just at the moment. They're so equal though, aren't they?
Yeah.
On ultimate lap time. And at some point, things are going to go okay for Vaby. But if there's a scenario where it's going to get a bit messy, he seems just to get stuck into it. Like, not stuck into it himself.
Yeah,
he just seems to be in the middle of it. If there's
yeah.
drama, he just sort of attracts it at the moment. And he's clearly got the driving ability to be beyond that.
Was it his car that was training with the JCB in Finland?
That car is taken some hits this year, hasn't it?
Some hits, some hits. And by the way, if you're enjoying such classics as Crikey, people driving cars into holes that we hadn't seen, definitely like and subscribe. This is the last event this year. Unfortunately, this is actually the last day, and me and Hal are a bit gutted about that. We hope at home you're a bit disappointed as well. We just want to keep doing this a bit more, don't we? It's been a fun season. Oh dear, there is Ostreng. And Molly as well. Molly says, and me. She's been enjoying it too. Evgen takes it and goes
faster.
Yeah, faster. So Evgen, right, and that will mean that in terms of qualifying points, I'm trying desperately to figure out. Gronholm's absolutely miles in front. We're interested in Belevsky and Brinterson,
but Vejby has popped in just between.
We need the drone over there, don't we?
But Belevsky's gone between Gronholm and Brinterson, I think. I've run out of fingers for counting, but I think he's going to go between them in the overall standings. This is the first corner, Andrew, that we were looking at. Vejby got in the brakes early, tucked in, could maybe have got Evgen on the exit, but unfortunately the cars are basically identical and just didn't have the run on his teammate. There's Ostreng, who's going to get into the side of Vejby a little bit. Vejby's got a lot of rotation done early. There's Ostreng, tiny bit of nudge which rotates him. Oh, Ranks has got nowhere to go. Bonk. Touches him again, and then Ostreng didn't even know that hole was there into the ditch. Looks like a rally off that, doesn't it, rather than a rallycross.
I'm doing maths, Hal. Keep talking.
So this is Sondre Evgen. He drives an Audi S1. It's blue. And he's doing a brilliant job. There is Ostreng's car. That's also blue, but that's half it's hidden by green grass at the moment. Shame for Ostreng, because he is a proper privateer. Everyone's a privateer in this series, but the Audis and the Hyundais and the Peugeots come from an amazing effort in development, and Ostreng's car is the X-Fred Holt Hyundai, which was built with a significantly less budget, but great run from Sondre Evgen to top the timesheet so far.
Properly in a hole. Well, the one piece of paper I wanted isn't in my folder, so I've obviously decided I don't need that.
What are you looking for, Andrew?
Points for positions. Okay, Molly's with Evgen. We'll do some maths.
Yeah, he has done a brilliant job out there. That's a Q4 win, Sondre. I was almost hoping for a bit more of a bigger smile on your face.
No, but this is where we should be. So it's good to be like this now, and the car feels really great, and the track suits me very well today. I don't know what to say more. No, but yesterday we were struggling a bit in the rain, and today everything is good. And warm-up showed that we had a good pace, and now I think we're climbing a lot now. So hopefully we're P2 now. So we'll see.
Going for the win today?
Yeah, we're going for the win, but I want to have fun as well. And Niklas is super fast, so you never know. He can be saving like 2 or 3 tenths every lap because he's a bit better than everybody else at the moment.
Good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Sondre. Yeah, there his teammate also Ole Christian Vejby in P3. So Q4 was very good for JC Race Technique. We'll be taking a short break, but of course the semi-finals. Sorry guys, there's another heat.
Thanks, Mo. I mean, she's keen. I'm hungry too, Hal.
Yes, I'm always hungry, Andrew.
I know, yeah. Molly didn't have much breakfast this morning. Just saying. I mean, I was piling it in. Cheese, ham, all sorts of things. I did have some fruit as well. Little glass of juice. One race left to go in the final round of qualifying here at the final round of Rallyx 2022. Me and Hal have done some maths. It's not ideal, but we've done some. And at the minute, well, basically, Brinterson's going to move up, I think, to P2 in qualifying because he's just out-qualified Belevsky by 1 place. So Brinterson is 4th, German is 5th, Belevsky is 6th. So that means Brinterson will get 40 points in qualifying. This is the qualifying points, remember, for the standings, not for the championship. German will get 39, Belevsky will get 38, which puts Brinterson and Belevsky on the same points, but Brinterson should get the position by virtue of being better in the last round. Am I right?
Currently, but we've still got a race to go, and Andreas Carlson has been known to produce very fast times.
But even if they drop down 1 place, there'll still only be a differential of 2 points between them.
If you start in, but you
Roberts wants to come in the commentary box and see our brains fry.
But he might pop in between them, and that's going to make the points difference.
Well, yeah, but then it'd be even more of a points difference, and then Brinderson will definitely be in front of him. Why are you not in here looking at us? Come on, Robert. You said you were going to come in the commentary box and have a look. I mean, look at, come on. You know? He's lost interest, he says. Fine. I mean, basically, there's steam coming out of our ears. You wouldn't know if you've got headphones on. But I think even if he goes in front, how they'll just nudge them all down one place. If he goes in between,
I like that exploded brain emoji.
Yeah. Mind blown. What? Are you impressed by my maths? Not really, are you? Let's go racing, shall we? One last time in qualifying for 2022. Carlson, Toren and Svensson. Oh, Toren lifts the nose of the people up high. We went and had a chat with him yesterday. He was saying how much he's enjoying himself around the outside. Elias Svensson, nail it in that polo. Go on, it'll pull out of that. Unfortunately, he ends up spun, facing the right way, but losing a ton of time. Elias Svensson from cross car fame, using a supercar as well. Carlson out in front. Carlson did some work on that car yesterday.
He did, yeah, and look at the front of it, get picked up in that loose section down into turn 2. Daniel Toren following in the Eklund Motorsport Beetle, one of the best rallycross cars in the world. And Daniel absolutely loves driving it. We were talking to him yesterday, he was saying he wishes more people came to compete in this series because it's just amazing to be part of and amazing to drive these incredible cars. Maybe he doesn't have the pace of the regular drivers, but then it's very, very hard to jump in these cars and be quick straight away. Some of these drivers in this series are driving every single weekend, and that makes such a difference.
Keeps you sharp. What do you reckon they'll do about that braking zone? I think it's been quite tough to take the bumps out of that in the time they've got.
That's how it's been here in Strängnäs, you know that, yeah, and I love that. That's part of a rallycross track. I'm always disappointed when they build a new rallycross track and put brilliant smooth tarmac in. You know, a bit like this. If I built a rallycross track, I'd make the tarmac all bumpy. You know, like in the first corner in Hell, where there's a really lot of undulation.
Yeah.
You know, because they've got amazing suspension travel. The chassis are brilliant. The drivability is better than ever. So I would make the tracks that little bit more difficult to drive, just like it is down here. It shouldn't be a walk in the park, should it?
Well, I think this is what both the major championships are doing at the minute, is going, how can we challenge the drivers a little bit more, because the cars have become so capable that actually they're a bit more capable than the tracks which have been around for 50 plus years. When was this one founded? Robert mentioned it the other day. It's a long, long time ago, in the 40s or something crazy, wasn't it?
Yeah, and look at the evolution of the World Championship since it became the FIA Championship became a World Championship in 2014. The cars have got so much better now that they're just too good for the old tracks.
Yeah, exactly. So now we're seeing bigger jumps, we're seeing banking, we're seeing all sorts of little obstacles being added in. There's the gap jump look in the background, which will hopefully be used next weekend for Nitro Rallycross. Carlson takes it with a 2:11.1. Where does he go? How does he slot in?
I think. Between German and Brinderson.
There we go. So that definitely puts Brinderson up into P2 in the standings. So Brinderson will be 1 championship point closer to Gronholm than we thought, but Gronholm still extends his lead by 1 championship point. They get 16 and 15 each, but Gronholm doesn't extend it by 2. Gives us an idea of how close it's going to be between them. But Gronholm really has just got to get through in the semi-final. As long as he doesn't retire in the semi and Brinderson goes through, that's easier said than done, isn't it?
It would be cruel to.
It'd be awful. Be awful. But what I'm saying is the nerves, I think, will be fairly high, Hal.
Yeah, I agree. I was just looking at the order. Great job from Evian to be top in this session. We know Gronholm wasn't on the best tyres. Joel Kristoffersson, we were talking to the JC boss earlier on this morning, and he was saying he's a bit disappointed with some of the tyre strategy his team made yesterday when they ran on some old wet tyres rather than new wet tyres. It was much more wet than they expected, but a great fight back for Evian and Veiby in the JC squad to be first and third in this very last qualifying session of Rallyx 2022.
Let's hope they can get that fixed up in time for the semis, because there are only 11 cars. Everybody will go through to the semis. Svensson was P9 overnight, but with a DNF, might drop behind Carlson and Toren. Pretty tough weekend for a supercar debut, what with all the weather and everything yesterday.
Yeah, you really just want some consistent conditions, don't you, to...
I love this. I just realised now. So because there's no winch, they're basically using a strap on the front to pull it on. We saw yesterday that they detached the shovel on the front.
I think the
is it broken?
broke. But what I enjoy here is that normally you'd have to fix the bed down, but because it's so heavy, it's not going to move anywhere.
No, going nowhere. Oh, okay. So, no, Evson's gone in ahead of Brinterson. Damn it, my maths was wrong, Hal. Look.
What a surprise.
That's fair.
Arnie's got some maths, though, and he sent it through to me. Unfortunately, it's in some sort of Hungarian number code.
Go on. So, well, anyway, look, Gronholm takes the top qualifier spot, but Evson gets in front of Brinterson. And Bolevsky does get out-qualified by Brinterson. But because Evson's in between, actually, yes, there will be 16 championship points to Gronholm, 15 to Evson, 14 to Brinterson. We thought Brinterson was going to go P2, but not. Go on, Hal.
So Gronholm's now 11 points ahead of Brinterson and 14 ahead of Evson. So, yeah, basically, he has to get through. If he gets through the semi-finals, it's...
he's the champ.
It's done.
He's the champ. And it will be 2 semis with top 3 through from each. So I like his odds, but let's not give him the old jinx.
No.
That's how you get the points. Where's Vigo gone? Is he here? Come in, Vigo. Qualification, 16 points for the TQ, down to 1 point if you're down in P16, nothing if you're lower than 16th. Then semi-final, 6 points for the win, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. In the final, it's 8, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So Gronholm, with the lead he's got, only needs to get through to the final, and he's good. Doesn't matter where, as long as he's there, he's all good. So there's your man, Vigo. He is your drone man, and he's very, very good at it. Mate, another season done. How many drones were a write-off this year?
1.
Only one?
In Kouvola.
In Kouvola, yeah. What happened to it?
I think a propeller broke from a rock, flying rock, and then it went down like outside the track, but it got run over anyway.
Who ran it over?
I don't know. Many cars, probably.
Many cars ran over one of Vigo's drones. And then what happened in Riga? You left some equipment on the roof in the rain.
Yeah, I was not expecting such a dramatic rainstorm that we had. It's just a shower. But then it was just crazy. But everything survived. Got some condensation in the charger, but it's dry now. So,
okay,
yeah.
Okay, so everything's good. Now, so earlier on this year, Vigo went for a ride with Ollie Eriksson, wasn't it?
Oh, a roller coaster ride.
It was a roller coaster ride. That was shortly after, actually, I'd had a brilliant, fun drive around Holliers. I don't know that Vigo's was quite as much fun as mine was, because he had his headset on and was trying... What were you trying to do? Chase the car with the drone?
Yeah, I was sitting in the passenger seat while Oliver was driving, and I had these goggles on, like on my face, like this, and a helmet over that. So yeah, it was rough, and I was trying to fly from there.
Have a quick look at this. Let's see what it's like trying to fly a drone in the car that you're trying to chase. Have a look at this.
We are in Höljes, Rallyx Nordic. We are with the Lights car. We got the best drone footage driver in the world with us. We decided let's make it a bit harder for him. So he will be in the passenger seat. I will drive. Full on helmet, goggles on, and record whatever we're doing.
Yeah. I have no idea how this will go.
Yeah, let's give it a go.
Yeah. Oh.
Looking sharp.
Yeah.
and we can't go again.
No, I don't want to go again.
I don't want to go again. Mate, it was a brilliant effort, but tell us what was the challenge? It was pretty obvious, but talk us through it.
Yeah, well, obviously the sticks on the controller are really sensitive. And in a rough ride like that, and you saw the remote was up in the roof almost, like Oliver said. Yeah, it's impossible.
It was whenever he hit the brakes, you could see the drone would go woo, and then on the first jump it went so high. I imagine air traffic control would have got in touch to find out what was going on.
Yeah. So in the studio, when we were just chatting while the VT was on, Vigo talked through the start of the first lap, and then coming out of the velodrome down the hill, he said sustained G-force is okay.
Yeah.
It's like when you're leaning to one side, it's fine, but when you're going over the big compressions, it's.
That was actually really smooth, but then when we got into the gravel, it started to get a bit rougher, and then in the braking zone down to the jump, and then when we landed in the jump, I knew it was going to be a big jump, so I took my fingers off the sticks.
Here it is. Look, there it is. So, look.
No, not that jump, the other one.
Oh, that's.
So I learned there that I should not have my finger on the sticks when we're landing.
Doesn't take him long to learn, does it?
So in the next jump, I take my fingers off the sticks, but then I accidentally turned it off in the landing.
So you hit the emergency kill switch on the drone.
Yeah.
Which is the one you probably needed to hit when I once flew the drone at Hollis.
Yeah.
Interesting. It went wrong for both of us at the same jump on the same track.
Yeah.
But yeah, here we go. Look at this. So watch this. He's going to take his thumbs off the sticks here. Here comes a big jump. He knows it's coming there. There. Oh, and there's the kill switch.
Kill switch, yeah.
Here it comes. Boom. Mate, brilliant. But I think, look, everyone at home, you've seen what his Instagram is. Is Vigo_Koch?
Yeah, that's correct.
So go give him a follow because he does some amazing work, not just in motorsport, but in other stuff as well. Mate, well done. Brilliant.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Right, we've got one show left to go, so don't miss it. It's the end of 2022. 13:50 we will be on air local time, Central European time that is. So join us then. We've crowned 3 champions already. We've got 2 left to go. So make sure you're here when we hand out this big trophy behind us at the end of the session. Thanks to Molly Pettit, Hal Ridge, Vigo, the whole of the TV team. See you in a bit.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to Strängnäs and the Rallyx final. What are you looking at right now? Well, that is the Nitro FC1 Rallycross car. And inside is Andrew Coley. And next to him driving the car is Andreas Eriksson, former Rallycross driver, the owner of the Olsbergs Rallycross team, who builds this car and many other cars. And that's Kevin Eriksson there in the door. And they are about to go out and do a lap of the track here. Maybe we'll just, no, they're going to close the door. They're going to go and we're going to watch. It's quite the beast of a car, 500 kilowatts. Hal, what else can you tell us about this car?
I think the most interesting thing here is that Andrew Coley never actually saw Andreas Eriksson race a supercar, so he doesn't really know what he's let himself in for, does he?
What's the launch like? Do you know, 0 to 100 and...
I've driven a few of the electric rallycross cars. I haven't driven this car yet. Hopefully that opportunity will arise at some point. But yeah, it's instantaneous with the electric power chain, and it's like Manfred Stoll once described it as like releasing a rubber band and it just never ending, because you don't have the cuts with a normal gear change in an internal combustion engine. So yeah, it's a pretty amazing experience.
I have a feeling that Andrew's face is going to change down the straight here.
It could well do, and maybe his stomach after having just eaten lunch.
Yeah, not the best timing. We've all just had lunch here at the circuit, and now he's going to launch off here. I can only imagine that it's just incredibly quick, and like you say, the power just never stops.
Yeah, and this is the all-new Strängnäs circuit. This is the first lap for the FC1X around here, with the jump after the first corner. We saw how well the cars jumped in their first event at Lydden Hill.
And look at those tyres. There's rain tyres on the car because they didn't have anything else at the moment.
Yeah, and that's probably not a bad thing on the loose gravel here. They're not worried about preserving the tyres, so yeah, that's fine.
And is this Kevin's car that he usually competes with in Nitro?
This is the car Oliver drove in the first round. Kevin wasn't able to...
I almost said a bad word there. Wow! You can miss that.
You could, yeah. It's strange about the noise of the start, isn't it? But clearly very quick. A lot of air already over the first jump.
I kind of want to go now. Are you going to have a go?
Maybe. Are you going to?
That is ridiculously quick. Not so easy with the rain tyres on the tarmac there.
No, and Andreas hasn't driven around here for a little while, especially not in this car before. But he does know his way around here. We were talking yesterday about how many laps the Eriksson family have done at this their home circuit.
Certainly not an easy start there. I want to see Andrew's face.
Yeah, well, you can imagine, can't you?
And so next weekend, there'll be a lot of other drivers and cars competing here.
Yeah.
There's a jump being built just behind here too, yeah?
Yeah, so slightly different circuit to the one we're using this weekend for Rallyx. Let's see what Andrew's expression is.
Apparently you're going now.
Oh. Am I?
I have to find out what this was like. That wasn't an easy start at all.
What?
That was just flat out.
It was a warm-up lap.
That was not a warm-up. Are you crying?
No, honestly, mate, it's absolutely brilliant. The harshest part is the actual launch. It is the single fastest thing I've ever sat in off the line. In the lap, it feels really capable. Andreas is obviously a bloody good driver, but the actual launch itself is off the line is brutal. It's unbelievable. Loved it.
Yeah, you left your stomach here, I think.
Yeah, the burgers are still inside. It's a win. It's a win.
Now we get Hal in.
Let's go.
Oh, fun?
Coley. No.
Is it fun?
Fancy ride? This is fun.
I kind of do. I kind of don't.
Did you see the big lift there? Holy shit, the one there. I
saw the one there.
I'm landing on the back wheels.
You never get tired of this, do you?
No, never. No. Now we'll see. I will put full power on now.
That was not full power?
That was warm up.
What sort of power did you just have now then?
100 kilowatts less.
Really?
Yes, and I've never pushed that bottom.
You've never pushed that button?
Then it's 200 more kilowatts.
200 kilowatts more?
Yes. The track is very small for this car, but I love it. Maybe I'll enter the race for next weekend.
Is this the best car you've ever built?
I must say yes. This is a very good car for what we built it for. It does everything we wanted it to.
So Hal, apparently he's going to add 200 extra kilowatts.
Okay. Good.
Yep. I'm not going to say what the producer just told me right now. I'm going to keep that one for myself. Have fun? I've got to ask Andrew. Look at your face. Yes, we are live.
Okay. Just thought I'd better find out in case I swear.
Well, he just swore, so I think, it's anything goes.
Andreas or Hal?
Andreas.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, it's his show, isn't it, really?
But I almost swore when you went off the line as well.
Mate, off the line, you might have heard me in the car just now, but it's just brutal. Your stomach comes up like if you do a jump, but it stays up because it's just so fast. It has gears, the FC1, so you do take another gear down the straight. There was a couple of points we took a gear just before the tarmac jump over here. It's so capable over the jumps as well.
He said he's going to add 200 kilowatts compared to your run.
Well, that's good for me. Let's see if we can make Hal throw up. That'd be even more fun, wouldn't it? It is just so fast. Here he
savage.
Goes. Here he goes. So yeah, here, pitching the car in on the loose, turning it in on the tar. Then he just pointed it at the jump and just, full send over here. Lands really easily. They've reprofiled that section down at turn 2, which was getting a bit bumpy during the qualifying, so that's a bit smoother now, but it's also a bit damp. Through the tarmac here, obviously really capable. A little bit of handbrake in the left-hander. Here he comes, over the crest, so it'll be down here, a bit of handbrake.
Bit tricky on the rain tyres.
Yeah, it's enough grip though, to be fair. And then up and over the tarmac jump. Have a look at this, look. Yeah, you can't really go too far because you'll reach your braking zone. For the Nitro track, there's actually going to go over the gap jumper over onto a gravel section over here. But it's just a lot.
Excited to see 5, 6 of them at a time next weekend?
Yeah, I can't wait, mate. Absolutely, I love it. I love my job, you know that, and I'm loving working with Rallyx, but also obviously I love working on Nitro Rallycross. It's just such a great series. Yeah, I can't wait now. It's cool to have been around here. You know what it's like from a commentary point of view. You always want as much information as you can get. And to have sat in the car here and done 3/4 of the Nitro lap. Yeah, mega. Right, here he is. Go on.
Let's see what he has to say. Hal Ridge. No, Andreas is pointing at me. I'm gonna make a hard pass on that today. Sorry, guys. I can hardly recognise Hal with a helmet on. Ooh, sorry. So?
The torque is incredible. I've been lucky enough to drive quite a few supercars, and it's just so instantaneous. I know we all say that, but it's amazing. But the suspension is incredible. When we took off, I've jumped a few cars in my time, and you always wait for the landing, and it just isn't there because the travel and suspension's amazing. What an experience. Very happy.
It looked that way as well. It looked quite comfortable, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it's your turn now, Mo.
No, it's not. No. No, next time.
Molly now.
No.
Yes,
No. Nope.
One
lap. No.
Yeah.
Come on.
I'm being forced to do this.
Come on, you don't have to do it if you don't want to. It's good.
No. No. Please don't pressurise me into
I'm not getting it because I don't want the peer group pressure. Not Hal, do you think Molly should do it or not?
Yeah. No. Next time. Andrew, Hal, you've got a job to do.
Thank you very much.
Looks like Andreas wants to go out for a bit more. No. Nope. Oh, one of the mechanics is going to get a go. That's cool. The guy who's getting in the passenger side now, Kevin, has he done a lot of work on these cars?
Yeah. So he's done a little bit of everything. So when you don't want to do it, let's do it.
Oh, look at those tyres. There's not much left there. Andreas is going to take out one of the Olsberg's mechanics, and we're going to show you a quick video of the Nitro series.
Let's go! Nitro Rallycross is back!
Let's go, nice and tidy.
Where else are you going to see a gap that big? Dude, this is Nitro Rallycross. Let's get ready to send it!
We just had a quick vision there of Viggo flying the drone. I don't actually know where he's positioned, but yeah, no, he's up here. Come have a look, and we can zoom in on Viggo doing his thing, which is so cool. So he's there's the drone, and he's stood just up there with the VR on, and he does that all day long. Hey. Very cool job. We're about to go racing semi-finals in all categories except for the two-wheel drive, and the juniors are now lining up. And I guess while we wait for the racing to begin, we'll show you the graphics for the intermediate standings.
Okay, here we go. Fun's over. We've had a ride in the FC1X. It's been a brilliant season. I hope you've enjoyed it. It's our last show. I always feel a bit emotional on the last show. You'd never want it to finish. We have a great time doing this, and I hope you guys have a great time watching it. But we have one session left to go. We've got semi-finals and finals for all our categories, except for open two-wheel drive, which goes straight to the final because they don't have enough cars to do semis. First up is junior cross car. We've already got a champion. Michael Uito has sewn up the title at the end of qualifying, and Uito is on the front row in semi-final number 2. Obviously hoping he makes it through to the final. It'd be nice for him to tie up the championship with a win, which I'm sure Victor Johansson and Simon Olofsson will be thinking as well. So we're going to see all of those guys. 5 categories. We've got 3 champions crowned already, 2 still to go. Enjoy it. One last show. Here we go then. Junior cross car. Front row, Lucas Anderson and Jonathan Yulalami. Rasmus Persson and Alexis Suono on row 2. Anton Soderholm and Isaac Hattenmar on row 3. So many capable drivers in this category. Here we go. Jump start, unfortunately, for Suono. It's going to be a double joker there.
And that makes the job particularly difficult, doesn't it, when there's 3 semi-finals to make it into the top 2. Shame for Alexei.
Yeah, and from that grid position, I always think row 2, you still fancy your chances, don't you? It's a bit tougher from row 3. Oh, hang on a minute. No, it's slot 6, Hal. So Suono went as well, but it looks like it's Hattenmar. So Hattenmar is getting, you can see the 6 on, so the lights that are flashing, you see it flashes red and then the number 6.
That'll teach me to believe you.
Having a look at,
oh yeah.
Yeah, it was. Okay, and then Suono sort of had a half-go at one afterwards.
Yeah, sometimes you just react to whatever happens and you might be like, oh no, missed the start. It's funny how long that process takes in your head. Sometimes you're like, oh, the lights have changed, I better go.
Go or not go,
But it's amazing that you can think all that the brains are amazing.
Yeah, they are. Right, take 2, let's go. Semi-final time for the last time this year. Junior cross car up first, ready to race light comes on. That'll go out, then we're going to go green with no more jump starts, hopefully. Off the line, great start from pole for Anderson. Suono, they're coming up from row 2, moves across. Yulalami goes towards the inside line. Anderson going to go round the outside on the perfect line. Suono gets mugged a little bit and pushed wide. Person's going to go through. So Suono's gone from a potential P2 down into P4 and might lose another position here. In the background, you saw it. They've smoothed out that run onto the tarmac there beautifully. And it just looks a little bit easier to slide in sideways over that. So Anderson leads from Yulalami.
Brilliant awareness from Anderson to run wide on the way into turn 1. Knew he'd made a good enough start. Suono lost out badly, having made arguably the best launch of the entire pack and drawn alongside Yulalami in the run to turn 1. Nobody joking from the front of the order. Suono jokers, I think, from the back.
Remember, it's 4 laps once we get to semi-finals. It'll be 5 laps in the final. They needed 3 during qualifying. Does just give you a few more options for joker strategy. Anderson doing a tidy job here. Just managed to gap just a little bit, be slightly further out in front. Ah, good, we've got a timing screen back. That's what we were worrying about. So, yeah, 50.009. Thank you, Kala. So 50.009, Lucas Anderson, last lap, best lap of the race so far. Only other driver in the 50s is the P2 man, Uniten Yulalami. Into the joker goes Persson. So Persson in P3, going to come out in whereabouts, P5, I think. But up ahead of Suono, who's jokered. Hattenmar, of course, Hattenmar's not showing us a double joker, Hal. There should be a little orange marker there if Hattenmar did jump the start, unless it was adjudged just to be a faulty start.
Yeah, but he did definitely move, didn't he? So not quite sure what's going on there. Maybe the graphic...
unless has Hattenmar done one already and we just missed it because we were looking at the leaders.
It would still say that. I think the graphic has still said that it's 2 jokers for most of the weekend so far. But regardless, Yulalami is going with Anderson and they are pulling out quite a margin, aren't they? Over Soderholm. Yulalami was in this title fight coming here. Hasn't quite been able to do enough this weekend, but it was a long shot. Anyway, now it's all about trying to get on the podium and, importantly, finishing in the top 2 of this race. Lucas Anderson, though, is running away with it up front. Best lap of a 43.5, a 43.8 for Yulalami behind, just not quite there.
So Suono and Hattenmar have shown up with the times too. They've added it now to Hattenmar. They added it to the wrong driver. It's been added now to Hattenmar at the bottom of the screen. You can see side by side in turn 2. The leaders haven't joked at 8.4, Hal, I think will be enough, don't you? Well, it'll certainly be enough for Anderson. Yulalami might be a little bit closer, but I reckon it's enough.
I think he's got it done yet. Just needs to be neat and tidy through here. Anderson's a little bit wide, but comes back to the late apex. Very neat and tidy. There's Persson in the background.
Job done for these two. Anderson and Yulalami booked the first 2 slots in the final. Front row goes through. I'm always interested to keep a little track on where people go through from. Normally, front row is obviously favourite to get through from. Another look at the start.
Suono made a great launch there from row 2. almost got alongside Anderson, but Anderson did so well to come out so wide. He almost laying a marker down to the guys behind, because Girolami had to get in the brakes a bit more than maybe he would have done otherwise if Anderson had stayed tight.
I think I'm just going to have to point out, Hal, to anyone who's just joined us, what we've just done. Wolfed down a burger and a half. Did you have two?
Yes.
Hal had two because he didn't think he was coming for a passenger ride. And then Andreas Eriksson mugged us, basically. So we ended up going for a passenger ride with Andreas Eriksson in an FC1 around Strängnäs, which is the second time this year I've ended up going around an amazing rallycross track in an amazing rallycross car without knowing anything about it the day before. So what a cool job, aren't we lucky? Lucas Anderson takes the win from Girolami. Those two go through to the final. Marcus Norman had some issues in the final qualifier, and Molly is with him now.
See him have to drive off the track in Q4. Marcus, what happened?
Yeah, so the rear diff exploded.
Exploded?
Yeah, it's in pieces.
Can you show us?
Yeah, I think so.
Try and get out of the way, but look at all of this.
Yeah, so you can see here, it's shattered. The gearbox and all, everything is completely gone.
So where was that, in the start or?
No, in the second lap.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the jump. So when I landed, it happened. So I just turned off.
But other than that, I mean, this car, the sound in this car is insane.
Yeah, it's insane. Nothing like it.
Is it like that for you sitting in the car as well?
Yeah, it is. It's pretty amazing.
Could you just give us? Okay, I'm being told we're going back to the racing, but we'll catch up a bit later on. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I love that. Is it like that in the car? Oh, yes, it is. Yes, it is. How crown wheel on the diff there, stripped. Unfortunately, probably other bits, as he said, of the gearbox are lunch. Well, I'll tell you what, let's go racing. But yeah, I don't think we're going to see him, are we, in the... I don't know if he made the final. We'll have to check in a minute. Nordstrand and Uito on the front row. Uito in the blue car is your champion and gets the kind of start that you expect a champion to get. Straight out front, wants to give himself a bit of room in turn one. Don't get overshot on the exit. Nicely done. Thought he'd gone in a bit tight there. We saw in the previous one, Anderson gave himself room, Hal, didn't he, on the way in. Uito took a slightly tighter line, but the result is the same, out front.
Uito has made some phenomenal starts through the course of this season so far and delivered some amazing racecraft like so many of these junior cross car drivers do, and that was another example of why he's won this title. Brilliant performance from the newly crowned champion, but he won't be thinking about that at all right now. Being a racing driver, he's only focused on the next few corners and trying to make it through to the final this afternoon. So funny, isn't it, how you work all year to try and be champion, you get that done, and then you immediately put it to the back of your mind because you're thinking about the very next race. Never content, racing drivers, always looking forward. I know all about people always looking forward, because when you try and document their history, it's an absolute nightmare.
Hal's written a book, I don't know if you know. What is it called, Hal? OMSC Engineered to Win. There you go, you see. It's Hal's second book. First one was called 14. Like Kenneth Hansen, isn't it? Is there any more books in the offing?
Oh, yeah, there are, yeah. Yes. But I won't talk about that because it'll put undue pressure on getting them finished.
I'm going to write a book with Hal one day. I keep threatening him with it, and I mean it. I have no idea what's going to be in it. Basically, lots of stories that we probably couldn't and shouldn't tell.
Well, we had a good go at the first couple of chapters of the last night in the bar, didn't we? With some of the guys that have been around this sport for over a decade now.
Night, yeah, talking with the guys from Chronomoto. I'd forgotten. Basically, me and Hal had a bit of an end-of-season party last night. We didn't go nuts because obviously we got a busy day today, but it was lovely to catch up with a few faces who we've worked with for nearly a decade, and just to hear how each of us got into this fantastic sport. Yeah, Hal coming as an ex-competitor, me contacting IMG and saying I want to be the commentator for this series. Well, still compete, but that's how you got in. At the time you were competing, weren't you, and stepped into a different role, and just about how these things developed, and how you had some thoughts about what, in the background spin, what you thought was going to happen, and actually something very different happened, and the guys from Chronomoto, the timing guys, it was brilliant. It will make a good book one day, and even if only for me.
If we don't get steamrolled by the Chronomotor train before then.
Yeah, the Chronomotor train is coming.
They are the unsung heroes of all of these
all motorsport
championships.
Basically, they are timing everything everywhere. No, they're great guys, the Hungarians who we've worked with for a long time, and it was fun last night just to talk to them all about how we ended up where we are. And we've crossed paths and gone our separate ways and come back together again on different series. Brilliant fun. Nilsson going to come down towards the line. It's Uito who takes the win. I think Nilsson's going to drop down too far. Nordstrand goes through. So Nilsson joking on the last lap. I think there's a problem actually for Nilsson.
Didn't have the best run out of the Joker either. And Pettit Nordstrand with the fastest lap. Let's have a look back at the start. Uito just got it hooked up, didn't he? Just a little raise of the front wheels. Can't quite wheelie in a cross car junior in the same way that you can in a cross car that we see Riku Hukar, Uito's Finnish compatriot, do in almost every start. But a brilliant launch, just nailed it. And then was clear out front. Took an early joker, of course, and that's when Nilsson got ahead briefly. What you find with these 3 semi-finals is that the gap in pace is a bit bigger than maybe it would be if it's just 2 and the top 12. So it does change the joker strategy a little bit because you can't afford to get stuck in the traffic quite as much. That was a late decision, wasn't it?
It's a good example of how the car in front of you can really affect your line, Hal. And then we saw the momentum down the straight, didn't we? It changes massively. Look at that bump as well, hanging on to it. Erik Nilsson. But Uito taking the win, the champion. Carl-Petter Nordstrand going through as well. Wasn't it Carl-Petter Nordstrand that Michael said he's one of my biggest competitors?
Yeah, he was brilliant in Riga in round 6 and through to the final. Let's see if he can repeat that performance.
Front row goes through from semi-final 2 as well. We've got 1 semi-final to come. We're going to offer you the opportunity to win a book. OMSE Engineered to Win, written by legendary journalist, rallycross driver, all-round good guy. Yeah, I'm going to show it. Hang on a minute. Here we go. Hold on. It's just over here on the floor. Hang on. Let's see if the cable's long enough. Just. There it is. OMSE Engineered to Win, written by Hal Ridge, absolute legend. There is a certain number of pages in it. Now, if you want to win the book...
How many pages are there?
Well, you can't say that because that gives away the...
Can I have a look?
No. Oh. In a minute, you can. It's your book. You should know how many pages there are. So if you want to win a copy of this beautiful book, seriously, and you do want to win it, you can enter by going to the latest Instagram post. Peter, what's the latest Instagram post?
10 seconds.
You doing it now? Okay, it hasn't been done. The Instagram post is going to appear in about 10 seconds. Is it a picture of the book? It says win, win, win. So you can win.
Yeah!
Yes, everybody's a winner. No, not everybody's a winner. Only one person's a winner, or Hal will be skint. So you can win the book. You have to guess how many pages there are in the book. So you have to guess how many pages there are, and the person who's closest will win the book. I don't know what's going to happen if 5 of you guess exactly the same and know how many pages there are. We'll have to figure that out later, but that's not my problem. So go and enter. And you should also follow Hal Ridge, you should follow Rallyx Nordic, and you should like and subscribe to the YouTube channel. None of those things will make any difference to whether or not you win, but you should do it anyway. Front row, Hallinen and Hagström off the line. Lundelander on row 2 trying to find a way through between them, but can't. It's a good start by Hallinen as always. Lundelander going to try and squeeze up through that inside. Hallinen sideways up over the jump. Lundelander still there, look, trying to sneak through. Going to get up the inside of Hampus Hagström.
Oh, Hagström's been absolutely mugged there, hasn't he? Runs that little bit wide. He's going to drop down to 4th from the front row of the grid. What a shame for the Hagström's driver. He was so good yesterday, made the most of the conditions and set his first ever fastest time. But yet again, Larry Hallinen, who we had in the studio yesterday with his dad. I wonder if his dad's hiding behind one of those trees in the forest.
He will be, yeah.
Hates watching his son drive.
Yeah.
But so good off the line and has been quick this year, maybe a little bit inconsistent, got stuck in the fighting a bit too much to really battle for the championship come the end, but this is where he wants to be to try and finish his Rallyx season on a high.
The thing is, isn't he 12, Hal? I'm sure he said he was 12 yesterday, so he's going to be in this series. He's actually going to go and do some more rallying in Latvia, so you can do rallying in Latvia really young, as long as you're not driving the road sections. So
I had a thought about that.
Yeah,
how does the co-driver fit? You need a really small co-driver who's old enough to drive on the road.
That's true. What's the score with moving seats? You can't have moving seat rails, can you, in a competition car? So, I don't know, do you bolt the seat in and out for each one? Yeah, or
at the end, at stage end.
Strap bits of wood to to Larry's feet so he can reach the pedals?
make him a foot taller.
Platform
That's
Sparko
what they're
shoes.
intended for.
Oh, there you go. There we go.
There's Vic going into the Joker in the background. Lovely rotation on the Speed Car Extreme. Tidally out of the Joker, but drops down. Currently top of the two that have Jokered so far. Oliver Solly hasn't really featured this weekend in the way that he has done at other rounds this year. Hallinan really got sideways there, took a very late apex in turn 2, but gets a great drive. Looks to be geared a little bit differently to me, that he gets that good drive out of the corners and is able to pull away from Lunderlander just that little bit. Of course, it's all about changing the sprocket sizes and stuff through these cross cars. Hallinan Jokers.
So Hallinan's gone to the Joker from the lead. Lunderlander will take the lead now. Where's Hallinan going to come in? Is this to try and cover off behind? Loads of room behind, look, really safe. So everyone, he now leads of everyone who's Joker. He's got Hagström and Lunderlander in front. Now Lunderlander could now smash in the ultimate lap and in theory get the overlap. I think it's a bit of a big ask. But if Lunderlander goes through, by the way, oh no, problem for Lunderlander and Hagström trying to find a way past. Hagström looks both sides of the car but can't. Is it a puncture or is it just a sideways moment? So Lunderlander struggling. Hampus Hagström was on the front row and was just about to say that so far only the front rows have qualified for the final. That problem could put them back into the grips of Viek in the background. Hallinan is going to come around that last corner and go standard lap. Oh, they're going to the Joker lap, 2 sideways. Lunderlander all crossed up behind Hampus Hagström trying to come through. Batters one of the things, but I think they're going to get done down the straight. They are. Hallinan goes through, and so does Viek. So on the last lap, Viek gets up from P4 into P2, and that is from Dennis Viek from the outside of row 2. Has made it through to the final, and he's the only driver to have made it through to the final from row 2 of the grid. Great stuff.
Frustrating that for Hagström, just stuck behind, nothing he could do really. Wasn't aggressive enough, but didn't want to also force Lunderlander out of the way. Couldn't really work out what was wrong with the blue machine. There's the start for Hallinan on the inside, the right of your picture, left of your picture now. Nice and tidy through the first corner. There's Hagström on the outside, just ran that little bit wide. Lunderlander gets the nose in, and then the door is just left wide open because you can't turn in when there's someone already there. The front washes out. You see when you get a bit of understeer in these cross cars. It's even harder in the junior cross car, I think, than the senior cross car because you just don't have any power to try and get the rear rotated, and the nose just pushes on. That was Vic into the Joker.
Turned out to be a good move, didn't it? Couldn't possibly have known that what was going to transpire later in the race.
And this is why you always try and mix up the Joker strategy, really, because Hagström had nowhere to go, did he? Because he had to follow through the Joker, and even though Lunderlander had a problem, there was no way through.
I wasn't sure if it was a tech issue or quite what, really. There's Lunderlander doing a good job of avoiding the back of Hallinan. Obviously didn't quite expect Hallinan to go, or would have been on a slightly wider line at that point. Here, this is the moment. So it comes down, there's the little bump. To me, all tyres are in, but I reckon maybe just misses a gear. Hagström now is right up behind. Here it is, it's a little over rotation. Must have missed a gear, Hal. And then caught on that curve, the ultra bumpy curve, and look, left, right, finding a way through, come on, but all the time was lost already, and the momentum lost on the exit of that turn. And as they come through and go Joker, then this, look at this.
I think it was just a bit of maybe, I thought the car was still hampered, but I think maybe just a little bit of pressure trying to make it through, and got that little bit sideways on the entry to the compulsory extra route. I had my doubts about the Joker position, I have to say, when we walked the track on Friday evening, but it's actually been really good.
Yeah,
so
great,
all credit to the track guys for moving it from the first corner.
Oh my goodness me, we've got lots and lots of people are trying to win Hal's book. See, Hal? Hey? People want the book. It's a good book. What do you need, Peter? Right. You can't have that book, that's my copy. You want to see how many pages there are, don't you?
Let me know.
Okay, we've set up a competition. We don't know the answer to the
I do know the answer.
Do you actually?
Yeah.
There you go.
I'll tell you.
Yeah. Oh, hang on. Hold on. Let's have a look. Oh. All right, mega. Right, Jimmy Osterberg, top of the standings. Ross Granderson, Patrick Albert, Elias Svensson, Thomas Merstad, Jan Emil Wilsberg, Penton and Gustafsson, Troyter, Eganson, Ugar, and Hal Damman make it through to the 2 semi-finals. So it will be top 3 from each of these 2 semis will go through. and this should be good fun. Do enjoy a bit of cross car. Let's get it sent down to the first corner, shall we? Hal, this is one of the ones we haven't crowned a champion in. Yes, it is, says Hal. Let me frantically go through my paperwork and find the standings. Osterberg, Halberg, Merstad, Penttinen, those are your front 2 rows. They're the likely outcome down at turn 1. Another ultra long hold here for the guys. As the start failed, I think the start's failed personally. Ready to race light now comes on. That's very strange, but they're going to go. Here we go. Wait for the green. Oh, Osterberg was slow with the reaction time. Merstad up alongside on the run to the first corner. Halberg going to get there. Almost into locking wheels. Osterberg goes late on the brakes. Penttinen going around the outside, almost in the wall, sideways, up over the jump. Halberg leads. Osterberg looks through around the outside. Bit of contact between him and Penttinen. Merstad is into P2. Treuterud comes through from the back of the pack. But it is Halberg that leads with Merstad in P2.
It's a good job you're good at commentating, because watching this after you've seen Junior Cross Car is like seeing it in fast forward, isn't it? It's absolutely bonkers. We can always do with a different class in the middle just to get used to the speed. But this is exactly what Patrick Halberg needs to do. If he's got any hope of winning this title, he has to win this race and get through into the final. The fight really is with him and his teammate, Oscar Andersson, who has come good at the end of the season. But Halberg can't affect what Oscar Andersson's going to do. He can only focus on trying to win this race, and he's doing exactly the right thing.
Got a brilliant start. I'm afraid Osterberg was caught a little bit sleeping at the start. Where is Osterberg now? I think Osterberg's 7 points. Oh, he jokered. So Jimmy Osterberg's gone joker. That's a great move by him as well. How remember the top 3 go through. He's got 4 cars here having a little tear up. So is there a chance Osterberg can close that gap down just a little bit? We'll see when they cross the line next time round. Lap 2 out of 4. Halberg, Merstad, Penttinen, Treuterud. Anybody going to go joker? Merstad goes joker from P2. So Merstad's gone with an early joker. This will be to cover off any opportunity for Osterberg to get past. Watch for Osterberg in the background. Merstad's done it easily. So Osterberg's got to get a wiggle on if he wants to get a little bit nearer. The gap's 7.8. He's lost a tenth to the leader, Halberg. So Halberg is absolutely flying.
And these are great conditions to be driving this sort of machine now. You know where the grip is. They've already done a session in almost exactly the same track conditions. And you can see Halberg, he's so on it. Penttinen
mistake from Penttinen, goes wide. Treuterud going to be nearer this time.
You just saw that little bit of over-rotation there. It cost momentum, and now Treuterud is all over the back of him.
Halberg, is he going to go joker lap 3? Does. Halberg goes into joker. Treuterud passes Penttinen in the last corner. Penttinen swaps back to the inside line. We want to see the joker merge as they come out through here. Here it is. So Halberg gets out in front. It is on right across the track. Penttinen trying to cover off Osterberg, but Osterberg gets there. So Osterberg has managed to get past. We've got 4 drivers now of joker. Treuterud out front is the only one who hasn't, and it's about whether or not he slots in front or behind Osterberg. And Penttinen as well. Look, it's so close between them. So they're right on the cusp of making it or not. Yuga has, well, he's showing us a DNS, so Yuga obviously didn't actually, our timing screen's gone frozen again. So Treuterud coming around that last corner. This has got to be an absolute minter if he wants to make it through. This for a place in the semi-finals. Halberg gonna go through, Merstad gonna go through as well in the background. Who's gonna get there? Treuterud comes out of the joker lap, does have enough in hand. Osterberg was so close, but Treuterud holds on by 0.3 of a second to make it through to the finals. So Halberg, Merstad and Treuterud are in.
This class is so close, you could literally write all of the car numbers on a set of ping pong balls, toss them all up in the air and catch some to decide who makes the final, because madness. Any of those drivers could have won that race.
Pick up the bones of this one, Hal, because you see what I mean about Osterberg? Just goes backwards off the start straight away. There isn't really any contact. He wants to go later and faster in there. Halberg's kind of gone safe on the inside line. Penttinen's gone ultra send around the outside.
He is king of the first corner send, isn't he, Penttinen?
Now Osterberg looks left, then he goes right, and then unfortunately he misjudges. He wanted to break inside Penttinen, and that's what's cost him it. Basically, that's out. So poor old Jimmy just not on it at the start this time. Unless he had a problem. I mean, we don't know if there's a problem, but it looked like a late reaction.
He either has a great weekend or an abysmal weekend. There isn't really a halfway house for Jimmy Osterberg. Shame for him, because he was so disappointed after the previous round in Riga. Penttinen, a really good example there, just losing momentum mid-corner.
Oi, oi, oi. That's almost grip roll in a cross car
with 4-inch diameter tyres.
Madness. This was the Joker merge look. So Penttinen running Osterberg all the way out across the track. Nicely done.
That's the first time we've really seen that. We've talked about it all weekend, but running the car right to the outside. Osterberg well aware of what was going to happen though, and maintained the momentum. Nice Joker entry from Troy Terud.
Tell you what, it's going to be very strange for me next week coming back here for Nitro Rallycross. I've never done, ever, 2 Rallycross events on the same track in a row on 2 sets. You know what I mean? Like, we've been to Holliers, say, with World Championship or Nordic in the same year, but to do 2 in 2 weeks in a row, I might come and do the Swedish one as well. How do you want to come?
Isn't your life difficult?
I know, it's mega. I'm excited about it.
What a problem to have, mate.
I know, it's cool, isn't it? It's cool. And it's a slightly different track layout, but yeah, I'm excited.
But nice that you've had this opportunity to see how some of the corners unfold.
And to ride in the FC1 as well with Andreas. I mean, that's pretty cool. Have you ever had a ride with Andreas before?
No, I haven't. Been with Kevin before.
Yeah, I rode. Who did I ride? Ollie. No, who have I had a ride with? I'm trying to think if I sat with him. I'm not
a big fan of passenger rides, to be honest. I'd rather just drive myself.
Yeah, I know. Everybody wants to drive, mate. But you take the opportunity. You got to get them. I've had some mega rides over the years. Good with Festival Speed, wicked. Been some of my favourite rally cars. Haven't been in a 306 Maxi. Need to arrange that. Eric Farren, that mentions for you. Anderson, Svensson on the front row. Wilsberg, Gustafsson on row 2. Eganson, Hal Damon on the back row. Just as I say that, it's Gustafsson who jumps to the start. Bummer.
And that gives us a little bit of breathing space to talk about the championship permutations. So if Oscar Anderson, who is starting on pole position, finishes in the top 3 and makes it through to the final, Patrick Hallberg, despite winning the previous semi and taking the front row start for the final, he cannot do anything about his teammate winning the crown. So if Oscar Anderson needs top 3, make the final,
and he's won.
Job done.
Right. So let's see if Oscar Anderson can make it through.
We're at risk here of none of the championships going to the final. But
that's all right, but then the racing in the finals was carnage once everyone knows who's champions.
But it's quite nice if you don't have to worry about it too much and everyone can just drive free.
Yeah, exactly.
And some of them have got till next, I don't know, April to fix the car?
Yeah, so might as well send it. Shout out Peter McConnell, Fraser's dad, watching. Says he's enjoying himself. Thanks, Peter. He says Molly should have had a passenger ride. Yeah, well, we did tell her. And Johan Kristofferson's watching as well. Got a few questions about the track. Johan, he's always got one eye on it, isn't he, eh? Right. Here we go. Can Anderson take the title here in the semi-final? Got to go through top 3s on pole, inside line. Great reaction, lifts the front left wheel as he drops down over the bump in the grid there. Run to the first corner, Svensson going to get him. So Svensson goes a bit deep on the outside. Hal Damon, Super Send Hal Damon, unfortunately has a bit of a problem there. Lights it up to get out of the gravel trap, but pretty sure that's going to cook any chances of making it through. Anderson in P2. Wants to be nice and steady in here, not get himself into too much trouble. Svensson leads from Anderson. Anderson at the minute is just where he needs to be.
Svensson double driving this weekend. Remember, he almost won both of the finals in the opening weekend of the season. Won again in Latvia last time out. Had he not been disqualified from the final in Hüljes, Anderson looks to the inside, but there's no way through there into the final corner. If Svensson had kept that win from Hüljes, his title chances would look very different, and this race would be having a very different feel to it as well. But there's nothing he can do now about the championship leader, who just needs to shadow the race leader now. Don't do anything silly, Oscar.
Eganson's gone Joker on lap 1, 7.0 back. Hal Damon only 3.4 off. It's Hal Damon on the back of this pack. How hard is Hal Damon trying to close? He was parked in the gravel trap on the outside of turn 1. Apart from seeing Anderson go through and win the title, which would be mega for him, I want to see how Damon gets stuck in. Come on, you can do it.
He's been stuck in all weekend, hasn't he? And I
know, my favourite new addition to this year.
Anderson Jokers, this is a critical moment in this championship fight. He needs to be neat and tidy through here, miss the bollards, which he does nicely, pops out behind Hal Damon.
That's so, okay, good. Out in the clear, nicely done. Gustafsson's got a second one to go. Eganson's been in.
I think there's a problem. A lot of smoke from the rear of Svensson's machine. Was there just a bit of oil on overrun?
No, you can see it there as well, can't you? That's too much, you think?
Yeah, I think so. I wonder if that's dropping oil on the racing line as well.
Well, Svensson's going to blow up, we reckon. So Svensson out front, too much smoke coming from that car, surely. And let's just see here. We'll focus on the rear of this car as we go through this corner. Oh, it's pouring off the back. It could be oil on the exhaust. It's coming out from right underneath the manifold. Svensson now comes through the Joker. That flames from the top of the exhaust. Trying to get into the top 3 here and hold on to that position. Comes out in front. So comes out in front, which is where he was from Anderson before. Anderson now stuck in that smoke screen. Wilsberg leads from Haldeman.
So Haldeman's on an absolute charge, and this could really hurt Anderson, couldn't it? Because if he gets held up behind Svensson over the course of this lap, which doesn't look like he's going to do, could cause him real problems if he can't find a way through. I think Svensson's going to keep going, though.
Out front as well, these two, when they joker, Wilson and Haldeman, they're going to have to go this time round. So can Wilsberg make it through? Blue car going joker now. Can he get out in P3 ahead of Gustafsson coming through in P5? Svensson coming down with the smoking car, going to make it through. Anderson wins the championship with P2. Your cross car champion for 2022. Oscar Anderson with second place gets a slot in the final, and Wilsberg holds on for P3. Anderson can breathe a sigh of relief now.
That would have been a tough race, that, mentally, wouldn't it? Especially when you didn't make the start and then you're stuck a bit in the traffic, then the car in front of you is pouring smoke in your windscreen.
And if it is oil and you end up with it on your screen,
and you're worried if you're going to slip off on it.
Yeah, you just don't need the stress, do you? There he is on the inside line. He's on the pole. Look, he just lifted a wheel as he came down over the dip. Svensson came around the outside. That was the contact. I'm disappointed for Haldeman because I was...
Look how far behind he was. He's driving out of the gravel as the other guys are going over the jump on the opening lap. He caught up an enormous amount of time. There wasn't that much fighting either. It was on pure pace. Fortunately, we're having some connection issues in the studio, so the timing screen is a little laggy. So I don't know what his fastest lap was, but I would bet some money on Haldeman having set at least one fastest lap of the race, if not a couple of purples. There's the smoke pouring out of the back of Svensson's cross car. I wonder if that's terminal. It might have been on its last legs and might not restart for the final, you never know. That would help out Haldeman. Anderson following in the smoke screen on the final lap. Had Svensson got a lot slower, these two could have jokered and got out ahead of that pair, and then Anderson wouldn't have got through to the final. Then Halberg would have had the opportunity to make it through. I think Anderson might have set the fastest lap of the race. We saw a flick of the timing screen before it changed to the next semi-final grid.
Supercar lights. There's your result. Oh, I like that. A little 007 on the timing screen there. Elias Svensson goes through with Oscar Anderson and Jan Emil Wilsberg. We'll have to wait until next year to see Haldeman give it the ultra send again. Ooh. Elias Svensson looking at the back of the car. They've maybe got a bit of work to do, and that's getting close. What can we see, Hal Ridge? He's having a good stare at it. That'll help.
I'd be trying to think about what's necessary in the supercar.
Okay, well, stare at it a bit more. You never know your luck. Morley caught up with Ida Turnholt earlier on.
Ida, you got yourself into the semi-final. Well done.
Thank you very much.
What are your thoughts now before heading out?
I'm just so happy that I made it with the results from yesterday, with not getting into the finish line in the first qualifying heat. So I'm just happy to be here, but I am definitely going to show these guys that I also want a spot in the finals.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Go on, Ida, get stuck in. I'm going to show them. Been driving really well, particularly yesterday in the tricky conditions, Hal.
Yeah, and there you can see she made it through in 11th, didn't even scrape it through in the end. Quite a margin, actually, back to Jimmy Wolfertson, who didn't have a great weekend, but it's all about the new champion, Simon Olofsson, and Ollie Eriksson, who was pretty displeased, wasn't he, with the contact in Q4 earlier on.
Most displeased. Who was it that hit him?
Enland.
Enland. Where's Enland? Is Enland going to be in the same race?
No. Odds and evens.
Odds and evens, yep. So, no, he's not. So they might meet again in the final. Enland's going to be row 2, isn't he, I think? Okay, here we go. Simon Olofsson, your champion for this year on the pole. Martin Experth P2. Kasper Janssen third on the grid. Martin Enland fourth. And then it's Mats Oskarsson and Ida Turnholt on the outside on the back row. Olofsson versus Experth. They drop down off that little crest on the line. Experth going to move across and try and squeeze Olofsson. Olofsson going to stay late, is he, on the brakes? Runs the car deep. Watch for Kasper Janssen trying to go up the inside on the exit. Olofsson covers that off, closes the door. Janssen into P2. Nicely done, needs to get across this bumpy braking zone without getting taken out. Holds on to second place. Oh, there's a bit of carnage behind, right up on the rear wheel. Janssen does hold on though, and still the fight goes on behind. It's Oskarsson on the outside.
That was a bollard clip from Enlund as well. Enlund and Oskarsson are still at it. Ida Tornholt in the background. That rear shot in turn one, I just thought this is going to be a crash, isn't it? Because there was cars absolutely everywhere. The pace is so equal in this Supercar Lights category. Oskarsson's going to duck out, go to the Joker. Ida Tornholt had already made that decision. She did the right thing, I think, by not changing her mind.
Yes.
But she did lose out on the exit. She's clearly got more pace than Oskarsson. She's all over the back of him in the background. But this is perfect for Simon Olsen up front. Fastest lap on the opening tour for 47.7. He really, really wants to win this final round of the season.
Oh, yeah, exactly. You always want to get, if he can win the final round along with the championship, it's just a great memory, isn't it? You don't really want to win it. Yeah, you want to win it, however, but it'd be great to win it and take a win as well on the same weekend. Tornholt was actually in P5 before she jokered, so she'd got up one position. That must have been Expert that had dropped to the back, was it?
Yeah.
Yes.
I wonder if there's a penalty incoming for Enlund, because he drove over one of those bollards in turn 3 on the opening lap. There's XPF in the Joker. He's coming out. I wonder
I think he might be behind. Yeah, Expert is behind Tornholt. So Tornholt back in where she was. She's back into P5.
And she's close on the back of Oskarsson, isn't she? Looking at the gaps on the timing screen. There they are, all tucked up together. She said she was going to give it a go. XPF has a bit of a look. We cut away to the fight for the lead. Janssen's come back at Simon Olofsson. These races go so fast, don't they? We're on the 3rd of 4 laps already.
Olofsson looking really composed out front from Janssen. Janssen going to go Joker this time, so goes with a different strategy. Enlund goes in 2. So Janssen and Enlund into the Joker. Got to come out in front of Oskarsson. Kasper Janssen was pretty sideways. They've got a comfortable margin. So the top 3 have got that comfortable margin. So Olofsson now's just got to not cruise, but he's got to keep it tidy around this run. Not too sideways over the transition from the dirt to the tarmac. Track really starting to rubber in now on the tarmac sections.
There is nobody more experienced at driving a Supercar Lights car than Simon Olofsson. I would say he's done more laps than even Oliver Eriksson. He's been driving these things since they very first came into Rallycross as a sport, and it's great to see him continuing that and driving so well.
Olofsson in his 100th event in this car slots into the Joker lap. He should come out in the lead. Look for him up there. Janssen's a bit closer than I thought he might be, but Olofsson takes it and books his slot on the pole for the final. Can he win that final along with the championship that he's already picked up today? Kasper Janssen and Martin Enlund go through from 3rd and 4th on the grid. This was the start. Ida Tornholt moves across from 6th to join the back of the train here, but then that maybe works out.
I think Tornholt.
She up the inside here. Oh, look at that! Yes,
she had more pace.
Pass.
She had more pace than her finishing position suggested through that race. Oskarsson mounted the rear there of Kasper Janssen. I just looked away at the wrong moment there. I think that's where Enlund knocked the marker over.
Yeah, Enlund, you think there could be a penalty for Enlund?
I think I'd like to see that again because I looked away at exactly the wrong moment. But
yeah,
like through turn 3, you're like on the inside. That's not something you can avoid, really.
Yeah, true. I mean, if Enlund got a 3-second penalty, Oskarsson would go through because Oskarsson was only 2.58 seconds behind at the finish line. But it's a big if because the stewards, I think, have actually been pretty good this weekend. You know, it's a tough job, and they've been looking at it not just going, you get a penalty. It's like, could you avoid it? So. Molly is at the finish line, and I'm guessing she's with Simon Olofsson, but oh, she's not. She's with Elias Svensson. There we go. Good job. Somebody told me.
Right now, just trying to find out a bit more about Elias Svensson's cross car. This is Elias, of course, jumping into the Supercar now, having to leave his cross car without actually knowing what's wrong with it. So we'll try and find out a little bit more. I'm just going to make my way over to the guys who are working on the car and see if they know anything. Do you know now what's wrong?
It's have leaked out too much oil, so the engine is broke.
The engine is broken.
Yeah, the oil pressure has gone 1.5 lap. So
game over then.
Game over then, yeah.
Well, there you have it, guys.
Okay, so thank you, Molly. That's Elias Svensson's double driving done for the day. We figured it was an oil leak, didn't we, Hal? So oil pressure gone. Must have been spilling out onto the exhaust, and then he's done a lap and a half with no oil pressure, and yeah, game over. That will mean, will they put a reserve through? I'm not sure. Will they bump them up?
Yeah, so the reserves will work based on the qualifying order. So we have to see some paperwork to work that out.
It's fine. We'll see. We'll see who they put in at the final. Ollie Eriksson on the front row with Ola Henry Steinsholt, and it's Martin Jonsson and Mattis Jansen, Berget and Schockfist at the back of the grid. For me, though, this is all about Eriksson and Steinsholt on the front row. I want to see Eriksson and Olofsson go at it in the final. To be on the front row, Eriksson has got to win this one, and he gets a good start. Him and his brother have driven these cars so much, always bang on with the gear changes. This time he doesn't get taken out in turn one, and Oliver Eriksson has a lovely clean start. Ola Henry Steinsholt slots into second place. It's Jonsson, who was in the inside from row 2, trying to go around the outside. Jonsson and Jansen. The Jonsson is in the black, Jansen is in the black and blue. There we are. So Eriksson, look at the gap already, and Ola Henry Steinsholt is no slouch in these cars, but Eriksson is he wants to win this as well, doesn't he?
Yeah, and especially after what happened earlier on, the hammer will be down that little bit more, won't it? And he's the master of these machines. He didn't even know he was racing until a couple of days ago, and then was left for the job of giving the car a spanner check himself with a brand new mechanic to the OMSE team. He dug out some old bits of bodywork from a container from when he last raced the car in this livery, printed off what was necessary to finish it off, and then came away racing. Had to put up all of the awnings himself, because normally that's an exercise led by both himself and his brother, but Kevin is a little bit hampered at the moment with only having one operating leg. So it's been a busy weekend for Oliver Eriksson, and now he just needs to focus on driving alone and against his young teammate in the OMSE squad, Steinsholt. He is laying down quite a marker, isn't he?
He's indeed. So much smoother through there. Hal, that was one of the things I noticed when we got our ride in the FC1 just before this session, was how much the tracker had smoothed out the entry to turn 2. It's going to dig out pretty quickly because it's not what I would call a permanent fix, but also there are nowhere near as many car laps in this session as there were in all the qualifying sessions.
It's also hard to tell in the FC1X because it's much bigger.
You can drive over anything.
Such big suspension travel that you can barely feel that little bump on the way into 2.
Hal's referring to the jump. That little bump. That's kind of, no, he's not. He's referring to the change in surface, but that's kind of, it just squashes everything. It really does. It really does.
Look
Very
at the state
impressive.
of Eriksson's windscreen. That shows how many stones have been thrown up across the course of the weekend. This is a proper old school rallycross track. I like the new additions. It's a bit like the changes they've made to Linden Hill. It's helped evolve one of the original venues, and yeah, this is an old school rallycross venue, and I love them.
Yeah. Eriksson into the Joker lap, got a decent margin here. Been a super smooth, easy win for him. He will be on the front row against the champion Olofsson. So Ollie Eriksson goes through to the final. Ola Henry Steinsholt going to join in the background, though. It's going to be ultra close between them. Schockfist trying to go and hold on to him, but I don't know if he has. It's Jonsson who gets it. So Jonsson in the number 10 gets it ahead of Schockfist. Jansen just the other side. They all finished on 6.2, look. So the gap between them was, what is it, 6? That's insane.
They were at it, Jonsson and Jansen, all the way out of the final corner, weren't they? And then after they went either side of Schockfist. Schockfist didn't really feature because we were following the leader for most of the race. We didn't really see the battles behind. There is Steinsholt shadowing his such experienced teammate. I do like Eriksson's livery. It is
it's
very
classic.
nice indeed.
It's classic, isn't it?
It's just also very nice. It's
yeah.
It's a good looking livery, isn't it?
Yes. We got so
and it has white wheels.
Yeah.
And,
which is cool as well.
Black wheels.
So no. I was trying to persuade Kenneth Hansen to have a white test livery with white wheels, wasn't I? I think there's too much for them to do that, but if they did it, I'd be very pleased.
I quite like Johan Kristofferson's black livery with the silver.
So do I. I think that's cool.
It's cool, yeah.
I think that's very cool.
Look at, so this is Johnson and Janssen in the background, getting into each other out of the final corner. They're going to go either side of
Shockfist lifted.
And
I
then
think Shockfist lifted.
They get into each other again.
I think Shockfist lifted, Hal.
Thinking he'd done it, yeah.
Yeah. Nightmare. Those chairs got names on. You see the two pink chairs? They got names on them, like, you know, like sort of superstar chairs.
Eyes of a bat aren't going to help with that.
Yeah, good shout. Yeah, same here, mate. So I'm getting increasingly bat-like as the years go by. Supercar, the only category we haven't settled. Thomas Brinderson, there's a man who needs a little bit of bad luck for Gronholm if he was to steal the title. Ericsson goes through his signs on Jonsson. But Brinderson needs something to happen to Gronholm. It's not what he'd be wishing for at all, but that's what he needs. Because if Gronholm goes through, so if Gronholm is in the top 3, then he is the champion. After qualifying, Niklas Gronholm, the top qualifier from Evgen, Brinderson, Belevsky, German, Vaby, Franks, Ostren, Carlson, Elias Svensson and Daniel Toren all go through to the 2 semi-finals. It'll be a 6-car semi-1 and a 5-car semi-2. No, yes, correct. And it'll be Gronholm versus Brinderson on the front row of their semi. So this is an interesting way to settle things. Gronholm avoids Belevsky. She was trying to avoid him, I think, in Riga. Certainly after the incident, I think Belevsky was trying to avoid Gronholm, to be honest. Gronholm was not happy, and I do understand that.
I knew I think Daniel Toren's about to be in this race. Yes, he is, look, because I just felt the anti-lag through the floor of the studio.
Yes, I mean, there's only one thing, a Per Ekman built to Beetle. Just meters away.
What a job by Franks to be on the second row of this semi.
Yeah. Okay. This race for Niklas Gronholm's biggest Rallycross title. If he's in the top 3, he wins the Supercar category. It's the last category. It's quite fitting that it's the main category. He's the only one which hasn't been settled. We're going to settle it now. Gronholm gets a brilliant start. Great reaction time. Good traction, moves across on Brinderson. Brinderson moves to the inside line. Victor Franks goes across behind German. They're in a line through here. Carlson slots into P5. Don't know where Daniel Toren is. Seems to have missed the start. Gronholm now just doesn't want to get collected from behind. Goes smoothly. Look at that. Straightens the wheels out just as he goes over the bump. He's taking every precaution you could take when you're thrashing a 600 horsepower supercar around such a brilliant Rallycross track. But Gronholm exactly where he needs to be. And in the background, Toren finally leaves the line.
Oversteer, understeer, oversteer, bit of understeer, and then got it absolutely nailed, didn't he, Niklas Gronholm? Across that loose in turn 2. He has been the class off the field this weekend, and now he's pulling away from Thomas Brinderson at the front. Carlson jokers, that's to get out of the traffic from behind Franks, who's doing such a good job mixing it with these 600 brake horsepower supercars. Massive jump from Niklas Gronholm in the Hyundai 20. He raced here in 2015 in an OMC Fiesta when he was also racing in the Finnish Championship. That's the last time he won a Rallycross title. He is now one of the most experienced drivers in top-level Rallycross in the world. And okay, this is Rallyx. This isn't what his main program is, but this will mean a lot to him to win this crown.
Absolutely. He's halfway to making it through to the final. 2 laps to go. Brinderson is still there. If there was a problem for Brinderson, it'd be game over anyway. But there isn't a problem for Brinderson. Gronholm will see him just through the dust, just in the background. Victor Franks coming through for P4, gets out in front of Carlson. If Franks made it to the final, it would be Victor Franks' first final. He'd be sticking an RX2E car in the final for the very first time in the Rallyx series. They're allowed to race here in the supercar category. Can he get past German? Can he stay with German? Could there be an issue for him? But Gronholm versus Brinderson continues.
Brinderson has come back at Niklas a little bit, hasn't he? The gap hasn't changed a lot over the last couple of laps. I wonder if Niklas, with Thomas will joking out. Yes, he does. This is just to mix up the strategy that little bit, and that's just going to leave Niklas Gronholm to go next time around. Brinderson gets very sideways on the exit. We've seen him do that a lot this weekend, but he's got a comfortable margin back to German.
German sitting in P3. Franks now has dropped off and is under the attention of Carlson. So Gronholm through the left-hander. There is Carlson trying to find a way through. But Niklas Gronholm out front has had a pretty decent season. Hasn't taken any wins so far, but could he win the title with a win here at Strängnäs? He sweeps the Hyundai through the right-hander. Just got to drop it through the joke lap. He'll keep it clean in here. And Niklas Gronholm, chucks it to the left-hand side. Not quite as clean as maybe he would have liked, but he fires it down over the line, and Gronholm wins the Supercar title for 2022. Through to the final with Brinderson and German behind him. Great job by Niklas and a very small squad here. They worked so hard to get that car fixed after the shunt in Riga. Riga looked like it would be where he would take a win, but he couldn't, of course. The damage meant he didn't even get to round 6. He's here at round 7, and he's got the job done. He is your Supercar champion for this season, and we've still got the final to go. We can go full send in the final, pick up that win. Small trophy to go with the big trophy.
Great start again from Gronholm in this first semi-final. He said he was sleeping last time around and then had to work hard to make some pretty old and worn out tyres work for the duration of the race. Actually fell into a bit of a trap because they'd used some tyres quite a lot in qualifying in Riga, then put new boots on for the final, but then they were really damaged with the crash that he then had, so they had to revert back to the tyres they carried forward, being those that they'd used in qualifying in Riga, and they were tired. So now he's on new rubber, showing exactly what he can do, set the best lap of the race by a couple of tenths. Quite wild through the Joker for the last time of asking, but as he has been all weekend, out up front.
Brinderson was ultra sideways in the Joker too. I wonder if the Joker's just a little bit looser than people are expecting. But confirmation of the results, Niklas Gronholm takes the win from Brinderson and German, and that is Gronholm crowned your champion for 2022. All the titles are done, and we're going to be left with 5 brilliant finals where everyone is just racing for the win. Could be a bit carnage. Stick around, and you'll be able to find out. We've got one more semi-final to come. What was it?
Bottle.
Hal clearing the desk. We just got on camera, just swept the desk onto the floor. And we're like,
what did you do with your side?
I'm tidy, mate. Look at it. My side of the desk just bang tidy.
You are many things,
but not tidy. Tidy is not one of them. Gronholm having a little reverse across towards the OMSC 10. This gives you a good idea. So normally he sweeps into a gigantic truck awning, and today he's just rolling into a little pop-up shelter. Look, they've got 5 people total, including Niklas here this weekend. His trainer is there. Here he is. Yes, Niklas, biggest title of his career, Rallyx champion of Supercar 2022. Quick chat with Jussi Pinomäki there in the cap. Pinomäki doing about 5 jobs this weekend. To be fair, all the lads down there are doing about 5 jobs this weekend.
Immediate debrief.
Feels good. Yeah, we've been struggling quite a lot this season. I mean, speed has been there in the races, but somehow in this kind of stage, in the semis and finals, it hasn't gone our way all season. And yeah, this weekend I've been feeling quite comfortable in the car. Still not perfect. It feels that I'm going slow, but I guess it's just track conditions that is. We can't kind of figure it out how to get the car to really grip, but yeah, I guess it's the same for everybody.
Good luck for the final.
Thank you.
So there's some more drinks being drunk from some of the fans of Rallyx, because that's another smile on camera from Niklas Gronholm.
Oh yes,
and
the
you
drinking game.
Do not see that very often, do you? He's clearly pleased, and I'm delighted for him.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Him and the team. But yeah, particularly with Niklas, it's a big title, and it will help his confidence. And let's see what he can do this year when he takes the wheel in. Well, of course, I'm pretty sure we'll see him again in Nitro Rallycross, and I know he's doing the World Championship too. So lots more racing for Niklas this year. Great start for Bolevsky on the front row, moves across. Oh, Baby gets contact in the background there. Ostreng just swung across from one side of the grid to the other. But Sondre Evjen gets out in front of Bolevsky. Oh, a spin in the background. Ostreng got all crossed up coming up the up ramp. Ended up facing the wrong way. And that's put Elias Svensson through into P4.
I think Ostreng might have broken his suspension in that contact with Ozzy Baby on the run down to turn 1. Ole Christian was then quite lucky over the jump that Ostreng's car didn't just turn square left and take him out, but he's free of that now. Sondre Evjen's been driving brilliantly this weekend, took the fastest time in Q4 earlier on, and these three, I'm sure, will run up front together just to make sure they make it through. Of course, you want the best position possible on the grid in the final. A little bit sideways for Evjen through the first corner, but you can't overtake with that car there on the outside, and the yellow flags waving for Bolevsky.
Yeah, it's not on. I mean, I'm glad they know where it is now, Hal, because I did think as they came over the jump, my goodness, that is just about in clattering position if you were looking for an outside-inside move. Bolevsky is piling the pressure onto Evjen here. Bolevsky would love to get up on the front row. Must admit, Gronholm versus Bolevsky in the final would be quite fun. Let's see.
Bolevsky all over the back of Sondre Evjen. Evjen fending off the pressure very well indeed. Pretty sure he would have raced a lights car here in the past, but maybe only tested a supercar here before. Bolevsky, of course, is all new to most of this stuff. It's hard to believe it's his first year in supercar, really, isn't it? Because he's been driving brilliantly, working hard with the Yellow Squad team under the Hanson Motorsport banner. But Sondre Evjen is really coming of age now. He looks so comfortable in these cars, more and more so with every event.
Went defensive on his line into the left-hander there. You saw him move over just a little bit early to stop Bolevsky from having any sneaky looks up the inside. If I were Evjen, I would potentially consider a lap 3 joker, and he doesn't. So that's what I was going to say. You can affect their exit onto the straight, lose a bit of time for them while you gain a bit of time for you. We've only seen, I think somebody did it in cross car, didn't they? Might have been junior cross car, actually, because they don't have spotters, so they won't necessarily have done it on purpose. But
Hallinan jokered from the lead, didn't he?
Yes.
In the third of the 3 cross car semi-finals. Evjen a bit sideways. Now he'll be getting a bit of a hurry up to say, we need a good lap now, because Bolevsky has had ultimate lap time, hasn't he? He's been up there with Nicholas Gronholm. He was up there with Nicholas Gronholm as well in Riga last time out. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in a couple of corners' time.
On to the final lap, onto the limiter for Veiby as he comes through the right-hander. They both duck into the joker lap. Can Veiby get past Bolevsky? Evjen out front is fully sideways. Oh, it's going to be tight to the line. Evjen just holds on from Bolevsky, 0.4 a second. Veiby a further 1.3 back. So they go through. Elias Svensson's supercar debut finishes here. Unfortunately as well, Svensson won't now make it through to the final cross car because he blew his engine. Winning his semi. Bolevsky spun you down at turn 1.
So let's just watch the car on the left here. That's Ostreng. Svensson doesn't leave the line. He comes right across into Veiby. I wonder if that's broken the rear suspension. I think pretty aggressive, really, into the side of the Audi. I'm sure that won't have pleased his Norwegian compatriot. Then over the jump here, I think the rear of the car's quite squashed. Oh, sent it sideways. That was very close to sending the EKS-built JC Ryan Audi literally into the trees on the outside. Watch it from here. Oh. There wasn't much to choose between them, was there?
There
but
was not.
Fortunately, he spun out of harm's way on that jump landing. That's the second time that Ostreng hadn't made it through the first couple of corners after ending up in the ditch in Q4 earlier on. But a good drive from Sondre Evjen to get to the front of the semi-final. He will start on the front row alongside Nicholas Gronholm. Sondre came here with a chance of taking the supercar title, but he admitted it was a long shot, didn't he? And yeah, I think it's all about him, B. Brinderson, to try and finish as runner-up. And my maths isn't quite up to date as it should be, but I think that fight's going to go all the way down to the end of the final. Evjen takes it to 46.810. Bit slower than Gronholm was in the first semi-final, but only just.
So they're having a look underneath that car to see what they've got to do to get it back. Depending on what's broken, depends on whether you scoop it, drag it, try and restart it, whatever it is. Quick re-prep going on. You don't have long to do this.
Always helpful being in the first of the semi-finals, isn't it? You just get that bit more time before the final. Adjustable spanner, every Rallycross mechanic's friend when things have hit the fan.
Trying to figure out what are they doing under Brinstoson's car? Sump guard off in between semis and final.
Not that unusual. They've got quite a bit of time. He was in the first semi, wasn't he? So think how long. He's had 10 or 15 minutes since then. Anyway. There's Molly in the background. And of course, every delay like this helps them that little bit more.
Of course. They just need an update on it, don't they? Ostring jumps into the side of the car, having a little bit of a, that's it, let's scoop the dirt up, take it over, chuck it back in the hole. The water truck's out as well to make things extra slippery and interesting.
Poor junior cross car.
Yeah, again. Oh, hang on. He's having a quick look out the side. Reversing the water truck skills.
The next competition can we guess how many litres that truck holds. There is a bit of a rush going on here, but I don't think it looks too bad. I wonder if Molly can find out exactly what they're doing. I wonder if he's broken a mount or something down there on maybe the front diff or something like that. Quite compact, these supercar engine bays, because the Volkswagen Polo was never really designed to have a 2-litre turbocharged engine mounted longitudinally in the engine bay, so packaging is tight.
Molly, I think we're going to send Molly on a wander. Go on, Molly.
Well, I guess it's about time to find out what's going on at the front of Thomas's car. What are they working on, Thomas?
We have some problem with the wastegate, so it didn't run like it should in the semi-final, but we have spare parts, so it should be fine to final.
So talk us through that semi-final.
Yeah, the start was good, but Renault has really good traction on the car, so it's coming quite well. So yeah, I tried to follow him, but then at the end of the first lap, the power wasn't there, so I just tried to secure this second place then. So yeah, we'll see and try to fight in the final.
For people who don't know what a wastegate is, what exactly happens when that's not working properly?
Yeah, how should I explain it in English? But it's helping us to get the turbo speed up. So when you go on throttle, you have full maximum power. But when it's not working, it's been a bit delayed. So yeah, it's a bit tricky to drive with.
And tell us, what's the tyre situation now before the final?
No, I have good tires.
You have new tyres for the final?
Not new, but almost.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
And that would explain why he made that little mistake in the Joker lap at the end of his run, because he got very, very sideways and looked like he'd just gone in a bit hot. But of course, if the response isn't there from the throttle and the wastegate isn't working correctly, then you wouldn't be able to pick up the momentum back to the exit of the corner.
So we'll leave you with a few slow-mos. Molly's going to grab a few interviews. We're going to get a few grids. Stay with us. Finals of the season coming up.
Sondra, producing another fantastic performance there, winning the semi-final, and also with a time very close to that of Nicholas Grönholm.
Yes, we were struggling a bit with the car now, so I saw, especially in turn 3, I saw Yuri always closed in on me. So I was really nervous. I had to have a good joker, but I felt I had a good one, so it was enough, unfortunately.
Yeah, what were you struggling with?
A lot of understeer. The car wouldn't turn, so I hope we're fixing it now, so it's better for the final. But then, time-wise, it's good.
Tell me about your tyres for the final.
We went with 2 new in the Q4 and 2 new in the semi-final, so now it's the best of the rest.
And how satisfying is it to be this fast today?
It's satisfying, but I have to be 3 points better than Thomas now, so it's a long way to go still.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
Well, Christian, third in your semi-final, starting from the back row in the final. How satisfied are you with that?
Wow, not quite. I mean, okay, it's difficult in the semi-final from the second row to take the start is difficult, but yeah, I went a little bit too low on the revs and didn't have the perfect start, but I managed to get out as number 3, and then yeah, with the dust and everything, I struggled a little bit. Didn't manage to keep up the pace on the first 2 laps, and then I increased the pace a little bit. I think also the car was better now compared to earlier today, so that's positive. But yeah, it's a little bit difficult to stay behind and do the same lines as when you're driving free.
Tell us what you think of the track.
It's a nice track. It's really technical, and yeah, I like it. And two nice jumps, so it's a great track.
And how are you guys working together? Because Sondra is incredibly quick today, so I'm sure you guys are watching a little bit of video and.
Absolutely. I mean, we watch everything together and compare and learn from each other. You know, some places I'm faster than him, and some places he's faster than me. So it's just to take everything together and put it in one lap.
Really nice to have all 3 cars here in the final too.
Absolutely, that's the dream for the team. So it's good, and let's hope that we can get as many of them on the podium as well.
And you have new tyres for the final, it looks like?
Yeah, 2 new tyres, so I'll put them on and hope for the best.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
final session of the day. It is finals time. We've got 5 finals to go. We've got a champion in every one of the finals. So 3 of them were settled in qualifying, 2 of them were settled at the semi-final point, but all 5 of our 2022 champions have made it through to their relevant finals. None of them have got to worry about any kind of championship. Hal, this is my kind of lineup for the last 5 races of the Rallyx season.
Perfect scenario, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's nothing to get stressed about. Okay, people want maybe fighting for 2nd and 3rd in the championship, but really the big deal, the titles are done, like you say, and it's just bragging rights to finish the season, to win the last race. You know, people forget who won the first race, don't they? But generally, you carry that momentum in. Okay, this is a short season, but you want to win the last round, don't you? That's what all racing drivers want to do.
They do indeed. This is the trophy which we're going to Niklas Gronholm. It is outrageously heavy, and it's pretty cool, actually, isn't it? Kevin Eriksson's on there. What year is that? Is it
14 and 15?
20. It says 16 on here.
Oh, 15
Sebastian's
and 16.
14, yeah.
14, Sebastian,
Have they
Kevin,
engraved the rest
Kevin.
or not?
Yeah, I think it's Sebastian, Kevin, Kevin.
It needs to update. Oh, no,
Robin.
It is there. It is there. Yeah. There we go. Oh, you probably can't see that. Look. There's the engraving. Brinderson, 17. 18, Oliver Solberg. 19, Robin Larson. 20, Oliver Eriksson. 2021, Johan Kristoffersson. And they'll have to move around to the next one for Niklas Gronholm.
There's a lot of space here, though, isn't there? There's how many spaces?
There's 5 on each one.
So 5, 10, 15. Got some years to go, mate.
Yeah, let's see if we're still here in 2 years, let alone 15, filling up this trophy. But it's been another brilliant year. I'm really pleased for Niklas. It's his first international Rallycross championship. He's your Rallyx 2022 Supercar champion. He'll be getting his name engraved on that. So trophies, of course, for the other contenders as well. And one of those champions, of course, is Simon Olofsson, who Molly's with now.
Yeah, looking super chilled and very happy. Obviously, you've taken the title already, but you mentioned earlier that you really wanted to race Oliver, and now the 2 of you are lining up on the front row in the final. Final thoughts?
Yes, I know. I said that I really wanted to do that, but he was really, really quick in the semi-final. So, but we have a look at the veer box. We know where we have to push. We're in the first row. In the first, we're gonna do a really good push. So it's gonna be fun.
And your tyres?
Almost new.
Almost new.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go for it then.
Yeah.
Almost new. I wonder if Oliver Eriksson used those new ones in the semi-final, or if he's also got almost new. But before we get up to Supercar Lights, we've got 3 other finals to deal with. First of those is Junior Cross Car. On the pole, Anderson, Hallinan on the front row with him. Michael Uito, your 2022 Junior Cross Car champion in the blue car, number 30, row 2. Nordstrand on the outside of row 2. Yulalami and Veek on the back row. Veek, the only driver to qualify from anything other than the front row of their semi-final. Revs up one last time for the Junior Cross Cars. These youngsters who I'm sure will be getting their names engraved in that big trophy behind me and Hal here in the commentary box in future. Yulalami with a mega reaction time on the back row, but Uito's got a fantastic start. Moves to the inside of Anderson over the wet gravel, trying to find a way through. Can't quite do it. Hallinan going for the long way round, trying to look to the inside on the exit. Up and over the crest, Anderson leads. P2, Hallinan behind them. Pass is happening, and it's a champion. Uito's gone backwards into P4, so Uito slots into P4.
Uito made it all the way to the front of the field and then all the way down the back again, didn't he? They've just watered the outside line there on the run down into turn 2. Sometimes that can help by binding the soil together, the dirt surface here together. And sometimes it makes it that little bit more slippery. Uito looks to the inside, over the jump. Is he going to make it stick? Oh, a little bit of a nudge there on Nordstrand. Does make it stick, goes for the joker immediately. Great move from him. Yulalami, who came here with a hope of winning the championship, hasn't quite managed to get that done, following the new champion. But out front, it's not Hallinan, as the timing screen says. It is Anderson who is leading the way.
Anderson over that bumpy section from Hallinan. We need to keep an eye on that gap back where we see it. We've got 7 cars showing on the timing, so something's gone horribly wrong. Just look at the pictures, ignore it all. It's fine, me and Hal will guide you through it. Anderson leading from Hallinan, and then we have, he says, I think it's Nordstrand in P3 at the minute.
Yes, it is, yeah.
But Nordstrand is missing one of the numbers off his roof, which always helps. And then the question mark really is how far back. Oh, lovely job getting into the Joker Lab. In the background, though, I was keen to see whether or not Michael Uito is making any inroads into that gap out front.
So that's Dennis Vick in the Joker Lab, who's now dropped out of contention because he's been passed by Uito, and I think Yulalami as well. We're watching race leader Anderson chased by Hallinen and Nordstrand, who Uito said he was worried about, didn't he? We've referenced that a few times this weekend. He told Molly in an interview that he was wary of Nordstrand's pace. Hallinen just can't seem to live with Anderson at the moment. Anderson fastest lap of the race so far on a 43.4.
Uito 6 seconds off the back of the car in front of him. Into the Joker Lap goes Hallinen now. So Uito's only just coming up over the crest, I think, in the background. Or is that Uito on the straight? Hard to tell from this angle. No, it's not. Here comes Uito in the background. So your champion at the minute is sitting P4 and probably won't make it onto the podium here. Be desperate to be on the podium. I thought it was such a good start, Hal, from row 2 to slot out inside the pole man.
Yeah, I don't really know how he's ended up so far behind, to be honest, because his lap times are okay. I wonder if he's made a big mistake somewhere, because Yulalami is also a fair way off the back as well. He's lost a couple of seconds on Uito. Not troubling this man, though, is it? Oh. Yes.
I love it.
Ding
On the limiter. 5 laps this time, remember. So Anderson is jokering with a lap to go. Nordstrand coming through. Can Nordstrand edge Anderson? I think Anderson's close enough personally already, but Nordstrand comes out from really, really wide. Anderson comes out in front of Hallinen.
Just to cover off Hallinen, that move through the Joker Lap, Andrew.
It's about whether or not now, I guess, Nordstrand gets out in front of Hallinen or not, because actually looking at Hallinen's only 3.4 off the back of Nordstrand.
Look at the deflection through the suspension, through that really rough bit of circuit down into turn 2. You're right, though, the gap is visibly closer than it was. Let's have a look if we can see when they land over the jump before Nordstrand dives into the Joker on this final lap.
Into the Joker Lap goes Nordstrand, then coming down the straight to take the win. Anderson crosses the line, flicks the car sideways. Hallinen does the same in P2, and your champion Uito does get P3. So Michael Uito on the podium narrowly avoids Hallinen doing donuts at the end of the straight. You know, you can't take the kids out of the cross car, can you? I think they're all down there doing donuts in the sound of things. Look at this. Go on, get it done. Send it. And there's literally 5 children doing donuts in cross cars on the start-finish straight. How absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, enjoy it.
Look at Anderson, full stoke, like thumbs up, fist pumping, absolutely love it. There they are, look, they're all doing donuts. The marshal, I'd get out of the way, mate, if I were you. He's looking a bit too casual, strolling across the road there.
Uito's still going. I wonder if he'll still be doing donuts when we get here again in the future, because...
yeah, champion.
I'm so pleased he's on the podium as well. That's not to take anything away from anyone else, but to win the championship, I always feel like you want to be on the podium to celebrate that moment, because it's not quite the same if you're in P4 and just drive back to your
Only been not on the podium, actually, Hal, once this year. So Uito, 3 wins, 2 seconds in Riga, was 6th at Hollis in the first round, and is P3 here at Strängnäs. So 6 podiums out of 7 events. Very impressive indeed for Michael Uito, champion. This, though, is Anderson, Lucas Anderson. I wonder where he'll finish in the championship standings. I reckon he might. Where was Hallinen? P2? Not sure on the point situation. Yulalami, though, how far? Yulalami was P5. There's not a lot of points between them, and I forget where they were in qualifying. So there is a chance Anderson might have made it into the top 3 of the championship standings. But either way, it's a win. And you know what? That is the most important thing, because it's Anderson's first win in junior cross car this season. Molly's down there now, just waiting for him to get his lid off. It's his first win ever,
yeah,
Harry,
we need to see that big smile on his face. Lucas Anderson, winner of the final round here in Strängnäs. Tell us about that final.
It feels so good. I finally got the pace, know the starts and everything. It all came together now.
So how would you sum up the weekend?
Absolutely amazing. Getting the win in the qualifying and also in the semi-final, and now in the final it feels amazing to finally get the win here.
And show us some celebration. Come on.
Yes!
So Molly's going to go and find Uito. Here he is.
Michael Uito, you are the championship winner in the cross car junior category, and that's a big smile on your face. How do you feel?
It feels great.
Yeah, tell us about the weekend.
Car works good, no problem.
And the final, did you have fun?
Oh, yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
There you go. No, a man of few words. I'm sure he'll learn to say a few more when he's a bit older, but it doesn't matter. Nice to see them all out there shaking hands with each other. Brilliant to see the celebrations from them. Lucas Anderson, this year, 3 seconds, 1/3. Last year, though, Anderson, the champion last year, 2 firsts, 3 seconds and 1/3. And I guess how to finish the season with a win is just a bit of a relief. When you know last year you absolutely dominated it, really, you just want to know you still got it, and he has still got it.
Yeah, and in a great place with the JC team. You saw Joel Kristoffersson there congratulating him, the first person to the car, and then came in with a hug once Lucas has got out. Of course, JC running supercars here, supercar lights, cross car and junior cross car, and there's a real ladder within that team, isn't there? And you know, you must be able to taste the supercar drive when you're in the awning with them. And I think you learn so much by being in that environment as well. Like you say, Andrew, a lovely way for him to finish the
There's
season.
not a lot they're not running cars in, is there, JC, as well? You know, FC1's in Nitro. I mean, they're doing some Euro, I think, aren't they, as well? They're running backward in Hell. So, yeah, it's there's a bunch of stuff going on for them.
Hallinan was pretty pleased with his result to end the year. Wonder what we will see him do next season. He gets all the more experience, doesn't he? So rough there, down into turn 2. That was Nordstrand bouncing all over the place. And this was a massive lap from Yuito, the fastest lap of the race on the final tour to nick that podium position.
Kids doing donuts. A marshal, maybe a photographer, wandering across the track with a bit too much trust in kids doing donuts. We saw it was all quite carnage down there, but it was good fun. Lucas Anderson takes his first win of the season. Lauri Hallinan P2, your champion. Michael Uito P3. And we've also got for you final championship standings for junior cross car. Let's see who gets the top 3. Michael Uito is in P1. Lucas Anderson moves up from P4 prior to this event into P2, and Lauri Hallinan gets 3rd. So it's Uito, Anderson and Hallinan, your podium finishers. Anderson and Hallinan finishing level on points. Just looking at that, I don't know what the countback... The countback must be wins and then seconds. That will have gone to seconds because Hallinan had a win at the start of the year and Anderson has just had a win now, so it will have gone to number of seconds, and Anderson had 3 seconds compared to Hallinan's 1. So, cool. That he's just nicked that then, hasn't he? Because without the win, he would have been P3. Great stuff. So, yeah, well done, Lucas Anderson. But Michael Uito, champion, Cross Car Junior 2022. Pow. 1 down, 4 to go. They're keen. Hauberg, Svensson, Anderson, Merstedt, Wilsberg and Treuterud. Who's missing? Svensson's missing from the front row, of course. They didn't replace Svensson, so that's a shame. Advantage Hauberg, but your champion Anderson on row 2 will look for a good start as well. Amazing start by Hauberg. Merstedt moves across on the outside line. They're going to go across that wet and slippery braking zone. Oscar Anderson slots into P3. Merstedt is in P2. Your leader is Hauberg as they come down. Got to keep that door shut now, Anderson has. Anderson would love to finish with a win, but got to take on Hauberg, and Hauberg's been absolutely flying today.
Merstedt would also love a win as well, wouldn't he? Running second in the red machine, went to Latvia just a couple of weeks ago with the championship lead. It all went wrong for him in Riga, though. Looks to the inside on Hauberg coming up to the jump. Is he going to have a move into the final corner on this opening lap? Yes, he is. Sinks it up the inside. Hauberg looks for the comeback. Jumps on the brakes. What a move that from Thomas Igmastad.
Absolutely brilliant. I don't know if Hauberg was caught napping there, but has responded by going to the Joker. I don't know that he would have done that had he not been past Hal, and it's a good move either way, I think. But now he's going to, I think, well, it depends if Merstedt responds, doesn't he? Would you go straight back in, having made the pass, or are you confident you got the pace and stay out?
Confidence will be high, won't it, having pulled off that move and carried that momentum. So I think you've probably got to stay out for another lap. You've got to back yourself in those situations, haven't you? And Merstedt, we know how fast he is. He arguably should have been fighting for this championship this weekend. Bit of a mistake there from Wilsberg. Treuterud looks to the inside as well. Are we going to see another move?
I think we are in the background. Treuterud's up the inside this time round through the long right-hander. Just inside is Treuterud going to go Joker. Into the Joker goes our leader Merstedt, has responded. Treuterud is in front. We need to see the merge in the background. comes out in front. So Merstad gets out in front of Hallberg. Hallberg comes out super wide, takes that wide line, going to look for a better exit and go to the inside line. Wilsberg and Troitra continue to fight, but it's behind them. The fight for the win is going on. Let's see what's happening. Merstad is there, but Hallberg is alongside, sticks it up the inside in the 161. It's an aggressive pass, gets it done though. Brilliant drive by Hallberg. Merstad hanging on the inside line, comes out wide now, going to try and slot back on the inside again. Absolutely fantastic racing from these two.
What a move that from Patrick Hallberg. Had him absolutely set up and got around the outside. Perfect precision driving from these cross-car drivers. They are so on it. The margins are tiny and they are touching wheels in quite a fair way. Brilliant, brilliant racing.
Your 1, 2, 3 there are running 4, 5, 3, 4, 5 on the road. Anderson makes a mistake. I was just about to say that it could be a battle all the way to the flag, but I think that's now going to mean it's going to be between Hallberg and Merstad. Having both joking as well, how they're going to have to fight this out on track. Wilsberg seems to have a little bit of smoke coming from the car. Going slightly slower, Hallberg gapping Merstad just a bit. They're not straight anywhere between those two turns.
Merstad just backing it in the entire way through turn 3, down into the braking area for turn 4. Hallberg now pulling a little bit of a margin. That's Troitra in the Joker. He's going to drop back down the order. There is...
Wilsberg stayed out, backing it in hard at the end of the straight. Merstad on the lock stops on the way in. Here comes Wilsberg over the jump. But in the background is Hallberg versus Merstad. How tight are they? Hallberg has just managed just a little. That's breathing space. And Oscar Anderson has got back to Merstad, having made that mistake at the end of the straight.
I thought he had a problem, but you were right. It was just that little bit of an error. Cost him the momentum. Merstad will be a little bit frustrated not to have held on. But there's been some brilliant racing between these two.
Hallberg comes along through the long right-hander. Didn't manage to take a win last year, has had some great results this year, but Patrick Hallberg is going to take his first win of the season here at the final round. Merstad comes across in second, and your champion Anderson on the podium in P3. Yes, go on Merstad, that's it, lay it down. I'm not using this car for 6 months, it's all good. Gutted not to see Svensson in there, real shame he wasn't on the front row of the grid, but a brilliant fight anyway between that top 3.
Such an even start across the field, wasn't it? Look at that reaction, almost identical.
And the traction.
Little bit of a wheelie from Oscar Anderson. Merstad, though, was brilliant on the opening lap. Cut across the new champion in the first corner. Troitra was a long way back out of turn 1, but got back up. This is the first of the moves then. This is right on the tail, Merstad, of Hallberg, and then cut to the inside. It's very tight through there to get to the inside. We haven't seen any moves like this yesterday when it was wet and greasy and slippery, but now it's dry and you can trust the grip levels. You can go for the send up the inside, just tucking the front wheel inside the tarmac, using it to drag you around that little bit. And I think this is going to be Hallberg coming back at Merstad. No, that's in another lap because Hallberg joked immediately, didn't he?
Yeah.
This is the sort of...
Do you think that was a reaction to being passed?
Yes, 100%. Yeah. And obviously great decision. There is Merstad in the Joker lap. So these two, Troitra and Wilsberg, were fighting for the lead, but it was never the outright lead because these guys behind were absolutely flying. We're not going to see the move from Hallberg because that's a shame because it was exquisite, but a fantastic job from him. And Molly is down, I believe, with the race winner in the paddock.
Patrick, congratulations. That's a win here at the final round of Rallyx in Strängnäs. Talk us through that final and how you're feeling right now.
Yeah, it was a bit hectic. Did a small mistake, and in these classes it's so tough. You then make one small mistake and a guy comes on the inside instantly. So did the Joker on the first lap and pushed everything I could and saw a gap on Thomas again and took the place back. So feels nice.
Amazing job. How do you feel you developed throughout the season?
Me and Oscar has been a very good teammates, pushing each other all the time. So I want to say a big thanks to Oscar and Micke and Mom and Dad and the whole team.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, let's have a word with our 2022 champion, of course. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I don't know actually. I can't believe it. I don't know what to say. I'm just really happy to be here, and I want to thank all my supporters, my team with Michael and my dad as mechanics. They are doing a great job to fix the car, and yeah, without them I couldn't be here right now. I'm so grateful.
Enjoy the feeling. Congratulations.
Awesome. Two very pleased blokes, one winning the championship, one winning the race today. Hallberg took a win back in 2020. Last year, the runner-up in that incredible three-way fight that we had at Arvika. This year, I think Hallberg, I haven't got drop scores taken into account here, but I'm pretty sure that'll see him P2 in the standings this year as well. So, and the way he's driving, you'd have to say he'd be pretty nailed on to be one of the favourites for next year. 334.843. That's assuming he stays in cross car, of course. He might have plans to move on, but I reckon you'd have another crack at it if you've had two P2s in the standings. So Hallberg takes the win. Merstad P2, Oscar Anderson, your champion this year, in third. Here are the final championship standings for Crosscar. Top of the table, Oscar Anderson. Patrick Hallberg is P2, look, just 6 points behind. And it's Thomas E. Merstad who gets third place. Elias Svensson dropping down to fourth. Would that have been the case if we'd been in the final? Don't know, but Anderson, Hallberg, Merstad, your top three. Right, so far our two champions have come third in their relative races. Victor Johansson in this one could potentially be the first of our champions to take a win here at Strängnäs. Simon Tiger, though, will be doing his absolute best to stop him, along with Joni-Pekka Raila, Timmy Enlund and Michael Olander. Joachim Larsson missing from the back of the grid. Olander doesn't get the best start, but out front, Victor does. Oh, inside, Raila moves on Tiger. Tiger just out-drags him and out-breaks him into the first corner, but Victor Johansson, in that incredible Merc, flies long over the jump, and he's clearly in the lead on the run into turn two. Now, Simon Tiger is not going to give up, Hal, and we know if he can get that BMW wound up and start getting the lap times in, he could well challenge him. Yeah, but Joni-Pekka Raila has done the race leader a bit of a favour there, hasn't he, by getting stuck into Tiger, the reigning champion, the outgoing champion, in the first corner. Oh, and Timmy Enlund's going to have a look to the inside of Raila. There's no way through there for the smaller of the BMWs in this race. But yeah, Raila getting into Tiger in the first corner cost him a bit of time. And this is a champion's drive, isn't it, from Victor Johansson, pulling away out front. He said he wasn't prepared to celebrate the title when Molly went to speak to him after qualifying, because he wanted to win the final, and he's going about it the right way. What a hybrid donuts in a Merc E190 look like, Hal. I don't know, I'm excited to find out. I want to see some hybrid donuts. So you missed quite an amusing moment in Riga. David Addison and I was watching trackside in Q1, I think, of Sunday racing, and Victor Johansson broke down, pulled to the side of the track, waited for the race to finish. The recovery team all came out. Timmy Enlund all over the back of Raila still. Yeah, the recovery team came out to pick the car up, and he just silently cruised off on the electric motor. Really? Very impressive. Brilliant. I love it. So he's got a mechanical problem with something on the IC side and just winds it back just on the electric. Like, what? Hang on a minute, mate. I've just brought over a tractor to get you. Locking up front wheels on his run inside a lot, doesn't he? Yeah, I noticed that earlier on today, particularly in that bumpy braking zone. One of the things I've been most apart from obviously the outright pace, and it just does look. I mean, last year we were like, I want to drive Simon Tiger's car. Now I'm kind of like, I want to drive Johansson's. So maybe we can have a race, Hal, you and me. I think I need to drive all of them. Aren't you going to write an article about this? Yeah, that's what I thought. But I would like to drive all of them, and then I can make the decision for myself. Until I've driven all of them, I can't really say. Would you then ask Victor to build you one for use in Open 2 or drive yourself? That could be tricky. I don't know. I'm sure we can make it work. If you had the car parked in the pre-grid just outside, Simon Tiger coming out sideways onto the straight. Full send for the big cat, as our director often calls him when Molly's going for an interview. Johansson hasn't got his GoPro in. I've just noticed Enlund all crossed up over the jump, right on the back of Raila. Olander is there as well. This is a train of three cars looking for the last podium space. Enlund pushes Raila the whole way through the corner, literally pushes. Going to push him again. Looks to the left-hand side, going to take a bollard out there on the left. That might well get him put on the naughty step. Victor Johansson decides to go Joker this time round. That's going to put him to... Oh! Enlund with the front left corner missing off the car, and Olander's got past both of them, so we missed that. Definitely a bit of carnage in the background. So close between the three of them, wasn't it? You could see something was going to unfold, but up front,
Victor Johansson has been in. Oh, no, has he got a bit of a problem? Very slow out of the first corner.
That's what I'm thinking, Hal. The gap was more than this when he went into the Joker. Maybe he's taking it just a little bit too steady. Come on, Victor, hold on tight. Simon Tiger's going to be desperate to try and take it. If there's something not quite right, we've just got to hold on. So Victor Johansson locks the front left wheel now, coming under pressure from Simon Tiger, the champion of last year, chasing down the champion of this year. Johansson up over the crest, coming down to the last right-hander in the murky 190. Simon Tiger going to try and out-drag him down the straight. Oh, Tiger up the inside line. Onto the gas, though, Johansson, the champion for this year. Oh, does he get it or not? Side by side over the line. It's Tiger. According to the timing screen, Tiger has got it by 9,000ths of a second, and that is about where the transponder is in the car as much as anything. So the champion of last year just nicks victory from the champion of this year at the finish line. Unbelievable finish. Maybe a problem for Johansson, but either way, an absolutely brilliant race to round out a mega season of open two-wheel drive.
I'm delighted for Victor Johansson to win the championship. Shame he hasn't managed to top it off with the win he wanted, but great for Simon Tiger to come back and score a win right at the end. He doesn't even know yet, does he? Now he knows. The team are on the radio. He wouldn't tell Molly what they've changed on the setup of the car, just like a works team, keeping everything secret. And now, finally this year, he gets to do some victory donuts.
Congratulations to Simon Tiger. Like how last year he won every single event except for Oulu 2 where he got disqualified. It was such a dominant performance, and this year he could not get a break. Worth pointing out, this is actually his first podium, let alone his first win this year. So Simon Tiger, congratulations, mate. I hope that puts a smile on his face. Victor Johansson, though, the champion this year. Love to hear from Molly if there was maybe an issue with the car on that last one or not. His thumbs up from him. He's happy anyway. 9,000ths of a second, the difference between him and Simon Tiger. It could not have been closer. Well, it could, but only 9,000ths closer. Brilliant. What an engineer, what a bloke. Champion.
Victor, what an incredible race. I mean, 9,000ths of a second across the finish line. Did you have any issues with the car?
Yeah, the car didn't work and the petrol engine didn't go on the last lap, so I had no power. I tried to block Tiger on the inside, but it didn't go, but I'm satisfied. Celebration mode is engaged now.
Oh, well done.
What an absolute legend. Look at that. That's great to see. Absolutely brilliant sportsmanship. Simon Tiger's with Molly.
Simon, finally, that's a win here at the final round. You're shaking your head a bit. You can't quite believe it, can you?
No, he was so far ahead of me and I just pushed like crazy, and he did a small mistake in the last corner. I nearly floored it and he tried to cover me off, but I just, oh my God.
Now, just sum up this season because it's been so tough for you.
Worst season I ever had. I can't even explain it. I didn't think I was gonna win here. Bad start yesterday. Yeah.
This must mean a lot.
Yeah. Feels good.
Oh, that's so cool, isn't it? So cool. You can see it means a lot to him. Brilliant. Let's take a look at this last bit of the lap. So Victor Johansson saying, yeah, the petrol engine wasn't working. So he's running it on his incredible hybrid system. He goes a little bit deep here. If he'd just been slightly, if he'd had that nailed on the curb on the inside, how Tiger would have had to go the long way round.
There is such respect between these two there, isn't there? Because Johansson could have just bulldozed Tiger out of the way. Similarly, Tiger could have fired off Johansson in that final corner, but they gave each other plenty of racing room, and it was a proper drag race to the line. You saw the respect between them when they were celebrating afterwards.
Oh, totally. And my favourite bit is Simon Tiger. Like, you know, drivers always talk in terms of, yeah, I did this and I just did that guy, and he goes, I just floored it. like you know, fully admitting, I just floored it. I just nailed it. Clack, pedal to the bulkhead, get it done. Simon Tiger takes the win by, got to be one of the tiniest margins ever in Rallycross, 9,000ths of a second. And it's enough to see Tiger into P3. He was behind Simon Ensvig, who drops down. He's not here this weekend. So Simon Tiger up in the top three. Joni-Pekka Raila, shout out to him, double driven all year long in cross car and open two-wheel drive. Couldn't, though, this season match the pace. Nobody could. Victor Johansson, that incredible E190 Merc with his homemade hybrid system on it. I'm sure there's going to be all sorts of technicians and engineers on the phone to you going, are you interested in a job? So brilliant job by him all year to be your champion in open two-wheel drive. 2 to go. We had a P3 for Uito, a P3 for Oscar Anderson, a P2 for Victor Johansson. Simon Olofsson on the pole, desperate to take a win here. But next to him, Ollie Eriksson, who's already taken a win this year back at Hollius, will be keen to try and stop him, of course. Olofsson, the champion. Eriksson, a previous champion many times in these cars in different series. Steinsholt, Janssen, Jonsson, Enland at the back of the grid. Brilliant start by Ollie Eriksson, but an equal one by Olofsson on the inside line. Eriksson trying to edge him on the run to the first corner, but Olofsson had the inside line. Eriksson goes deep. Olofsson going to turn in. Eriksson runs further deep. Olofsson over the jump with a clear lead. Janssen up the inside of Eriksson. Eriksson's out 3 cars wide. Look how wise he is, though. Duck straight back inside from 3 cars out to reclaim P3. Janssen runs wide. Eriksson comes back in, cut across the inside of the grass, so Eriksson is down in P3. Ole Henry Steinsholt is up into P2, but Eriksson's awareness there to go from 3 cars out to the inside again. How brilliant.
Brilliant, and a massive headache for the OMSE team with their 3 drivers in this race side by side over the jump. That was a big impact between Janssen, who is now stopping in the background, and Jonsson, I think it was, out of turn 2. Ollie Eriksson in the Joker for the first time of asking, and that's released Martin Jonsson, and that has, I think, given Ollie Eriksson a lot of clear air. There is his teammate Casper Janssen. He's
front
not
right
going to
wheel.
win the final round like he did last season.
It's back in the arch, isn't it, the front right wheel, so he's got a bit of damage on there. So Olofsson now is absolutely in the box seat to take a win here. Yeah, that's the problem. His Eriksson is 6.8. There's a bit of me that thinks go right now, but then you're going to have him right on your rear for the entire of the rest of the race. But Olofsson might just bet on having the pace himself. Sounded to me like he was on the throttle. He was on the throttle, Hal. He could hear it early in the corner. So Olofsson is betting on himself for pace. 6.8 the gap back to Eriksson. Keep an eye on that in the background. Is Eriksson going to get... Is Eriksson going slowly in the background? I think Eriksson might have a problem. The gap was 6.8. Eriksson's pulling off to the side. So Eriksson, we're denied the race that we were looking for, but Olofsson, the champion, might be able to take a win here at the final round. That would be a great story too.
Rear left puncture, I'm hearing, for Oliver Eriksson. Such a shame. We're denied that battle. It would have been so nice for Simon Olofsson to take on the most successful lights driver of all time in this last final of the season. Olofsson's still got a job to do. Goes yet again.
Olofsson outsmarted him at the start too, didn't he? That's the thing.
Massively,
Eriksson got up his inside, Olofsson waited, turned in, got inside him, was a full 3 cars clear, and that put Eriksson back into the pack. Eriksson knew he had to do something special to get Olofsson, and I love the fact that they've had to race that hard. Oh, sticking it up the inside. Enland making a pass on Jonsson. Jonsson gets back in the door. Have some of that, mate. Back up the inside again. Multiple contacts. Rallycross is not a contact sport, but it is. And it gets into the rear of him again. And again, just reminds him, I'm here. You've annoyed me. I'm going to try and take that back.
So close, these lights cars and lights drivers. Simon Olofsson really enjoying driving up front. Now he takes the Joker with a lap to go. Here it's sitting on the limiter as he goes on to the loose in the alternative extra route. But he is miles out in front of Ole Henry Steinsholt.
Olofsson with a lap to go. Everybody's jokered. Casper Janssen's retired. Eriksson has retired. These two fighting like mad for P3, the last step on the podium. Steinsholt in second place, 1.8 seconds back. He's going to be unable to challenge Simon Olofsson. It's a great fight, isn't it? It really is. Super tight between them. Where's Olofsson, though? This is his champion's moment. He comes through the dip and heads up towards the jump, towards the end of the lap. Olofsson about to come through the long right-hander. Fantastic drive by him. It's his 4th win of the season, and this one sees him crowned the champion of Supercar Lights for 2022 in Rallyx. Great drive by Olofsson, capping off a wonderful performance by him under the guidance of his sister in their team. Fantastic. Gutted for Eriksson, but I say just brilliant from Olofsson off the start. Casper Janssen retired at the side of the track. He'll be shaking properly this time, won't he? He's always got a bit of a shaker when he comes in. He's the first of our champions to win his final.
And this is the start you were talking about. Eriksson and Olofsson made pretty even launches, didn't they? But Simon stuck it on the inside. Oliver runs that little bit wide into the looser gravel just off the racing line. Now he's 3 wide. with his teammates. Contact in the air with Casper Janssen. This is the rundown into 2. Gets it stopped early, like you so correctly said, and tucked it back onto the inside. There's Casper Janssen heading for Norway or Denmark out there, and then fired over the curbs. That's probably what broke his wheel. This is Ollie Eriksson, who took his joker on that one. All the tyres look inflated at that point. Oh, that's Casper Janssen with the broken front suspension.
It'll be here, Hal.
Oh,
that's it there.
That's a heavy hit on the side of the car. That's exactly what his brother Kevin was talking about. You can see the tyre on the rear there looking soft. And there it is,
yeah, it is
fully deflated. Sparks coming off that wheel.
Shame for Ollie Eriksson. Took a win earlier on this year. Proved he's absolutely still got it, didn't he? And interesting to see him come here and get that bit of practice in ahead of Nitro Rallycross next weekend. I wonder if how fiery he'll be feeling for that now he knows his way around 3/4 of the lap at least.
I'm surprised more people haven't done that.
So am I.
To be honest. Jonsson and Enlund got stuck right into each other for the last couple of laps in this last race of the Rallyx 2022 season for Supercar Lights. But Simon Olafsson was gone. Ole Henry Steinsholt, another podium. Great first season for him. But he almost went unnoticed in that race, didn't he? Rotating on his own, out of harm's way.
Simon, that's it. It's a win. Oh, and a hug from Oliver Eriksson, who unfortunately was out of the race. Simon, you won your 100th race with this car. The smile on your face is just huge. Tell us what you're feeling right now.
Of course, this was a little bit easier than expected, but I mean, we had a good pace. I'm just so proud of the team, proud of the driving, everything. Just so amazing.
This must give you motivation now to keep driving, right?
Of course, I mean, but it took 9 years to come here, so yeah, we'll see.
Give it another 9 years.
Yeah, maybe. We will see.
Enjoy.
Thank you.
That's a huge amount of effort, isn't it? It's a big commitment, and it's a great reward. On his 100th race, wins a big international title against stiff opposition all year. For me, this has probably been, I suppose, actually the 2 cross-car categories. I was going to say, has it been the most hotly contested? But the level in it, Hal, is very high, isn't it? With some very experienced competitors, including Simon.
And they run on a low budget. The Olofsson-Holmgren outfit compared to a lot of their competitors. Okay, they've got some good investment now. There is Sandra, his sister. That makes me quite emotional. She's pretty tough on him some of the time. She was hard on him in the interviews with Molly in Riga, but I'm sure they are very, very close.
Simon Olofsson is your Supercar Lights champion 2022. Looks dominant from there, doesn't it? But I assure you, it's been hard fought all year. Ole Henry Steinsholt moves up to P2, nicking that from Martin Enlund at this event. Taking drop scores into account and all the rest of it, he is 1 point ahead. So Olofsson, Ole Henry Steinsholt and Martin Enlund, your top 3 in Supercar Lights. And we have 1 race left to go here at Strängnäs and here for the 2022 Rallyx season. Oh, not the best launch. I think too low on the RPM for Gronholm. Maybe one little click up.
It cannot be underestimated how hard it is to set up a car for those pre-launch settings.
Here comes Brinderson. They were working on the wastegate on the car, so we'll have a little listen into this. I love the 2 little concrete walls either side.
Helps with the reverberation of the sound.
Yeah.
I don't think we'll be able to tell on the wastegate fix at this stage.
No. Taking his merry time to get it set up how he wants. Okay, well, it looks to have full grunt, but of course we won't know that until he's out and circulating.
Very distinctive launch we're about to hear from the Peugeot 208. had some issues with the Peugeot earlier on today. Bilewski lost throttle for a moment in the Joker lap, ended up making a mistake, running over one of the bollards. German's had an up and down season, hasn't he? He desperately wants a good result here at his home track to end the year. But JC headache going on as well, with 3 cars in the final trying to keep out of each other's way.
Last car onto the grid then, OC Baby at the back of the pack. I'm hoping for an absolute banger, I've got to be honest. I want to finish the season with an unbelievable race, but we've been treated to so much good action this year that that's maybe being a bit greedy. We hope you've enjoyed it. One race left to go for the 2022 Rallyx season. We finish here at Strängnäs with Supercar. Your champion, Niklas Gronholm on the front row. Sondre Evjen alongside, would love to take a debut Supercar win. Brinderson on row 2. Bilewski on the outside. On row 3, German and Veiby. Green light on the last race of the year. Brilliant start for Gronholm. Great start for Bilewski. Going to try and squeeze Brinderson. Evjen in second place. Brinderson has the inside line of Bilewski. German looks to inside as well. So German now up alongside Bilewski. Goes down into P5. Gronholm leads into turn 2 through that treacherous braking zone. Holds on. Evjen is in P2 and Brinderson third.
Great start for Bilewski, but drops back again. That was such great awareness from Philip German up the inside on the exit of the first corner. Sondre Evjen wants that first Supercar win so badly, doesn't he? All over the back of Niklas Gronholm in these opening corners. But Niklas just pulling out that small margin yet again at the start of this race. He has been brilliant this season. Bilewski Jokers in the background. That's just to get some clear air. OC Veiby has continued though from the back of the pack.
Yeah, I thought Veiby might go with him. I think Veiby was looking to rotate the car in. I was actually quite surprised when nobody in the top 4 went in. I thought the top 3 might go straight on, but I figured 4th place might go and they didn't. So Bilewski's gone, now wants clear air in the Peugeot. He can put some laps in, but he's going to struggle to get up towards the top end of these guys.
Really depends what some of these guys do as well, doesn't it? Because if German stays out, then Bilewski is going to be on the back of him and Veiby reasonably soon. Bilewski has had great ultimate pace. His German's going to go. Look, he's already slowed it down on the apex. His racing teammate Veiby goes again.
German going to try and cover off Bilewski. Here is that merge, going to slide the car out wide. We needed to see the merge. Oh, Bilewski's got it. So Bilewski gets in front of German, drops back. So that was tight at the merge. I think he tried to push him off wide to the edge of the circuit, but couldn't quite get there. That braking zone, Hal, is getting cut up bad. That's the one place that you just feel a bit nervous about for punctures. We've seen it for Ollie Eriksson. Gronholm will be aware of it. Jumps up over the smooth tarmac crest, jump towards the end of the lap, comes around the right now. Anybody going to go Joker this time? Brinderson maybe, no, stays out as well. The top 4 still staying out. They've only got the next lap to do it on.
Evjen's going with Niklas here, but has had a slow lap that time around. Lost quite a few temps, Sondre, to the race leader. Niklas Gronholm managing the pace at the front of the order. Sondre Evjen spent a long time looking at the rear of that Hyundai this weekend. He's been the next best runner consistently. I think Bilewski's had the best ultimate lap time apart from Gronholm, but so consistent has Sondre Evjen been, and he's shadowing the race leader throughout this final.
Not going to make it easy. This time now they'll have to split the strategy if they want to stand a chance. Evjen goes in. Brinderson goes 2. Where does Veiby go? Is Veiby going to go in the Joker as well? No, Veiby goes standard lap.
Changes his mind, I think.
Or sideways on the exit for Evjen. So Veiby going to go on the last lap with Gronholm. Moves up to P2, but should drop back down. Bilewski's managed to gap German in the background just a little bit, and he's right behind Brinderson. Here comes Veiby now, sliding across that loose dirt section. Where is Niklas Gronholm? Coming through the right-hander. Gronholm going to come up over the crest this time. Lands the car on the nose. He's aggressive in the Hyundai. He said earlier on today things haven't gone his way come the semi-finals and the final. This time just a little flick round to the left-hand side, and Niklas Gronholm going to come down to take a win. Finally finally this season, he is your Supercar champion, and he wins the last round of Rallyx 2022. Oh, ultra close on the merge. Ultra close contact between Raby and Bolevsky. Bolevsky just avoids the barriers. It was Evgen who got second and Brinderson third. Great to see Gronholm take that win. He's fought for it all year long, had some rotten luck. He's been second twice, but he wins here at Strängnäs, and he is your Supercar champion for 2022.
Great drive through the final, absolutely underlined his performance all weekend. A deserving champion. Was absolutely awake for the start as well, wasn't he? Unlike his self-proclaimed sleepy moment earlier on today where he just didn't make the perfect launch.
It was funny, wasn't he, at lunch talking about I was asleep.
This was a great move from Philip German up the inside of Bolevsky in the exit of turn 1. That hind-eye looks so good on jump landing, doesn't it? They've got it absolutely nailed with the hard work they've done with Boss on the suspension. When
you see the tyre squash as well, you know, and then on the last lap, I love the fact the last jump was just that bit more aggressive, you know, landing on one wheel. Yeah, I'm just gonna go for it. This was German coming out. In fact, I thought German was going to be alongside Bolevsky, but not quite enough to push him wide. Maybe a more aggressive line would have forced Bolevsky to take avoiding action, but
Evian really went with Gronholm there. Only a couple of turns back on the fastest laps for each of them.
Been impressed, to be fair, by Evgen all season. Been absolutely fantastic. Couple of P3s, P2 of course in Riga last time out for Evgen, and a P2 here to finish off the season. Got to be feeling very much the Supercar contender, but Niklas Gronholm with a brilliant win here at the very end of the race. Look, that's the line you take if you want to put someone under pressure on the main lap. OC Baby sliding out across into the side of Bolevsky. And to be fair to Yuri, did a good job not to just put some paint on that barrier at the very end. Here's Molly with our Supercar champion.
Niklas, congratulations. That's a win and a title you take with you from this weekend here in Sweden. Sum up the season, all the effort that's gone into getting this.
Yeah, it's been a lot of up and downs, to be honest, and yeah, the speed's been there, and like I said earlier, it's always seemed to go wrong in the end of the day in the semis and finals, and yeah, this weekend we had really good starts, and I could just do my own thing, and yeah, we were a small group of people working really hard, and yeah, Jussi's effort doing everything, and also to our engineer back at home, Ray has done an excellent job. Yeah, big thanks to everyone involved during the season. There's been a lot of mechanic changes because we've been building cars, racing cars. It's been a mess, but yeah, big shout out to GRX and Set for yeah making this possible and really putting in the work. Thank you.
I think a little emotional there from Niklas Gronholm. Good to see.
The GRX and Set team are pretty amazing, really, for what they do. And like everything he referenced there, they're a very small bunch here and working incredibly hard. And I think this result is just deserves for that effort.
So do I. Niklas Gronholm takes the win from Sondre Evgen and Thomas Brinderson, and with it, the championship this year. DQ for Veiby. That will be for the line at the end. The big trophy's just being removed from the commentary box now. Headed down to Niklas Gronholm, and then it'll be off to the engravers. Podium down there on the right. Here are the championship standings finally for Supercar. Niklas Gronholm takes it with 143 points. Thomas Brinderson second, Sondre Evgen in third. Johan Kristoffersen fourth in his absence this weekend. We know he's been watching. Hello, Johan and Colin. Yuri Bolevsky in fifth, OC Veiby sixth, German seventh, Enzo Eid eighth, and Joran Ostring ninth. Victor Vranks in the RX2E car gets 10th place. Ekstrom on the list, Markland. Had some great drivers taking part again this season. It's been an absolute pleasure. Molly Pettit is coming to join us in the commentary box. Switch you on. There you go, mate. How's it going?
Yeah.
All right?
It's been a hot day. It's been good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been a good season, hasn't it?
It's been a great season. It
Yeah.
really has.
Yeah.
Like you said, we've seen so many big names come in and drive as well, which is awesome. And I just think people really enjoy it. I mean, we love Rallyx.
Yeah.
Because you know, we have the freedom to follow the stories and say what we like. And I think also the drivers.
Molly's right.
I think the drivers feel the same way, though.
Honestly, if you've heard some of the rubbish that me and Hal Ridge come out with, you'll know that we can say what we like on this. But it is the freedom which the TV teams and to be fair, the organising team give us to kind of get a bit loose sometimes. That I think makes this great fun. So thank you to that, and thank you to the entire TV team, everyone on the organisational side as well for all the efforts that have gone in. We're the three faces that get to present this to you, but we are by no means doing the hardest jobs here. So thanks to everyone else for all that hard work. Hal, you had a good time?
Yeah, amazing. And I think what you both say about the feeling is the same across the paddock, isn't it? There's a really nice feeling in this Rallyx paddock. There's a great ladder, and there's just been some brilliant racing as well. There's a lot of respect between the drivers. Okay, you see people get into each other occasionally, but there's been some of the celebrations we've seen today with you, with in open two-wheel drive, cross car. There's lots of good feeling, isn't there? It's a nice place to be.
It's what it's all about, isn't it? I mean, they put throughout the season, there's so many highs, there's so many lows, and then you get to the end of it and just, you know, being able to stand close to people, taking a championship title, just knowing everything that's gone into that is special.
I just thought you're the only one of us who's managed to make it to all the events. Me and Hal had to miss a pair of events each.
Well, there you go. Yeah, it's been a busy season so far.
Yeah, you have been very busy indeed, haven't you? You really have. So it's been great to have you along, mate. So awesome.
Thank you very much.
We're waiting for podiums, so I'm guessing we've got a couple of cameras out there having a look around, a little mill about. The trophy's gone out there. What's going on outside? There it is. Ooh. There's the big trophy. Andreas Eriksson's come in for another trophy, I think. He's just walked into the studio. It's up on the side there. There we are. Andreas is taking off another trophy. He's giving the trophy to himself for some great passenger laps earlier on today. Thank you for the ride, Andreas. It was good fun. It was good fun. Do you want to come say a word? Have you got 1 minute or not? Okay, just grab another mic for Andreas. I know you need to get out there with that trophy, and we don't have long anyway, but we've just been saying thank you to everyone for all the hard work that's gone into running this series. I'm sure that's a sentiment that you would echo. Like, it's been another great year.
Thank you so much, and thank you for you guys to come back.
Thanks, mate.
I appreciate that. It's been a fantastic year, I think. It's been amazing tracks and amazing drivers, and on the junior side, it's been, you know, I can't say more than fantastic. So we have a good future, so let's build on it.
Yeah, what are we going to do next year?
I have no idea yet.
Hawaii, Barbados, Jamaica. That's what we're thinking. You up for it?
That's the Islands series. That's
the one we're working on. Everybody knows this is the fallback. When all the other championships fold, that's when we're launching the Island one, which is just basically a big holiday.
That's a winter Rallyx series.
Yeah, it is. Yes, that's much better than the Frozen Lakes one, isn't it? Thank you, mate. Thanks for the ride earlier on. Are you looking forward to seeing the FC1s here next weekend with Nitro Rallycross? I certainly am, after getting a ride around with you earlier on.
Yeah, I mean, now the American putting a lot of effort into the track again this week. We're rebuilding the track for next week to bet some new elements into it, and I think it's worth coming back and see what we can do and what their cars can do and how that show is compared to this. And I mean, we're mixing two worlds here into one in one track.
Yeah, no, it's been great. Right, you need to get that trophy outside. There's going to be someone waiting for it. Well done, mate. Congrats. Cheers. Right, so Andreas is going to take the trophy outside to hand over. Meanwhile, we are looking at the podium finishers in Supercar. Trying to figure out just exactly where they're going. So right-hand side of your screen, Thomas Brinterson. Left-hand side, Sondre Evjen. And Niklas Gronholm. Top step of the podium, winner here at Strängnäs, the final round of Rallyx 2022. He's on the top step of the podium, and he's going to get his name engraved in that big trophy. This is for the race. That's the little trophies they get there, and then he's going to get the huge one in just a moment for being the champion. Great stuff. Great to see the crowd were heading down there. Right, what are we doing? Champagne? We doing the big trophy? Niklas can just step off the enormous second step there because he's huge. There's Andreas Eriksson in the background with the trophies. Here we go. Champagne getting handed out now. They're just going to take it and go and have a drink, are they? Come on, you need to go and have a spray of the champagne. Get back up on that podium right now. Where's the big trophy?
And there in the background is one of the unsung heroes of the championship, Robert Indias.
Yeah.
Worked so hard, put up flags on the Friday afternoon, directing the TV show, sorting out driver entries.
Yeah, thank you, Robert. Oh. That's it, we go. Everson's first, he gets Gronholm. Brinderson's trying for it. Grant's got it now. The kids are screaming in the front row. Probably because champagne really stings when it goes in your eyes. But more applause. Lovely to see.
It's great though as well for Nicholas after what happened in Riga.
Yeah,
just
absolutely.
The work that's gone into getting that car ready again.
And not only for the guys here, but for Didi and Heppe and the guys that repaired the car as well. It was a massive job to even get it here. The door still doesn't shut correctly. What a result for all that hard work.
Perfect event for Gronholm, wasn't it? All 4 qualifying sessions, semi-final, final, clean sweep. TQ, semi-final win. There's the big trophy on the left, which he will be given at some point. I don't quite know whether that's going to be now or not. There is Robert Lindius heading across. Just for a quick word with him.
That's where we are in the Olsbergs trailer.
In the background.
Andra plats från Norge, kör för Olsbergs MSJ. Startnummer 88, Olle Henry Steinsholt. Och segraren i Supercar Lights från Värmland.
Supercar Lights trophies being handed out now.
Applåder för pristagarna i Supercar Lights.
Molly, highlight of the season for you?
Oh, wow.
I can never remember any of it. So.
Probably when I walked into the Gronholm tent in Kovla and told them that they got a 5-second penalty.
That was brilliant. that might be my highlight of the season. Marcus Gronholm and the stewards and the toilet paper comment was pretty good, wasn't it?
Yeah,
it really was.
That was pretty epic. There's been some good moments, and I think that's also part of us having the freedom to, follow the stories, run after people, kind of dive into the different tents and I guess be a bit cheeky, but get some great moments, some good TV, and that's what people want to see. They want to see the no filter. They just. So that's been good about this season, I think.
Yeah, there hasn't been much of a filter, has there? We may have to invest in a beep machine if things continue along this way. Hal, what about you? Have you got any particular highlights?
Gosh, there are many.
We're working with David Addison in Riga.
You said it. Winning at bowling last night?
Yes.
No.
Molly took us bowling last night, didn't you, Mol?
I did, yeah.
We walked down the multi-storey car park stairs and there was the door and Molly was like, we're going bowling.
I think I need to change careers, really.
Honestly, Molly, basically, Hal smashed us in the first one. Molly destroyed us with a triple X Molly, and it was a brilliant job by her to do that. And then didn't you get another strike right at the end?
I got 5 total.
You're getting on my nerves now, both of you.
We both had a bit to performance differentiation because Molly had a couple of sips and was brilliant, and I had a couple of sips and then was awful.
Oh, Victor Johansson there on the top step.
He's been one of my highlights of the season.
But what about that final race and crossing the finish line? Wow.
On electric power.
I couldn't hear him, but what was his actual issue? Because I couldn't hear him during
the interview. He lost the petrol engine, so he was just on the electric
but Simon
side of the powertrain.
was super emotional. I mean, that meant the world to him.
Simon Tiger's interesting, isn't he? Because he always claims to you that his English is poor and he doesn't want to chat. But when he was in the flow, it was fine. As soon as he thinks about it a little bit, then it gets a little bit worse.
It's the same for a lot of the drivers, isn't it? When they think too much and put themselves under too much. You can have a chat with them without a camera and they're golden. You have a chat with a camera and they freeze a bit. But it comes with practice.
And I also love that, you know, both Victor Johansson and Simon Tiger, there's so many people with them. You know, there's small children there. You know, there's so many people that put in so much effort. And Victor Johansson has his wife spotting for him as well, and it was such a lovely moment after he took the title after Q4, where he met his wife coming down from the big grass hill here, and they shared a lovely moment, and yeah, very well deserved.
Very well timed from the open two-wheel drive guys.
That moment is great for about 5 seconds.
Yeah.
You feel
miserable.
The smell is not the best.
It's sticky.
A lot of sweat combined with champagne.
No, it's
especially
horrible.
when you've got to get in a bus and drive it for 15 hours back to the north of Sweden.
Yeah, no, it's a no from me.
But it is a winning smell, to be honest. So I guess they put up with it.
Yeah, it's a small price to pay, isn't it?
Yeah, I think I live with it.
Crosscar-klassen, där hittar vi på en tredje plats från Vimmerby, Sverige. Startnummer 183, Oskar Andersson.
The cross-car battle was pretty intense once again, wasn't it? Oskar Andersson seemed like a pretty surprise champion when you spoke to him earlier on, Moll, and there's been all sorts of people that could have taken it. Mørstad had it in his hands until Riga, and then he really struggled.
Oh, yeah, Riga was not great for Thomas at all, but, you know, these boys, like they say, it's so close and it's such hard competition that just to get yourself on the 3 steps on the podium there is just a huge achievement for these guys.
And the level's high, isn't it? In every category, the level's high at the front.
It's so high, and it's just so level as well. They're so close to each other. And there's so many of them as well. So... Oh, Patrick was so happy with this win. Understandably.
Yeah. Andrew's convinced he needs to go again because he was so close to the championship last year. He's found his mojo again. Having a teammate so important in these categories, isn't it? When you run on your own, you just don't get that data sharing, that information.
But also a bit of a shame for Elias Svensson, who...
oh, massive shame.
Yeah, was supposed to be in pole in the final, and his engine blew, unfortunately, in the semi.
He could have been in the title hunt, couldn't he? Had things gone a little bit different.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I also asked him, what's it been like doing cross-car and supercar? And he said, oh, it's been pretty busy.
Yeah.
It's been hard work.
And so hard to have that mindset shift all the time.
Yeah, and he said, actually, the driving style is very, very different. So he had to shift that as well.
Yeah.
But it's a bit like Ryle, isn't it?
Yeah,
he just parks the cross-car and then he jumps in the two-wheel drive. And
that might have been one of my highlights of the season. Pre-practice on Friday evening, watching Svensson's first laps in a supercar around here, because he was driving it like a cross car, and it was wild, to say the least.
Hopefully we'll see him driving more supercar next year.
I think that's the plan. That's everyone's plan, isn't it, to work towards that? But we know it's not the cheapest thing to do.
The heroes of tomorrow, these boys.
Yeah.
Speak English, it's
better. I think that's Lowry telling Robert to speak English. It's better. That's great. So Robert, I imagine, maybe speaking to him in Swedish, and Lowry's like, nah, mate, sorry.
Tosses the cap off the...
Oh, the JC team was so happy with this win.
Hallinan is primed with this bottle, isn't he?
What's Uito doing?
I think they're trying to figure out, I'm not sure, I'm imagining this isn't champagne. I don't think kids are allowed champagne over here, are they, Molly?
No,
is there a different
no.
rule in Scandinavia?
You have to be 18 at least.
Anderson's had it.
Renis Nittish once hit me in the tooth with a champagne bottle at the Lada race. And then he went, sorry, because he knew what he'd done. Luckily, it was intact. He didn't do it on purpose.
Just to clarify, you hadn't won.
No, I was there doing the presentations, yeah. It was
neither of us won.
No, it was good fun. You did considerably better.
That was one of the best, most
amazing.
I've ever been part of.
That was amazing. It was so much fun.
they going to hand out the big trophy?
They are. So
Brilliant.
junior cross car done, and they're going to get the championship for Supercar back on the podium. We're going to give out the trophies, and then we're going to say goodbye to you guys. There is Niklas Gronholm in the background. Robert's there, about to hand out the flowers. There's Niklas.
Slutställningen i Rallyx Nordic-serien. Vi vill ha 3 pristagare då i Supercars-klassen. Vi börjar med trean i sammandraget från Norge.
It's good having
Yeah,
Molly.
he's talking about the championship now.
Molly couldn't hear because she hasn't got any cams on.
Nope.
You're going to hear it through the truck, I think. But yeah, it's, here we go. There is the big trophy. That one for the Rallyx champion 2022.
Sondre Evans just shown brilliant pace here this weekend, hasn't he?
Yes, he has. We were
Been
just
so
saying,
close to
he
Niklas.
looks, yeah, he looks so impressive in a supercar now. He looks every bit the contender. Thomas Brinson, so much support for a very likeable young man who doesn't have the budget that some of the others have, and always gets such brilliant results. You'd love to see what he would do, wouldn't you, in something a tiny bit more competitive. And that's not to say his car isn't brilliant, but it's not the full factory, full-fat factory efforts that some of the other drivers are running.
And he told me the other day as well, this is his last race of the year.
Okay,
So,
yeah, there we go. Niklas Gronholm, though, onto the top step of the podium. Took the title with that win here at Strängnäs. So pleased he took it with a win. Always nice to take it with at least one win, and he got it right at the end of the year. He shakes hands with Robert Lindius. He picks up that big trophy. It is a two-hander. Holds it aloft. Gronholm, your Rallyx champion 2022. First international Rallycross title. What can he do for the rest of the year? Slings it over his shoulder. Look, it really is heavy. It's a proper trophy, that. And he's going to get his name engraved alongside some very, very good Rallycross drivers. We've had a few brilliant seasons in this championship. Been lucky enough to be a part of the last 3. One more time for the champagne. Photos, I think, first of all.
Is this the 8th season of Rallyx?
I've no idea, Molly.
I think it started in 14.
There we go. Gronholm gets it again. Ching, ching. Fantastic. Fantastic. Niklas Gronholm walks off the podium with the big trophy. Job done for him. He's going home, and we're going home as well. I want to say a big thank you to you all for watching. It's been emotional. I'm feeling very emotional. I'm back next weekend for Nitro Rallycross. I don't know what I'm worried about. Hal, of course, will be back in action soon on World Rallycross. Molly will be in action on an endless number of series. She barely gets to spend any time at home. Thank you so much for all your interactions and for watching, and we'll see you next year. Cheers.
Bye.